we're going to get started, and we're going to get right into the qualifying here today.
Yeah, the first car is Reed Mcgivney on a BMW 3 Series E30 chassis. Tim, you're familiar with this quite well, aren't you?
Yes, it's one of the cars that I started competing at when I was doing Pro-Am. This is definitely one of my favorite chassis out here, but it's more nostalgia than anything. But he's out here. I believe he's a V8-powered BMW M60, I believe, something like that underneath the hood there. He was here last round, and he's back at it again to try to just outperform his last performance, right? Come out here and throw down again in his little E30. He's lined up, locked and loaded, ready to go. Let's see how he does on his first run of qualifying. And away he goes. Reed making his way down the straight, trying to get up as much speed in that little E30 as he can, and now he's going to flick it into the first outer zone. He needs to stay above that white line, just kind of keeping it right there midline. Not too bad as he makes his way past the first touch and go, flicking into the infield, and now he's going to make his way to the second outer zone, trying to stay nice, deep, right. He wants to be right on that outer edge there, doing a pretty good job staying where he needs to be, flicking it past the inside clip, and off the course with a full pull. Give it up for Reed Mcgivney. So the drivers are going to get 2 chances, I believe. How is the judging working for qualifying?
Yeah, we're going to run through the whole roster of drivers for the first run, and then we're going to get the top 40 of that. They're going to get seated through, and then the bottom but don't make it into the top 40. They're going to go ahead for another lap, another run.
Right.
Have the chance to be able to make it to fill out the 64.
Yeah, Reed doing a great job making his way through the course. I saw him going to practice. A lot of the drivers really trying to find that proper line, trying to get their cars set up. Some of the cars seemed a little too gripped up. They're actually dropping off the bank. So it's good to see him come out here on his first qualifying run and be able to get some points on the board.
So coming up now, we have Zach Calvin.
Yep, Zach Calvin in a Cosmo Tires Chevy Corvette. In the previous rounds, he was driving the Chevy Camaro, so he's staying with the Chevy platform. And as you can see, the Cosmo Tire livery across this vehicle. He is locked and loaded, ready to go on his first round of qualifying.
Coming to us from New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Zach Calvin, another competitor that has been just a long staple of clutch kickers. He just almost, especially at Emerald Coast Dragways, was almost every round, going there battling it out event after event. This season in the Chevy Corvette, trying to do battle and see if he can work his way through the competition and make his way to the top. There you go, Reed Mcgivney's score. We have our line judge 23, angle 12, style 19 with a total of 54. Reed Mcgivney with a total of 54 on his first run. Well, getting some points on the board, starting it off, right? That's what we're starting with. So that was a 50-point run. Obviously, the drivers are shooting for that 100-point score, but he's got points on the board, and he may make the top 40. But here we go, Zach Calvin making his way into the first outer zone, much higher on the bank than Reed, but he's starting to drop down a little bit, getting close to that white line, almost in the danger zone there. Judges want him above that white line. Now he's working his way through the infield. Ooh, really far off that inside area there, and now he's making it very shallow through that second outer zone. Heard a little backfire coming from the car. I don't know if he's down on power, but he definitely looked like he's struggling to keep the car in line.
Yeah, and right off the bat, his approach wasn't right. It seemed like he just went, I can't really explain it. He went high and then kind of started dropping down. I think what happened was that he may have gotten a bit too much angle on the offset, and then that sort of cut down some of the momentum that he could utilize to get himself to outer zone number 1. And then here does a good job of reaching out for the inner touch and go, but then once he gets to the infield, completely misses out on outer zone number 2, and that's where his problems continue on from that point. Didn't set himself up for the rest of the course and really struggled throughout.
Wow. So, I mean, it does seem like he will get a score. I'm not sure. It's definitely something I can see that he can improve on. Right. That wasn't a typical qualifying run that I've seen from Zach Calvin in the past. But up next, heating up his tires, you can see in that red Nissan S15 of Sean Booth. Sean Booth, one of the best tandem competitors that we have out here. I've seen some really fierce battles and some excellent chase runs from Sean Booth in the past. So here he is lined up as we're waiting for the score for Zach Calvin, but Sean Booth lined up, locked and loaded, ready to go. Drivers getting some practice yesterday, And I believe the rain did come in yesterday late afternoon, but I believe it was after practice had finished, if I'm correct.
Indeed.
So they were able to get a good set of practice for those drivers that were able to come here for early practice. And then, of course, we had practice session earlier today as well. So the drivers familiar with the course, even though there were some changes made, definitely seems like the course is flowing very well. And the drivers, or as I saw them through practice, starting to get a feel for it, changing setups in the car. And we have a lot of the spotters here up by the booth as well, relaying the track conditions and what the competitor's doing and relaying that to the drivers. So that's a very useful tool in competitions, even during qualifying.
Sean Booth from Mcdowell, Florida, lost performance of the MFG, and here we go.
All right, Sean Booth making his way. As you can see him bouncing off the rev limiter already down the straight. Nice and high on that wall. Look at him already pouring out smoke, putting the car where it needs to be, nice and high on that bank. He's got to bring it back inside to that inner touch and go, flicking it into the second outer zone, doing a good job, flicking it now into the third outer zone. He wants to stay right on the edge of the track there. It looks like he's right on the edge, doing a great job is Sean Booth in that red S15. Whoa! Unfortunately, over-rotating. Oh,
that
man.
was looking to be the best run so far.
That was looking, you know, and we've talked about this in the past, is that one thing about the Freedom Factory and the way the course is laid out is, as you can see on the screen, you have that big white patch of concrete in the center. Your grip level that goes, there actually is almost like 3 different changes in traction that they're going through.
Right.
You got the bank, which is, has its own traction level, and then you have the inside area, that big white patch of concrete, and then you have these little outer zones that are, it's so the drivers are having to adapt quickly to the pavement conditions.
Right, and we've seen many drivers throughout this entire, throughout this year just having issues on the infield.
Right.
I mean, we've seen Brandon Winnick, Nick Ward, and so many drivers at Nate Hamilton, too.
Oh, yeah, we've seen drivers just, unfortunately, not adjust quickly enough to the conditions of the track and cause some unfortunate events. I mean, one round we saw Nate Hamilton colliding with Taylor Hull, and we've seen a lot of mishap in this center section, right? There we go. We got.
Oh, it's official.
It's official. Yeah, Sean Booth, unfortunately, over-rotating, spinning out, causing a 0. And up next, I believe that's Byron Parrish. Byron Parrish. It's a beautiful S14. So let's see how he does.
Byron from Jacksonville, Florida, Interstate Performance Fortune Auto Nissan 240SX.
We have a lot of Floridian drivers.
Oh, yeah.
I believe more than half the field is from Florida. Out here trying to take home that winning check, right?
Yeah. More than half the field from Florida. More than half the field with a Nissan.
Well, it is a very popular chassis, especially the 350Z. 350Cs have become the new 240SX, some have said, right?
Right.
It's good power, good torque. It's a great starter, and as you can see, a lot of drivers, you'll see Ryan Acevedo and even Brandon Mcdowell in the Z out here competing. But here we go. Byron making his way down the straight, flicking into that first outer zone. Not too aggressive on entry, but he's making his way midline through that first outer zone, doing a good job, almost straighten out as he comes off that bank, but he's able to hold it together, flick. You see a lot of steering corrections on his front wheels there, but he's keeping it sideways, and he's maintaining drift as he makes his way through that third outer zone, flicking it past that last inside clip, holding it together. And there you go. Give it up for Byron Parrish, getting a full pull on his first qualifying run here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
Yeah, it almost looks like, going back to what you were saying with the different grip levels throughout the course, it seemed like Byron was struggling to get an understanding of how the difference of the grip levels going into the infield. But as you see here, as he finishes off the first outer zone, he kind of misjudges exactly where to start decelerating to drop down from the bank, and it sort of put him in an odd position. Struggled through that section, struggled through the second outer zone, but for the rest of the way, did okay.
Yeah, and I heard you mention, I kind of saw one of the things that you mentioned earlier as he's going through or past that second inside zone. He did, what did you call it when they shake a little bit?
Truffle shuffle?
I was doing a little truffle shuffle as he makes his way to that second outer zone. Unfortunately, we don't want to see the truffle shuffle here, maybe on TV or make your friends do it, but when they're drifted through these zones, they want to make sure that they maintain a nice, smooth, consistent angle.
Yeah, that's definitely something that Dwayne Ramsey, our angle judge, emphasized. in the driver's meeting.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. There's the official results for Byron Parrish. First run of a 52. Byron Parrish, first run of a 52. So we once again want to thank everybody for joining us here at the Freedom Factory. Those of you guys that may have friends or family that want to watch the event, have them go ahead and log on to baldeagle.com. They can go ahead and purchase a live stream, and they'll be able to watch all the competition and all the battles that are coming, especially tomorrow. If there's any time you want to tune in, or if you can't make it here tomorrow, just check out baldeagle.com, and you can go ahead and purchase live stream and to help support Clutch Kicker's $100,000 drift series. But up next, we have Christian Catrone in the BMR black Chevy Corvette throwing down. Ooh, nice and high on the wall. He's going to want to keep it up there. Stay on the throttle. Starting to drop down right towards the end, but still maintaining drift and pretty far off that inside touch and go. Flicking into the second outer zone. Getting it nice and deep there. Looking good. Wants to keep it nice and wide as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Doing a good job kind of dropping off towards the end. Now he's going to flick it back. He's got to be aware of the pavement change, and he is as he makes his way. Full pull for Christian Catrone. Christian Catrone, you know, last season we saw him in his 350Z all the time. Now he's partnered up with Billy Mitchell Racing, and now he's rocking that Chevy Corvette, so I'm sure he's happy.
Indeed. One area, though, that he did struggle on is actually at the towards the exit of Outer Zone 1. It seemed like he was just losing power, losing that momentum, and then it was starting to drop down, and he got really close to getting past that line that we talked about on the first outer bank. Because the drivers, if they go past that line, it's an automatic 0. Wow. So it's a matter of figuring out just getting past it. But unfortunately, it did set him off line, and he almost basically pretty much missed a touch and go. So that's another fault there. But for the rest of the way, they're good. Yeah.
So what's the difference between a touch and go and a clipping point?
Difference is that touch and go, the drivers are just got to worry about putting their bumper on the box that's marked in that area. They don't necessarily need to get as close to the markers as outlined.
Oh, but there you go. Judges' results. Christian Catrone's first qualifying run of a 67. Christian Catrone with a 67 on his first qualifying run. All right, well, he's got some points on the board. He may have earned his spot in the top 40 of the knockout qualifying that we have today. So the top 40 drivers that get through the first round of qualifying will not need to run again, if I'm correct, right, Ben?
Right.
So they're going to be able to seat their spot in the top 40, and then they'll be right in the competition tomorrow. Those drivers that don't make that top 40 are going to have a second chance to get some points on the board, edge out their competitors. And that, then, once qualifying is done, will complete our top 64 bracket for the competition.
So coming up now, we have Cabot Cardoso from Bridgeboro, Georgia. And his tire stacks, stage wheel status racing, Nissan 350Z LS power.
Yeah, and, you know, one thing I know about Cabot Cardoza is he's always here with his family, right? And he has, I rock one of his shirts, I still have it, the Dirty E30. So he is a fellow E30 enthusiast as well. But choosing to go to the 350Z platform, as we mentioned, he's been making mods. Cabot Cardoza, one of the younger drivers out here, has he's been at just, I would say, the majority of all of the Clutch Kickers events through all the seasons. I mean, he's been out here. We've been able to see him progress as a driver. And then you can see the little sticker there, Dirty Racing Division. So that's his own logo, and he's got his own merch out here as well. But here he goes. Cabot Cardoza out here in that Bell Raceworks 350Z, throwing it into that first outside zone. Wow, getting nice and high on the wall. Nice throttle, showing good commitment as he makes his way into that first. Oh, doing a good job through that touch and go there. Flicking into the second outer zone, now into the third outer zone. Cabot Cardoza has been doing a great job during practice. Whoa, dropping a tire. Ooh, hopefully not two. Maintaining drift there, doing a little truffle shuffle, as Ben would call it. And now making his way off the track there. Wow, now we got to see, was that one tire or two tires off track?
Yeah, because if it's two, that's a 0.
And that would be unfortunate because it was a great run right up to that point.
Right, but he did make a correction as he was exiting outer zone number 1. He utilized the e-brake to kind of extend it, keep himself higher on the bank, but it allowed it to actually position himself properly to hit that touch and go. But then when he got onto outer zone number 3, that's where, don't know exactly, went too wide, dropped the tire, possibly 2, had issues with his angle, lost angle a little bit, but luckily kept the drift going.
Yeah, he maintained drift. He didn't let it phase him. Cabot Cardoso, like I said, out here with his family. Always just great to catch up with them every chance we get. Doing a great job. Unfortunately, and it was definitely one of the better runs we've seen so far, up until that tire drop. Up next, though, we have Mr. Big Boost himself, Roberto Rosa out of Orlando, Florida, I believe, correct? Yes, I think so. And his Big Boost 2JZ powered BMW E46. One thing I want to note, here we're going back to the replay.
Well, that's definitely one.
Well, yeah, definitely one. So we need to see on the other side. Judges are analyzing the footage. They need to be able to assess this run. Okay, here you go.
Oh, well, smoke might obscure it.
Smoke. One or two. Was it one? Was it two? Man, tough to call.
Yeah, definitely.
We need a tire cam.
Tire cam?
A tire cam.
Oh, boy.
That's one thing about drifting. It's we want to make sure that the right call's made. So we want to analyze. The judges want to use those different camera angles to make sure they, make the right call. There you can see there, Alberto Rosa lined up, locked and loaded, ready to go. And there we go. Okay. Cabot Cardoso with a first run of a 61. Cabot Cardoso, first qualifying run of a 61. So he's got some points on the board. Good job, Cabot Cardoso. I'm sure he wants to improve that score if he gets a chance, but he may have already locked himself in the top 40. We'll see. But here we go. Alberto, Big Boost, making his way down the straight. As you can see, that JZ just gonna bounce off that rev limiter as he makes his way around that first outside zone. And there you go. Just bouncing it off the rev limiter. Staying high on the bank. Doing a good job. Dropping into that touch and go. Doing a good job so far. Flicking into that second outside zone. Now into that third outer zone. Now he probably dropping a tire, taking out the clip. Still maintaining drift. It's causing him to drop way inside on that third and outside zone there. But getting past that inside clip and off the track. Did he get a full pull? He should have got some points on the board. I'm not too sure. We'll have to take a look at the replay.
Yeah, it was looking very promising on the first half of the course, but he did have, struggled on the second half. But let's take a look back. Like you mentioned, you saw that JZ bouncing off the road limiter just to keep that car high on the bank, and he's positioned himself very good to hit that touch and go. And then when he went over to outer zone number 2, could have been a little bit deeper, but here we go. This is where the problems began. Dropped the tire, that cut off speed, cut off the momentum, and then he had to make that major correction to get that car to maintain that drift, and that's where, that's where the main problem lied in his run.
There's that jump you're talking about, that little bump right there, right before you go into the third outer zone.
And for a lot of the drivers, it may come as a surprise for them. Maybe they don't expect it. It throws them off, and it just doesn't set themselves upright.
And that's important of practice. That's why it's good that the drivers, those drivers that can come out here and practice early on Friday to get used to the track conditions. Because once you start battling it out in the chase or lead position, you got to be aware of those. But here we go. Alberto Rosa got a first run score of a 63. Alberto Rosa, first run of a 63. So he's got a lot of close scores here. Yeah, a lot of close scores here. So as the day progresses, I'm sure we'll start to see some higher scores, especially as we get to the championship points leaders later on in the qualifying.
So coming up now, we have Daniel Hoy from Sarasota, Florida, in his SCNS Motors Toyota Supra. Surprisingly, not Toyota powered.
Yeah, I saw his license plate. It says not a JZ. So if it's not a JZ, what is it?
It's actually a Ford Barra engine.
Really? It kind of has a JZ sound to it, doesn't it?
Yeah,
a little bit, maybe a little. Yeah, I got some engine bay pictures on my phone from this car. The engine bay looks beautiful. I don't think last round, I don't remember if he was able to compete last round.
Oh, no.
But he was here last round, so here he is in the SCNS MK3 Toyota Supra, powered by Ford, making his way down the track, full throttle. Not one of the more common chassis you see out here, but he's out here to prove that chassis is a valid chassis. Dropping way below the line and spinning out. Unfortunately, it's very unfortunate. Unfortunately, that is, I think we can call that one as a 0. And he's got one more chance. That's the thing with qualifying, and we've seen it in the past, especially with top drivers like Alec Hunnerdale. spinning out or causing himself to get a 0 on their first run. It's going to come down for Mr. Daniel Hoyt. It's going to be all or nothing for him to get points. So if he had some mechanical issues, he's going to have to take this time and make sure he figures that out, because he's only got one more shot to make it into competition.
Sounds good, at least.
Yeah, no, the car sounds great. Engine looks great. Next up, we have Kevin Orantes. Am I saying that correctly? Orantes in his S14. Not going too fast. Is he?
Is it a side lap?
I don't know. Well, I don't know.
Maybe
something going on with the car. Maybe some mechanical issues. It looks like. I guess that was.
He's checking the grip levels on the course.
I have no idea. I know he was practicing. It seemed like he was doing pretty well during practice. Not really too sure what's going on with Kevin's car, but maybe we'll get some word back. I don't know if anybody knows Kevin in the pits. You can message us, and maybe we can get some up-to-date information to see exactly what's going on. But up next, we have Sammy Tiger. Sammy Tiger, OG. I'd probably say he's the OG out here.
Possibly.
I think he's got to be, right?
Who knows?
I don't know. As you Tiger Racing, Sammy Tiger, I've had the privilege of competing with him in the past, and he's, I believe, in the same chassis. Different power, though. I believe it's JZ powered S13 out here doing battle with the Young Bucks. Mr. Sammy Tiger making his way down the straight. Going to throw it into that first outer zone. Doing a good job trying to get high on that bank. Is he? Yeah, probably should get a little deeper, dropping down towards the end, making his way through that touch and go, flicking into that second outer zone. Still on throttle, still able to keep that wheel speed up. A little slow through the transition. Whoa!
Yeah, that's good there.
Sammy. Don't play with my emotions like that, Sammy. I want to see him. I want to see him in the competition. Well, unfortunately, track is proving to be a worthy opponent to some of these drivers. As you can see, Sammy Tiger on the screen there through the replay.
Right, as you mentioned, he was like midline to the track, first outer zone, and he almost went past that line that the drivers need to worry about. But see, here's where I think his problem was. He didn't set himself up properly for outer zone number 3. I think what happened was he held on to the angle and transitioned way too late as he was going through outer zone number 2, and then that set himself up improperly. And then you see he was struggling, he was trying to correct the wheel. You see the wheels are straight, but it was too little too late, and 2 tires off, straightening out. Evidently, I don't see this.
Yeah, poor Cletus McFarland. His grass is really taking a beating. We're not even in the competition yet.
No way.
So we used to see him on the track a lot. I think it's hurting his eyes. I think he's just like, I can't look. I love my grass. Just look at these guys tearing up the grass. Anyways, up next we have Brandon Acquisto out here, throwing down through the first outer zone, kind of slow into the entry there, but he's able to drop down at the last minute. Unfortunately, not as deep into that first outside zone as he should be, flicking into the third outer zone. Wow, look at that bump, straighten him out. Holy, my goodness, that bump definitely
upset the car.
Yeah, upset the car, causing Brandon to straighten out. It looks like a straighten out from here anyways. Wow, this track is proving to be challenging.
Indeed. I mean, from the start, he's just very late, very late initiation.
Slow too. He seemed very slow.
Very slow. I think he was trying to go for like a very late power over initiation to try to carry as much momentum as possible, but it didn't work out. But see, this is an example right here when he goes over the bump, entering outer zone number 3, how important it is to properly set up your car. And I think the car's suspension setup was a bit too soft, and you see how it just upset the car entirely, where it just made it unmanageable to control. Look at that. He's just there like working the hands and trying to just make sense of it. But
yeah, as a driver during practice and all this, you really need to be thinking 3 moves ahead, right? It's almost like a chess match. You need to be thinking of 3 or 4 moves in advance and being prepared for what's going to happen, how the track and how your car is going to react to the track conditions. So very unfortunately, he does have another shot that he can come back again and get some points on the board, but we're already sitting on it. 2 or 3 zeros I wasn't expecting to see in this first round of qualifying. But up next we have Will Couch. Will Couch actually utilizing the talent of Nate Hamilton's crew at Printhouse 144 with his new livery out here, as you can see. still staying with that blue. He likes that blue color. He's out here. Will Couch, unfortunately, in one of the rounds, I believe he got taken out by some fried wiring or something like that. And,
Indeed, yes.
And but he's back here and ready to compete. There you go, Relentless.co. Excited Cars makes his way down. And that little S13 is going to flick it into that first outer zone, doing a good job, keeping the speed up.
Oh!
Getting nice and tight, almost. I don't know if he touched the wall, but he got. No! Straightening out almost on the bank.
That was sketchy.
Let's see if he can hold together. And he doesn't want to stop. He just want to make sure he gets a full pull out of this run. Doing a good job. Looks like his suspension cell dropping a tire though. Ooh, keep it sideways. Keep it sideways. Will is going to flick it in past that final inside clip and off the course. Will look to be a solid run by initiation. Right in the wall like that. Ended up.
I got to tell
so
you,
clean.
that kept me at the edge of my seat. I mean, throughout the whole course, it seemed like it was too close, too aggressive. You see right there as he entered the course, he finally, he avoided the wall, thankfully, and then he caused him to straighten it out, make that correction, but he got back on it again. He did miss from what it looks like outer zone number 2, but then that's where outer zone number 3, having issues, dropping a tire. Luckily from this angle, we don't see another tire, so that's good. He's there, but again, having issues throughout that section of the course.
It's going to be interesting to see how that bump and that, because this has been where the mistakes are being made.
Actually, that might be 2.
I don't know. Now, is it one tire twice or 2 tires at one time? Anyhow,
good question.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting once we get into the tandem battles to see how the lead driver performs with that pressure of the chase driver, and how is a chase driver going to be able to adapt those mistakes by the lead drivers, right?
Right, because the argument then would be, is it unchaseable?
Is it unchaseable, right? What happened? We saw some of that Formula Drift last round, where some of the drivers were tapping the wall and it was causing mistakes by the chase driver. So the judges have their hands full today. Judges, Dwayne Ramsey, Jeremy Lowe, and Will Parsons, all on deck, ready to make the call. And looks like right now we have somebody we haven't seen lately.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's been a while. Mr. Ben Hopson. And we loved watching him all last season, right? Throwing down, he was having a great time. So it's good to see him back, ready to do battle. He's definitely one of the top competitors here at the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. He's great in the lead position, great in the chase position. The man can throw down with the best of them. So let's see, here we go. He's doing his first lead run. Will Couch did get a score. Will Couch got his first run score of 46. Will Couch being able to pull off a 46. So he got some points on the board, definitely has some ground to make up. But as you can see, car number 213 of Ben Hopson, Coral Works, Nissan S14. Wow, so we'll see. Been out of competition. I don't know if he's been competing. I think it's been close to well. So we'll see how he can take that experience and apply it to this round of Clutch Kickers. Look at the aggressive entry and the speed. Ben Hopson, as he makes his way through that first outer zone, doing a great job. Getting nice and close on the wall. Now to the touch and go. Into the second outer zone, letting off the throttle because the traction is different. He's ready, taking that hop like a pro as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Ben Hopson, really good run. Probably one of the best runs we've seen so far in Mr. Ben Hopson in that Coral Works Nissan S14. Great job.
Yeah, definitely. You see the speed and the aggression from the get-go, and you see Ben Hopson going almost out of frame there as he drops down. It almost looks like it's hard to see, but it almost looked like he missed the touch and go area there. But doing a good job of positioning himself throughout the course. I mean, I'd argue this may be the #1 qualifier at the moment.
It quite possibly could. And the scores are just going to, like I said, as we start working our way through the field and start getting to the championship point standings, you're going to see the scores starting to get higher. There you go, Ben Hopson. First qualifying run in a while, so it's great to see him out here throwing down, get some points on the board. And up next, we have Billy Mitchell, BMR Racing. Billy Mitchell, fairly new to drifting, I believe. He's only been drifting for a few years. So he's out here. Does have prior competition experience. I believe he did some drag racing before. So it's exciting to see a driver come from one race discipline, take that experience. We see a lot of drivers come over from motocross and other types of motorsports. So, but there you go, Ben Hopson sitting with the first run score of an 80. So Ben Hopson, our current qualifying points leader, sitting at top of number 1 with the 80. So that's good job. Congratulations to Ben Hopson. I have a feeling he's probably secured a spot in the top 40, but like I said, I don't know if he's going to remain on top for long. There you go, Billy Mitchell in a BMR Racing 350Z. Out here, like I said before, fairly new to competition. Years of experience, but when you watch him drive, he drives like a veteran as he comes out here. Aggressive on the entry, already smoking the tires before he gets in the first outer zone. Staying nice and high on the bank as he makes his way around that first outer zone. Coming into that inside touch and go, little off that touch and go, bringing a lot of speed off that bank. Just tapping that outer zone marker there. Now he makes through his way through the third outer zone. Right on the edge of the track. Great job, Billy Mitchell, as he makes his way through the final inside clip. Wow, he may have just took Ben Hopson's score.
Quite possibly. But again, my concern is my issue is when he was exiting off the bank on outer zone number 1 to prep himself for the inner touch and go. It seemed like he just went way too wide, and it may get docked some points for that. But look at how close he knocks over that second outer zone clipping point. But apart from that, great run from Billy Mitchell.
Great
and like
job.
I said, a newcomer to the competition. I mean, the first
Fairly new,
round,
yeah.
First round, first time here in the series, last round, and he made it to the final 8.
Right, no, Billy Mitchell definitely showing himself to be a worthy competitor out here, throwing down, putting the car where it needs to be, doing a good job, filling out the zones, getting nice and tight on the clips. I guess my only critique I could say, he needs to bring the speed down when he's coming off that bank a little bit, because you're just overshooting that inside touch and go. Other than that, it was an excellent run.
Yep.
I mean, that's really nitpicking too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But, well, we'll wait for Billy. Oh, there you go.
77.
Oh, wow. So Ben Hopson's still on top. Billy Mitchell with the first run score of a 77. Billy Mitchell with a first run score of a 77. So Ben Hopson still sitting in one position there. Up next, we have the man himself, Randy Noah. We got the little inside glimpse behind the scenes of Mr. Randy Noah. As I said before, me and Ben have known Randy for a long time, been able to watch him develop as a driver over the years. I remember watching him doing 360 entries at Palm Beach International Raceway back to back. Remember that?
I remember that.
Yep. And he's out here in a new chassis this year, retiring the S14 out here in a VR6 Volkswagen powered. So he kept it German, right?
Right.
So, it's not the projection. But here we go. Randy Noah making his way down the track and down the past the stands, flicking into that first outside zone. Doing a good job. That engine sounds healthy as he makes his way through that first outside zone. Can he bring it back inside to that inside zone? And he does. Oh. Getting really deep into that inside zone, flicking it through the second outer zone marker. Now he's making his way. Ooh, little bobble, little shuffle as he makes dropping tires. Don't want to see that, Randy. Flicking it past that inside zone, or inside clip there, as he makes his way off the track. Still learning that car. Going from the S14 to the E46. It's proving to be a little bit of a challenge.
Right, and I mean, he got that chassis because it was cheap.
Yeah, well.
Oh, that's what he said.
Yeah. Well, it's a great chassis. It's a great chassis.
Right, but looking back at the run, great job of getting high on the bank, but he has some struggle there, setting himself up for the touch and go. It seemed like he treated it as an inner clip, you could say. But then having another issue with outer zone number 3, you're having a lot of drivers having problems through that section of the course. I don't know if it's because they're not expecting it, or maybe they're not angling themselves properly.
Yeah,
what's going on?
Yeah, is it the bump? Is it that bump that right before the third outer zone? Is that what's upsetting the drivers as they make their way into it? But that has so far seemed to be the make or break zone. Is that third outer zone. But up next we have Thomas Muller. Definitely not Nissan powered 240XX. S13 Corvette's West across the side. It's not a Vet. It's an S13, but it has the heart of a Vet.
Yeah,
it does. All the way. And actually, he's local boy, Sarasota, Florida, so he didn't have too far to drive to get to today's competition. So I'm sure it's right in his backyard. All right, there you go. Randy Noah judges results. Randy Noah with a first run score of a 68. Randy Noah, first run score of a 68. Thomas Muller locked and loaded, ready to go. Seeing that Corvette's West out of Sarasota, Florida. Making his way down the track. You can see he's on the throttle as that car, that back end is dropping down on the bank. flicking in. Whoa! Low
boy.
initiation. He's back up above that line, but it might be too little too late. I mean, he's going to go ahead and take this opportunity. I hope that hood looks like.
Oh, boy.
Oh, so there you go. We have.
That's like 3 zeros.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have an example of what the zeros are. 1, offline. We saw it in the first outer zone. 2, spinning out. And then 3, trunk opening up. So there you go. That's a quick review of what equates to 0. I know he doesn't want to repeat that, so I don't know if his pit crew can hear me or if his spotter can hear me. You want to throw some duct tape on that hatch or do something, but we want to make sure that his next run is not going to be zeroed out because of an open door, open hatch. So
Right.
I don't know, get some self-tappers, screw that sucker down.
The zip ties.
Whatever it takes. His pit crew needs to make sure that doesn't open up. A lot of drivers out here utilizing usually a roster of friend volunteers out here helping them be able to compete. A lot of these drivers, a lot of them doing everything themselves, right? It's that grassroots, that privateer vibe of clutch kickers. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a 0 for Mr. Thomas Moeller. But up next, we have Matt Schulman. Matt Schulman having a great shown performance last round, making it into the top 8. Unfortunately,
Right.
due to weather, we're not able to finish the top 8, but not before he was able to edge out victory over Chelsea DeNova.
And another interesting stat that I just found out. I'm sorry, the last round was the first round he got past top 64.
Wow. So Matt Schulman, can he top his last finish and make it all the way to the finals? I don't know. We shall see. But as he makes his way through that first outer zone, kind of midline, dropping down a little bit towards the end of the first outside zone. Got to get back into that inside. Touch and go, does a good job flicking into that third outer zone. Let's see, is he going to drop a tire? Hopefully not. Hold it together, Matt Schulman, as he makes his way. And he does make his way through that third outer zone without dropping a tire, flicking past that inside clip and off the track. Getting some points on the board. Way to go, Matt Schulman.
Yeah, one of the things he mentioned is that he was trying to make sure that the car is reliable. We've seen him before having issues. I mean, one point the car actually caught on fire.
Yes.
So he and that was actually messing with his mind and kind of throwing him off, psyching himself out. But now that he feels that the car is reliable, he's able to perform the way that he wants to. And you're seeing some of that unfold over here on this run. Doing a good job of hitting the outer zones where he needs to be. Not the best run, but it should be enough to get him some points.
Yeah. Matt Schulman, some may know him as the Schulmanator. Yeah. Anyways, making his way through the course, getting a full pull, going to get some points on the board there. But yeah, as you mentioned, Matt Schulman battling a lot of struggles with the car, the vehicle, blowing motors, catching fire. But it looks like he's got it all dialed away and able to pull a first run score of a 75. Matt Schulman's first qualifying run of a 75. Working his way up there. He may have secured a spot in that top 40 position. So he's going to have to make his second run of qualifying. We shall see.
Coming up next, we have Kelsey Robins from Lake Mary, Florida. Top One Oil, Car Screen Kits, TCU, Nissan, 240SX. Unfortunately, this isn't the car that she originally wanted to compete with in the series.
Oh, no? Why is that?
Well, the other car actually had an engine issue, so she's bringing this car over to not only utilize this event. Oh, it seems like there's some issues on the side trying to get the smoke out of the car.
Yeah, you know, if you see me doing that, it's usually not because of smoke. But anyways, Kelsey Robins out here. She's definitely made a name for herself in the drift community as being one of the top female drifters in the world. And as she makes her way through that first outer zone, a little shaky, but she did pretty well to stand high on that bank. A little far off that inside touch and go. Now she flicks it into that third outer zone. Wow, look at the jump. Wow.
It almost looked like 4 tires off.
It did look pretty close. Definitely upsetting the vehicle, causing her to straight out. Lose a bumper there, it looks like. But I'm not sure she's not worried about the bumper.
We're going to have to...
we saw her in the pits earlier. She was making tire shred snowmen.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, she had this big ball of just shredded tire, and she's like, I want to make a snowman. So she may have more to add to that after today, but we'll see.
Yeah. I'd like to see how many tires. Whoop.
Definitely disrupting the vehicle.
Yeah.
What a shame.
Seemed like, wait, let's see.
Pretty close. Definitely at least 3 tires off.
Oh, for sure. That's the thing. Like many of the drivers, they have to be careful with the way how they position. Oh, see, Here we're taking another angle to like 1, 2. Oh, go.
Wow. Well, she definitely got a nice little jump out of that, right?
Right.
That must have been fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately, disrupting the vehicle, causing it to go off track into Cletus's beautiful grass out here. But
you definitely don't want to see the before and after photos of the grass.
yes,
it's heartbreaking.
It is. It is heartbreaking. But it grows back. It grows back.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. It's a little bit of water, some Miracle Grow, you'll be good.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. This may, maybe at one point, Cletus would be like, you know what? Maybe I'll put a rumble strip on the outside. A nice little some piano
That's a
keys
good
on the
idea.
outside,
Yeah,
try to keep you guys off. They did that at Emerald Coast Dragway, remember? They
Yes.
kind of they edged the outer end of the track with kind of like a little, not ramp, but kind of like just an elevation where the drivers, when they're on that outer edge, they could feel it in the back of the car. So there you go. See Kelsey Robins out there checking out her car, making sure she could drive it out without causing any further damage. Looks like everything's okay. But that's another 0 I was definitely not expecting to see from Kelsey Robins. So she's got one more shot to secure her spot in the competition, and I'm sure she'll probably play it a little safer next time.
Right. But I have a feeling she's not stressed out about it. She mentioned that she's just here to have fun, gather data on the vehicle to help further develop and improve it. So
you hear Kelsey Robins, the score is official with the 0 on her first run. And that's kind of the theme that I've noticed when I've been watching. You talk to a lot of drivers, and some of them, they get in this competition mode, and they're just really serious. And then you see these drivers, you know what, this time I'm just going to go out and have fun. Whatever happens, happens. I'm going to do the best I can, but I'm going to try to enjoy my time out there. And the stress that and the pressure these drivers are able to relieve from themselves, it proves to just show in their performance that they're able to perform better. But up next we have Jackson Orr. I believe Jackson Orr, his car was wrapped by a 144 print house as well.
seems like it.
I think so.
Probably.
Yep. Jackson Orr out here in his BMW.
Bet to check on that.
Yeah, I'll have to definitely have to do some background check. Misrepresent anybody.
From Lima, Ohio. Big Duck Club, VAC Motorsports, BMW E36, Jackson Orr.
And it's 1995 BMW out here. Give it a thumbs up, ready to go. A lot of BMWs out here today. It's great to see these chassis converted into these drift monsters that they are. And there he goes as he flicks it up against the wall. Starting off close to the wall, kind of drops the midline. Whoa! Almost looked like he's throwing a little too much angle, taking out both of the inner touching up markers, and he's just kind of taking out every marker along the way as he makes his way, dropping a tire, hopefully not two, as he makes his way through that third hour zone, straightening out.
Yeah, that shuts it down.
Well, I thought he was going to get some points on the board, but unfortunately, shutting it down definitely secured his 0.
Yeah, it's definitely unfortunate, and you would actually prefer to see the drivers actually just power through the whatever struggles they're getting thrown at them. But you see Jackson knocking down those markers, obviously having issues throughout the course, and then when he gets to outer zone number 3, just dropping those tires, shooting out all that dirt, all that grass, and then shutting it down as he gets ready for the inner clip. See, there we go, boom, boom.
Yeah, definitely a lot of carnage there. Taking out clipping points and cones and all kinds of stuff, a little bit of grass. It looked like, though, he probably could have got some... What?
He needs to be careful with that trunk, too.
Oh, was it coming up a little bit?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, and all I can tell is if there's a spotter or driver or pit crew member that can hear my voice, one thing you guys want to check is the trunks and the doors and the hoods of the driver's cars, because that bump right before the outer zone number 3 is starting to pop up. We saw you just right there. I didn't even notice it at first, but it was popping up. And if that opens up all the way, that's a 0. You don't want to be taken out because you get a 0 because your trunk opens up. Definitely not a way to go out.
Or the roof.
Or the roof.
Yeah, it's happened.
Oh, I guess, yeah, the roof can fly off on some of these cars. But up next, there you go, Ethan Hodges. Working his way down the straight. Ethan Hodges, a fierce competitor out here, usually a top contender. And here we go, flicking it into that first outside zone, getting deep early, staying on that wall, doing a great job, keeping it high. dropping back down low to get through that touch and go, doing a good job. So far, so good. Into that second outer zone. Now going over the bump. Handles it like a pro as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Almost on that outer edge. Doing a good job is Ethan Hodges so far with this run. Making it through that inside clip. Great job. Give it up for Ethan Hodges. That was a very clean run. I mean, it was pretty nice, consistent run there through the track.
The only possible area that he may have had issues was actually in outer zone number 1 on the bank. Could have started off a little higher. Then he started off midline, then worked his way up top, then dropped it down, and then for the rest of the way does a good job of navigating through the course, putting himself in the right positions to be able to get a good score.
Yeah, good job, Ethan Hodges. Looked like he's going to get some serious points on the board. And this comes down to when you start getting into competition, if you're a driver and you haven't competed before, one of the things you start doing as a driver is, one, studying the track, looking for different areas of the track where you need to be pre-planned for your reaction time, but also how do you go about qualifying? Because the way you drive qualifying is not the same way you're going to attack the tandem competition, right? You want to get some points on the board, and that's what's important. There you go. Ethan Hodges with a 79 on his first run. Ethan Hodges with a 79 right underneath Ben Hopson. So how long will Ben Hopson be able to hold that #1 spot in qualifying? I don't know. We shall see. Up next, we got Bradley St. Germain with Team Jackson Performance out of Pompano Beach, driving the Shift Culture Chevy Corvette. There you see Brad St. Germain. He was the round 1 #1 qualifier in his S14. He's since changed to the Chevy Corvette. I know we got to talk to him a little earlier. He's still learning the car.
Right, he hasn't had a lot of time with it.
Right, hasn't had much time with it. Going from #1 qualifying. Let's see what he does in his first run of qualifying in that Shift Culture Chevy Corvette. Bradley St. Germain throwing it in, kind of midline. He needs to keep it above. Unfortunately, dropping a tire just below that line. But he might as well use the rest of this run to just go ahead and feel out that car. Going from an S14 chassis that he's been almost his entire drift career, now changing to a completely different chassis. It's going to take some time for him to get used to, and it's not like you can just go out and drive that car on the street, right?
Yeah.
So you need competition like this and practice like this to be able to get that experience and learn the car.
Yeah, when you have a car that's low on power, you got to really kind of focus on just speed, momentum to help carry you through that course. And I just think that he didn't have the speed and momentum and aggression that he needed to in order to be able to get around the bank.
Right.
And that's where he fell through, past that line, that danger zone. And once you pass that line, it's an automatic 0.
Yeah. The bank is tricky. You know, you throw it into the bank and you see the lower horsepower cars or cars that are maybe more grippier than the power they need. Unfortunately, there are the official results. Bradley St. Germain with the 0. But he does have one more chance. And up next, we have Mr. Freedom Factory, Cletus McFarland, and a new chassis as well. We've seen Cletus go from Donnie's Chevy Corvette, right? And now he's out here in a total different platform. We've seen him struggle with it. Has he been able to get the practice behind the wheel? Is he going to get a full pull here on qualifying? Much better. He looks way more settled in that Ford Mustang as he makes his way through the course. Doing a good job so far. Keeping it midline, not getting too deep into the zones or tight on the clips. But as of right now, he's going to get some points on the board. That's what we want to see. All right, there you go, Mr. Funhaver himself, Freedom Factory, the man, the myth, the legend, Cletus McFarland. Give it up. Good job, Cletus. You know, to see what he struggled with in that car last round, to see him come out here on his first qualifying run and throw it down like that, hats off to him.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, he hasn't had a lot of time with the car, and it was very evident the last round where he was actually not able to qualify. And it was very unfortunate to see, but he came back, took the time to actually get some more seat time with it, and it was enough to actually, you see the difference, you see the improvement, and it's good to see Cletus getting some points.
That's a great job. Good job, Cletus, getting some points on the board. Yeah, Freedom Factory Funhaver, Ford Mustang.
It's fast.
It is fast. It is fast.
You definitely saw the speed when he was on the bank.
Right. It's a different setup. Not just the car itself. So there you go. Cletus McFarland with his first run of a 70. Cletus McFarland, first qualifying score of 70. So he may have seated himself in that top 40 bracket so far. But we'll see this. Like I said, the field just gets stronger and stronger as we work our way through the qualifying order.
Coming up now, we have John Wyndham from Theodore, Alabama.
Oh, wow. So there you go. We got some drivers from out of state. We have some drivers from Canada here as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Dominican Republic.
Dominican Republic does, yeah, also. So we definitely have Klutch Kickers has gained a worldwide status. Here we go. Right now, it's John Wyndham's turn to throw down on his first run, getting up high on that wall, looking pretty good so far. Starting to drop down towards the end. That's okay. He wants to set himself up for that touch and go, and taking out one of the touch and go markers, but holding it together. Past that second outer zone marker into the third outer zone. A lot of angle early, but holding it together, causing him to drop way inside, but still doesn't look to make it any major mistakes that will cause a zero, but he was able to maintain drift and overcome that mistake at the beginning of outer zone number 3.
Right. It looked like on outer zone 1 on the bank midway through, it seemed like he made a correction, slowing it down just a bit, and you see a little bit of you see the smoke kind of go off a little bit, so utilizing that to kind of like set himself up for that turn. But when he got into, again, another problem with another driver with outer zone number 3, not setting himself up properly for it, and you saw that he struggled through that section.
Yeah, you know, when that car goes up in the air and then it comes back down, it's like you're losing traction, and now all the traction's coming back. And as you're transitioning with the rear end light up in the air like that, it's going to cause it to rotate faster.
Right, and so the question is for the drivers, do they go in with speed to transition before they hit the bump, or they try to go hit the bump and then try to transition?
I guess it's going to depend on how much speed they have, because if you try to transition with too much speed, it could cause some trouble. But John Wyndham able to get a first run score of a 61. John Wyndham, first qualifying run of a 61. And up next, it looks like we have, I believe that's Zindara Kennedy. Zindara Kennedy, she's from the west side of it. She's from California. She's actually a stunt driver. You see her in some of the Netflix films. You'll see her driving, I believe, The Adam Project, who's one of her more recent appearances on Netflix. So she was driving that Ford Bronco when they were going through the woods. You guys have seen The Adam Project. But she is a career stunt woman. So she's out here throwing down with all the drifters. And let's see how she does in her Nissan 350Z.
Yeah, last time she actually qualified 21. So she topped it.
There we go. All right. Zindara Kennedy making her way down the straight. Letting off the gas a little bit down the straight, but she's able to, she's kind of close to the top of the bank there. Probably could be a little higher. Nice angle, a little off that inside. Touch and go, real shallow, and it's almost straightening out there going into outer zone number 3. I think that jump right before outer zone number 3 is almost starting to play mind games with some of these drivers.
Right.
You know, they know it's coming.
Right, it could be a thing where the drivers are watching other drivers, and then they see all the other drivers struggling with that section, so then they're like, I got to watch out for this.
Yeah, I'd like to see a little more speed down the straight there. It looks like she kind of backed off last minute.
Yeah, definitely more speed, more aggression. The piece of the bumper actually trying to tear off the vehicle, but it manages to stay on. And then here we go. The prompts there, it's saying, oh.
I don't know.
That did not look good.
Yeah, I mean, she's coming off the bank very shallow past the second outer zone, but wow, I don't know. Well, we don't like to see zero, especially on the first qualifying run, because that just builds the pressure for that driver as they go into the second round of qualifying. Because one, it's one thing if you just need to top your score. It's a whole other thing if you just want to make it in tomorrow's competition. Once again, thank you guys for joining us here at the Freedom Factory. If you guys are watching us, you have some friends and family that were not able to join us, they can click on baldeagle.com and they can watch us on the live stream. Also, if you guys want to see all the instant replays, you guys can tune into the live stream as well. We see a lot of drivers utilizing the live stream, be able to watch their runs. There he goes on Zindara Kennedy, unfortunately, first run of a 0. Zindara Kennedy zeroing out her first run. And I believe it's Rafael Adames, right?
No, Brian Boccia.
Oh, Boccia. Okay. Brian Boccia coming here in that. He did pretty well in that G35 sedan last round.
Yeah, it almost looked like he was going to take out Dirk Trap.
It did, but here he goes. Definitely, he's got to stay on throttle. One of the lower horsepower cars up here. Look, getting nice and high on the bank there. Doing a great job in that low horsepower VQ. screaming trumpets out the back as he makes his way through that second outer zone, doing a good job, getting nice and tight. And here we go, holding it together over that hump there as he makes his way through the third outer zone. Don't drop your tires, no! Can he hold at it? He's still at it. So was it one tire? It wasn't two. It looked like he was able to maintain drift. Oh, right up until that point, though, doing pretty well.
So another example of like the first half, you see it promising, and then the second half, it just falls apart. But let's take a look back. You see just that.
Great job on the bank.
Yeah, exactly. High on the bank, making that VQ sing loud and proud. And you see as he transitions, doing a good job there. But then outer zone number 3, again, another driver struggling here, setting himself up, dropping a tire. Then he starts to slow down the speed, making corrections, dropping angle. And then goes a little bit way too off, way too wide, exiting the course.
Yeah, you know, in every round that we come here and commentate and we get to enjoy this drifting, every layout proves to have different areas of concern. Right, first round was the last section, right? Because it went from high grip to low grip. This round, it seems to be going from outer zone number 2. And crossing over that bump or that little jump that you mentioned earlier into outer zone number 3, that's really just causing trouble for these drivers.
Yeah, and again, it's the way how you approach it. And like I mentioned, it's either do you go transition, try to transition before the hump, or transition after. And I think the best approach, in my opinion, would be to transition before, get some speed, so that we can slide through that hump.
But Brian Boccia was able to get a first run score of 56 for Brian Boccia. First run score of a 56. Up next at the grid, we have one of the taxi garage crew, Mr. Ryan Kaufman. Ryan Kaufman making his way to this season, excited to do battle again, get back into the competition, right? He's been out of the game for many years. Getting back behind the wheel in that Drift Taxi RX-7. Definitely not powered by rotaries, but here we go. Flicking into that first outer zone, kind of midline, but holding it together, staying up there, not dropping down, doing a good job. Dropping it into that inside touch and go. Flicking into that second outer zone, doing a good job holding it together. Wow, doing a good job of just controlling the car and keeping it really well settled. Wow, Ryan Kaufman, very clean run.
Yeah,
very
definitely.
Clean run. Very, very clean run. He made his way through, and it looked like he attacked that jump very well.
Yeah.
I wonder if is there certain areas of that going from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3 that's steeper than others? Because when he went across, didn't look like his car came up too much.
It's possible. I mean, we can take a look back at the replay as you see him getting set up for it. He goes a little wide. Doesn't try to go on the inside of it. So it's possible maybe the inside is the elevation change or the hump is more significant compared to the outer side.
I don't know.
We've seen it before.
You go right here, and he's doing it well. I mean, he did get the back end came up pretty well, but he was in the transition as he was going over the bump, but not fully committed to the transition. So it was like a slower transition seemed to work for Ryan Kaufman in the taxi garage Mazda RX-7.
So we're taking note of this, so it's possible the other drivers should take note of it as well.
Definitely.
So they may actually utilize that to improve their run.
Yeah, if they have a spotter out there, now I don't know what the speed is. Maybe it was going a little slower than some of the other cars, so it's going to come down to how are the drivers going to attack that jump right before outer zone number 3. But there you go, Ryan Kaufman with the first run score of a 68. Ryan Kaufman, first run, 68. So good job, Ryan Kaufman. He may have secured his spot in the top 40. May not have to come back out again. We shall see.
So coming up now, we have Gaiden Martirana from Montreal, Canada.
Yep, Jaden, another member of the Jackson Performance crew, coming all the way from Canada to come down here and throw down with the big boys. Jaden doing a great job at the Pro-Am. He was a very good competitor over there. Take that experience from the Pro-Am and hopefully utilize that experience and bring it here today. He's doing a really good job. Nice commitment, good tire smoke. It looks like he's pretty high on that bank. Now he comes down into that inside touch and go. Doing a great job holding together, flicking into that second outer zone. Good speed. Let's see how he does. Wow, good job handling that bump as Gaiden Martirana makes his way through that third outer zone. Now he's just got one more transition past that inside clip. Good job, Gaiden Martirana. Give it up. That Jackson Performance Chevy Corvette.
I mean, he looks like a seasoned veteran with that run.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Definitely doing a great job not letting that that jump there right before outer zone number 3 phase him whatsoever.
And one of the things he told me that he realized that he needed to work on his tandems, but if he's driving like this, I mean, the other drivers may have to worry about it.
Right. You know, half of the tandem battle is putting down a good lead.
Yeah.
So if he could put down that good qualifying lead run, and he just has to focus on improving his chase skills. But Gaiden Martirana is doing a great job evolving quickly as a driver at such a young age.
And the other thing he mentioned that this is actually his favorite layout so far in this series.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there you go. I heard that somebody else, I think, mentioned that this is one of their favorite layouts. I think Ryan Acevedo had mentioned that. I think he said this is one of his favorite layouts so far of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Well, as we get his score, Gaiden Martirana with the first run score of a 78. Gaiden, the Team Jackson Performance, first run score 78. So he may as well not. He may not have to run again. So hopefully, I'm sure he can save those tires and save that car for competition. Let's see. Up next, we have Steve Bergstrom. Yep. There we go. Steve Bergstrom. In that, is that teal or turquoise? I got sunglasses on. I can't tell.
Maybe you have to adjust the color on your TV.
I might have to adjust it. Anyhow, he's out here in his Bell Raceworks 350Z. Steve Bergstrom definitely coming out here to do well. He's taking on that cash prize, of course. And they make their way down the straight. Looks like he's maintaining good speed. Nice aggressive entry. And almost into the wall. Can he maintain? But no, he's dropping down. Ooh, just barely touching that line. We'll see how that plays in the judge's eyes. You definitely don't want to be there. You just don't want to put yourself in a position that cause you to zero out or get a low score. But he's able to finish off the rest of the run. Very shallow through that third outer zone. Nice and tight on that last inside clip. It's going to come down to, did he drop too far below that line?
Yeah, and
he definitely touched it.
Right. We saw the smoke come up, the white paint go up, but I do want to mention is that, yes, the judges want the drivers to be aggressive, but then there's a case of being too aggressive, and I think that's what happened going into the first outer zone. I think the angle that he went with, the aggression was just too much, just caused him to destroy him off, and didn't set himself up properly. I think he cut off too much momentum to get him through that outer bank, and then realized it a bit too late, and then fortunately, he just didn't have the power, the speed to be able to get through the whole course. And then when he dropped down, he crossed that line.
Right there.
Possibly gave him a 0, but we'd have to see what the judges to get confirmation on that.
Very aggressive entry. It seemed like he had almost seemed like he maybe threw a little too much angle at initiation. Right? The bank is something that you kind of play mind game with. You want to be aggressive, but you don't want to throw too much angle because you throw in the angle. Angle will slow you down. But here we go. Steve Bergstrom, unfortunately, getting a 0 on his first run. Steve Bergstrom was 0 on run number 1. So we got a lot of top contenders sitting on a 0 after their first run. So I don't want to see that anymore. I don't know if you guys can hear me in the cars or pits. Can you tell me? I don't want to see any more 0s. From this point on, no more 0s. Please.
So far, 11.
11 zeros so far. Wow, that's not good. But next, Lee Yearwood. Lee Yearwood, another just excellent competitor out here, always coming out. We've seen him progress throughout the years as well. He's just getting better and better every round. Here we go. Lee Yearwood throwing it in to the first outside zone, trying to get nice and high on that wall. Look at the smoke. Definitely a lot of commitment. Riding that left foot brake, trying to stay in line as he makes his way past that touch and go. Could have been a little closer, but I think he made it where he needed to be. Past the hump there, holding it together. Drop shallow on that third outside zone, flicking it past that inside clip. But nonetheless, Lear would look like he got a full pull and they get some points on the board.
Right, but again, it wasn't a perfect run. There was issues throughout. But he started off great, high in the bank, a lot of speed, a lot of aggression, a lot of smoke, something that one of the style judges likes to see. But then, when he got off the bank, he missed that touch and go. And I think what it was is just he slowed down way too late, didn't set himself up for outer zone number 2, and then almost straightened out a little bit, made a late correction, and then that's where he struggled again. Another person struggling with outer zone number 3.
Yeah, and that's the thing though is he did make it through, and there's going to be room for improvement. But we're going to sound like a broken record, but that transition from outer zone number 2 to outer zone number 3 is going to be a place to be paying attention when we go into competition. But Lee Yearwood, first run score of a 63. Lee Yearwood getting some points on the board, getting a first run score of a 63. And another thing I wanted to mention too, I was thinking of as he was going around, what Lee Yearwood did well is that he committed to angle and he stayed at that angle. And that's one thing I know the judges are looking for. If you're going to commit to an angle, they want you to stay at that angle. They don't want to see that truffle shuffle, or what was the other word used?
Harlem shake.
The Harlem shake as they make their way throughout the course. They want to have consistent angle, whether it's a little, whether it's a lot. They want to see consistency. If you're going to commit to it, stick to it. But here we go. Ryan Acevedo in the ISR Drift Alcoholics, BC Racing, 350Z.
It's great to see him back after that mishap issue that he had last round when he went up against the wall. And, I'm glad he's okay.
Right, yeah. Ryan Acevedo, unfortunately, last round coming off the course, had some power steering issues. Was unable to just make those last-minute corrections that he needed to as he came off the track with the speed. His steering locked up, sent him right into the wall, shaking him quite a bit. He's back better than ever with more practice before competition this time, he said earlier, as he throws it into the wall, doing a good job. I guess that didn't scare him whatsoever. It didn't seem like that incident in the last round affected him because he is fully committed to that bank, transitioning nice through that touch and go. Nice and close on that second outer zone, handling that bump very well as Ryan Acevedo making his way through the third and final outer zone. He's got one more clipping point to pass. Nice angle past that inside clip. Doing a good job. That was an excellent run by Ryan Acevedo. Putting the car right where it needed to be. Ryan Avocado. That's how we know him, right? Makes me hungry. Want the guac.
Well, let's take a look back. You see the speed and aggression. You see Ryan Acevedo high in the bank, making minor corrections, but nothing significant to, I would say, warrant any major deductions. Doing a good job. Could have been a little bit deeper there in outer zone number 2, but great job there getting through, dealing with that outer zone number 3, the start of outer zone number 3. And, I mean, I got to tell you, that was a great run.
Yeah, we call him Ryan the Haas Acevedo. Ryan doing a great job, showing the experience, his clutch kickers experience. Ryan Acevedo, definitely another driver that has used the clutch kickers as a platform to build his drifting career and experience as a competitive driver. Coming out, I think it was in a bone stock 350Z when he started. We've been able to see his level of competition experience evolve with this car. And like you said before, I mean, he did suffer that accident. He was able to get back on his feet and learn from that experience. And I think he said that they really paid attention to the power steering, and it looks like everything is running 100%. You can see it in his run. But here you go, Ryan Acevedo, our new points leader, with a run 1 score of 84. Ryan Acevedo with an 84 on his first qualifying score. Good job, Ryan. Good job. And it definitely showed. Very good angle throughout the course, good speed, nice smooth transitions, handled the bump very well. We can call it the whoop-de-doo. We got a name. It makes it easier. Maybe not. Maybe we don't. Up next we have Hurt. I don't like saying his full name. We just know him as Hurt. His full name is Hurtek Eugene, but we know him as Hurt Life with the Injuku Racing Skyline. You know, it's great to see him make his way over to Florida, right? We've only ever been able to see him in videos and stuff. He's out here throwing down live, competing more, which his fans are asking for, more competition experience from Hurt, and he's doing. Could have done a better job on that first outside zone, but he kept it above the line, so that's important. How does he handle the bump? Good job. Handles like a pro as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Hurt looks like he's going to have a good score here as he flicks it past that last inside clip. You know, to see him progress just the short 3 rounds that in that car, right? Because that's Injuku Racing Nissan Skyline. From round 1 to round now, definitely seems more dialed in the car.
Right, and you've seen him before during qualifying, getting zeros, spinning out, and you see that he was struggling to get a handle of the car. Obviously, not a car that he's familiar with. He didn't have a lot of seat time, but every time, every moment that he would have the car, you see that he would take that opportunity to learn it, to improve, and is showing with this run.
Yeah. Long time, just from what I understand, he was just out there, KDF, you know, keep drifting fun out there, just having fun, a good time in his RX-7. Now just dipping his toe and trying to get more competition experience. There you go, Hurt Life himself. First run score of a 62. Hurt with the first run score of a 62. may have secured him a spot in that top 40 position of the first round of qualifying. But up next, we have the second half of the Taxi Garage crew, and Nick Ward. Nick Ward, another driver just like his partner in crime, Ryan Kaufman, excited to come back out this season and get back into competition and start doing battle. I believe he's very happy with how he's been able to perform, and he's been building up that momentum, taking these battles and these competitions, able to utilize that experience and just improve on his driving skill every round after round. So Nick Ward out here ready to throw down his first run in qualifying at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, round 3 of season 3 at the beautiful Freedom Factory in Bradenton, Florida. Nick Ward going to battle one more time with Brandon Whitney in round 1. Let's see, will he be going back up against Brandon Whitney in competition? But whoa, Nick Ward really deep into that wall. Nice angle, starting to drop down. Keep it. Oh, no! Oh no, dropping down at the end. Oh man, I told you guys no more zeros. Really? Why aren't you listening to me? But, taking the rest of the run,
Right.
throwing down like a pro. Look at the angle coming past that inside clip. That was an excellent run, minus the end of outer zone number 1.
Right, and I think what happened going into the first outer zone, setting himself up for the bank, I just think that he went in too aggressive and then just initiated transitioned way too late. And then with too much angle.
Did he touch the wall?
Possibly. May have scraped it, I don't know. But, and that just caused him to just lose that momentum, lose the speed that he could have utilized to get himself through, and he dropped down past that line.
Wow. There's another driver was not expecting to see this happen to, but anything can happen in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. And we say it like a broken record, but we see it every round.
It's unfortunate. I mean, the last round he qualified 6th.
Mm-hmm.
So now with the 0, the most he can qualify at is 41.
Yeah, there's official results. Nick Ward with a first run score of a 0. Nick Ward, unfortunately, zeroing his run out at the end of outer zone number 1. So he's got one more chance, got one more shot to just get some points on the board. So would that bring it up to 12-0 so far? Maybe close to it, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
Take.
I'm not keeping count. I don't want to keep count. It's not something I want to keep count of. But next up, we have Miles Flick. Miles Flick just came out in round 1 with this Ford Mustang, almost like he was just testing the waters. He's like, is this the kind of car I want to compete with? Did so well, and then just next thing you know, he wraps the car and he's like, yep, this is my competition car. And I believe he still does have air conditioning, so he's able to keep cool in there and under pressure and in temperature. Here we go. Miles Flick making his way down in that Ford Mustang nitrous outlet, flicking into that first outer zone, shallowing on entry. Just got to stay above that white line. Oh, no! That white line just wreaking havoc as these drivers really have to maintain. They have to keep their car in between that white line and the wall, and dropping down is just a big no-no. Finishing off the rest of the run. Oh, lordy, lordy.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You hate to see it. I mean, what can you say?
Yeah. But I think
he falls midline there. Yeah. And then it's just not enough speed, and then he just falls through, goes over that line. And mind you, the rest of the run was looking good, looking solid.
Yeah, but now I believe he has made he has made some changes to the vehicle from round 1 to round 2, and I think he was adding grip into the car, and it almost seemed like it was too much grip because as he threw it into that first outer zone, too much grip is going to drop you down. There you go, the official results. Miles Flick, first run score of a 0. Miles Flick, first run score of a 0. But, yeah, if you're going to have that much grip on that bank, you better go fast and have the power to do it. So I'm not sure exactly what he's pushing as far as power, but up next we have Josiah Fellais, Mr. FDF Fab himself, out here representing, throwing down once again here to do battle. He's coming all the way from Canada as well. But this is race fab shop. And he's out here. So I guess tired of watching his parts do the work. He wants to come out here and battle it out. There you go, throwing it into that first outside zone. Doing a good job staying high on that wall as he makes his way through that first outside zone. Past the touch and go, flicking into the second outer zone, nice and deep, close on that zone marker. Handling that bump like a pro as he makes his way on the outer edge of outer zone number 3. Nice smoke, nice throttle, full commitment, good angle. We may have a points leader. A new points leader. I don't know, we'll see. That was an excellent run by Mr. Josiah Fellais.
Yeah. See from the start, a lot of speed, a lot of aggression. See that e-brake grab, getting high on the bank, making some corrections, but nothing to really count against him, I would say. Hits that touch and go, gets deep into outer zone number 2, works his way, manages to deal with that hump we've been talking about, getting into outer zone number 3, goes deep onto the end of outer zone number 3, and then hits that inner clip before he exits the course.
Yeah, Josiah definitely utilizing all the angle of that FDF kip as he makes his way throughout the track. Nice angle through the transitions, nice smooth transitions and commitment through the angle. So good job. Good job. That was a great run. And as we wait for his scores, it looks like I think we were supposed to see George Thomas, but I know I did see George Thomas with Monster Garage. I did see his car up on jack stands, and I saw the actual front subframe out of the car, and they're doing some grinding and I'm trying to do some welding. So I don't know. Hopefully George will see him in competition. Get that car back together and make it maybe for the second round of qualifying.
87.
There you go. New points leader, Josiah Fellais with an 87. Josiah with a first run score of an 87. Wow. This is great. It's getting better and better.
So coming up now, we have Brandon Whitney from Laynton, Utah.
So Brandon Whitney looks like he's going to utilize everybody else's car this whole season. So, whose car is he in? I think is that our very own
Mike.
Yeah, very own Mike Midyet's car. We've seen Nick Castleberry running this car.
Right, and he actually let us know that he lost 4th gear, so we're on an untested gear change for this lap. He's running 3rd gear right now.
All right, keep it floored, 3rd gear. Can he keep it up above that white line? Give it up for the king of one more time, Mr. Brandon Whitney. This man always has a great time. How many times have we seen him get out of the car and just so excited he can't even stay in the car? Here he goes. Rocket ship down. Look at that commitment. Nice throttle. 3rd gear. Slowing down a little bit. 3rd gear. Bouncing it, bouncing it, bouncing it. Staying up there. Good job, Brandon Whitney, as he makes his way through the course. Talk about drivers having to switch chassis. He's switching a chassis every round, showing the skill and experience of Brandon Whitney as he makes his way through that 3rd outer zone. Little shallow. Could have been deeper, but he's going to get some points on the board as long as he holds it together right here, and he does. All right, Brandon Whitney getting a full pull as he makes his way through his first round of qualifying.
My concern is that there's at least 2 sections of the course where there was a noticeable slowdown.
Where's that?
In the driving. So you see over here, he's getting high in the back, making some corrections, and it looks like he just slows down a little bit to get himself up ready for the touch and go. He doesn't want to go way too wide, so he does hit that mark. You see, here's another point where he does slow down, gets back on the power to get himself around the course. Now, it does say that he's struggling to, it's not a car that he's used to. He's changing cars every time. So it's something that he has to work with to get acquainted with the car. And one of the things he's having to work with is the big turbo that is running in this vehicle.
Right, so a bigger turbo doesn't mean it's not going to spool as quickly, so you're going to have that turbo lag trying to stay in the power. But Brandon Whitney, showing the world-class driver that he is, able to jump in another chassis and put down a qualifying score. Hats off to Brandon Whitney. I'm kind of curious, what car are we going to see him in next round? I almost want to take a survey. What car do you think Brandon Whitney will drive next round? Right now, he's in the nitrous outlet Nissan 240X of Mike Midyet, our very own close friend. Excellent pit crew man, excellent driver. Just, it's great to see. And like I said, Nick Castleberry, I believe, was in this car last season, or last season of Klutch Figures, wasn't he? Yeah. So this car has definitely seen battle. So the car is capable. So now, well, without 4th gear, we'll see how it, when it goes into competition, how that's going to affect. There you go, Brandon Whitney. First run score of a 57. Brandon Whitney, first run score of 57. It's kind of low on the totem pole right now with all the other scores that are in place, but maybe he'll be able to grasp a top 40 spot in the first round of qualifying. We'll see. There are a lot of zeros, so that may do him some favors. But up next we have another Canadian native, Sebastian Guthier, out here throwing down in a beautiful S15 Nissan Silver. But here we go, Sebastian making his way down the straight. We've seen him in an SSG Nissan S15 battle it out after battle after battle, round after round. Oh no! Dropping down.
That's always sketchy to see when they're struggling there and they're going with so much speed, and you'd hate for them to do like a snap oversteer into the wall, and it's just.
Well, and another thing that the bank can do is, you don't want to see the cars go. We've seen Alec Hunnerdale get thrown into the bank. We've seen Ben Julian get thrown into the bank. Yeah. So the bank can wreak havoc on your car, but just, well, I don't know if he lost power or something, but definitely caused him to straighten out and drop down below that line. Well, hopefully he can get that. That's another zero. Is it Easter? There's a lot of goose eggs around.
I got to check the calendar.
No, I don't think so. I think we got a long way to go before that happens. But good Lord, there are a lot of zeros. All right, up next, we're working our way towards the, we're through the better portion of the qualifying here. Davey Peoples out here ready to do battle.
Another Florida native.
Another Florida native, yep, and a Ford Mustang. New livery as well. I believe that's one of the. I gotta get that straight. Definitely has rocking the new livery out here. Davey Peoples making his way. Using aggressive, flicking into the first outside zone. Is he gonna drop down? No!
Yeah.
Oh man!
It's like as soon as they cross that line, murder she wrote.
Yeah, it's murder she wrote. That's for sure. Zero is what's gonna get written. Unfortunately. Davey, I hope he can utilize this time to learn from his mistakes. Man, what a shame. Wow. Now what? Now
well,
what?
adding another zero to the list.
There you go. As you can see, he throws it in. Seems like he's going to do pretty aggressive, trying to get high up on the wall, then just dropping down, and there you see crossing that line. Not where he needs to be.
It's almost like you can see it happening, like from a distance. You know what's going to happen. You hate to see it. You don't want to see it. And when it actually happens, you're like,
it looks like he lost a side skirt out there, too.
Yeah.
Well, trying to utilize the rest of that run to get some practice in. He was definitely way too shallow through outer zone number 3 as well. So those are two major areas of concern that he's going to need to focus on. There you go. It's official. Davey Peoples' official result for run number 1 is a 0. Davey Peoples' run number 1, a 0.
So coming up now, we have Rafael Adames from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
Nice. I got to catch up with it. You know, one thing about Rafael Adames and where he pits is the music.
It's always a party.
Always
every time.
a party, yeah. Definitely got some great music over there in the pits.
It's actually not his main competition car. Back home where he's at, he actually has. So he's been developing this car every time he comes out here.
Yeah, we got to speak to him last time, and we'll kind of touch on some of the things we talked about. But here we go. Throwing it in with the E46 as he makes his way nice and high in the bank. Doing a good job riding that wall, not dropping down low. Good job, Rafael, making his way past that touch and go into the second outer zone. Now let's see how he handles it. He handles bump like a pro as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Got to hold it together. He's got one more transition left. Definitely a great run by Rafael Adames. Wow. Definitely a good run. We got to catch up with him last round, and one of the things, the challenges that he faces is that this isn't, like you said, this isn't his competition car. Not only that, is they basically fly over him and his crew from Dominican Republic, and they have to make any repairs,
right,
and then drive it, right? They don't get much time to test it too.
Yeah, it's essentially having to reacclimate yourself to the car, and then because you don't have the opportunity to have like another Klutch Stickers events every weekend, he has to actually then utilize this event to learn the car, improve it, make adjustments, and you're seeing it over here. I mean, I remember a couple of rounds back, he was like struggling to get around the track.
Right. So he's definitely progressing quickly. So here you go, official results for Rafael Adames. Run number 1 of a 76. Rafael Adames, run 1, a 76. So he may have just secured himself a spot as well. Up next on deck, we have Eric Conkling, also known for his catchphrase, "Can't bonk the conk." out here throwing
Conk the bunk.
Can't conk the bunk. I guess depends how well you do it.
Exactly.
So he's out here warming up his tires. He's been in that chassis for quite a while. Coming to us from Central Florida, Orlando. Just excited to be in the competition. You get to catch up with him, and it's great to catch up with Eric because we've known him for so long. He started when he was just a young teen out here drifting. Now he's been around the scene for such a long time, and all that experience he's going to utilize as he makes his way through that first outside zone. Good throttle, doing a good job staying high on that bank, staying away from that white line is Eric Conkling as he makes his way past that touch and go, flicking into that second outside zone. Through the transition over the hump like a pro, he does it, and he makes his way through that third final outer zone, doing a good job staying on that outer edge. One more transition left. Can't bonk the conk as he makes his way through his first run of qualifying in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series.
So I was surprised to hear that he broke 11 differentials.
11?
Yeah, 11. It
When?
wasn't until recently that he switched over to a winter's differential.
So you just it takes 11 times to break something before you make that transition?
I guess so.
It's an expensive upgrade.
Yeah, but it's paying dividends as you see Eric just not having any issues throughout the course, doing a good job of hitting those markers. I mean, there's really, if you want to nitpick certain things, but for the most part, I think it was a great run.
Yeah, it looks like a good transitions, good speed throughout the course, staying nice and high on the bank there, and putting the car where it needs to be. So hats off to Eric Conkling. There you go.
85.
85. Nice mustache in that picture. There you go. Eric Conkling with the first run score of an 85. Eric Conkling, first run in qualifying, 85. We're working our way almost to the end here of the first round of qualifying. And I believe that's Nate Hamilton in the Klutch Kickers Zach Poloff's rent event.
Yeah.
There you go. We're used to seeing Nate Hamilton and his S13 out here throwing down and just doing battle event after event. I think he's making some changes. I don't know if he's building something. I don't know what he's doing. But the last two rounds he's been utilizing Zach Poloff's Chevy Corvette in order to keep in the seat and keep in the season the Klutch Kickers $100,000 drift series.
Yeah, this car is battle tested.
Yeah, battle tested, used, abused.
Oh,
that's for sure.
For sure. And I would imagine maybe available for another event. So feel free to hit up Zach, Z Poloff on Instagram.
Well, you might have to arm wrestle Nate Hamilton. He may have locked that car in for the rest of the season. I don't know.
Oh, possibly.
Nate Hamilton, owner of 144 Print House, which has been able to wrap some of the other vehicles out here. So it's always great to catch up with Nate. Nate always just willing to share his experience with all the other drivers. We love seeing him out here and his crew as he flicks it into that first outside zone. Let's see, is he going to stay up nice and high? And he's doing a good job staying on that bank. As he drops it and he pull back and drop it back down inside. Looks like he does get past that touch and go. Second outer zone, good job. Third outer zone, handles it like a pro as he makes his way through that third and final outer zone. Seems like the drivers have been paying attention. These guys have been going before them because that bump right before the third outer zone is not phasing these guys as we get deeper into the competition.
Yeah, I remember the last time, well, the previous round we spoke to him, one of the things that he was having issues with is the electronic throttle.
Right, the delay in the electronic throttle.
Right, and so it was something that he had to get accustomed to. On top of the fact that it's a whole different chassis, whole different vehicle compared to what his regular competition car is.
Correct.
So I have to wonder where's the car? When is it going to come back?
I know, you want to check him out. I know he has a YouTube channel. Check him out, follow him, see what's going on at current events. Definitely a hard worker man. I know he's at his shop early and late, trying to find time to battle family, drifting, and work. But he does a great job at it out here, just giving the fans a show. So we look forward to seeing him battle out tomorrow's competition. There's one driver that I saw on the list that unfortunately looks like we passed up was Ben Julian. The only reason why I'm thinking about that now is because I see Taylor Ray, and I'm usually used to seeing another Miata. But there we go. We said Nate Hamilton's results on his first run, 79. Nate Hamilton with the first run score of a 79. But back to what I was saying, as I look out there, I see Taylor Ray, which I was hoping to see him in his Chevy Corvette, but I'm unable to quite finish it, I guess, get it to where he wanted it. He's back out here to battle out in his Miata, but I didn't see Ben Julian.
He actually took off.
Oh, no. So he
Yeah, he had some mechanical issue.
Yeah, I think you said a blue clutch. And
Well, yesterday's practice, blue clutch, final clutch, 1 o'clock in the morning, and got it together, but I guess had issues. But Taylor Ray, our last round's #1 qualifier, back here again.
Yeah. All right, Taylor Ray. This is for Ben. This is for Ben.
Wait, which one?
Ben Julian.
Ah, okay.
All right, not you. The other Ben. All right, here we go. Taylor Ray, always aggressive, always consistent, throwing into that first outer zone, doing a great job, showing everybody how to ride that upper bank, doing a great job, coming off, dialing it back down, going through the touch and go, holding it together. Let's see how this little Miata handles this little bump here, right into the third outer zone, like a pro, no problem. Looks like the car's settled, dialed in, as he makes his way through that third outer zone, past that last inside clip, and there you go. I wouldn't expect anything less from Mr. Taylor Ray. So, Taylor Ray out here in his Miata. It's going to be interesting to see his transition from the Miata to the Chevy Corvette.
Exactly.
But let's see how this one
Different
goes.
chassis, different vehicles. I mean, you got to wonder, will he be able to replicate this kind of performance onto the Corvette? You see, last round he got the #1 qualifying spot. This one could potentially be another #1 qualifying run, but it's a matter of to see what the judges think about that.
Right, he was didn't stay as deep into the third outer zone. Like I said, it's kind of nitpicking, but if you're looking for that 100-point score, you got to be on point every part of the run. But for the most part, it looked like he had the car where it needed to be. Didn't see any major mistakes. Nice fluid transitions, good speed, but we expect nothing less.
80.
Taylor Ray with the first run score of an 80. Taylor Ray, first run qualifying score of an 80. The way the things are looking, I think he pretty much secured his spot in the top 40 of the first round of qualifying.
So I'm getting word that Taylor Ray is having power steering issues.
Oh no.
But it didn't seem that way.
Didn't seem that way. Maybe he been doing some like curls and some arm workouts, right? So, you be prepared for those times where you don't have power steering. At least it's not too heavy of a car.
Right. But it happens, so maybe a workout regime is in order?
Yeah, maybe. Taylor Ray. And up next is Savio Silva. After warming up his tires. And Savio out here representing Drift HQ. Savio, another longtime Clutch Kickers competitor. Also an excellent cook. I've got to sample his food quite often. And the man I think he's just as good a driver as he is a cook. The man can throw down on the grill and on the track. Anyhow, Savio Silva in that classic green that we expect to see from the Drift HQ crew. He got his, there he is. What's up, Savio? Out here ready to throw down. Took a little damage during practice that you can see on his door. He was on the track. I forget who was out there with him. Wasn't able to avoid last minute. Took a little ding to the door there, but didn't affect the car. Looks like everything is 100%. And there he is, full throttle. As always, is Savio as he makes his way through the first outside zone. And kind of midline bank, getting up, working his way up the bank towards the end. So he's able to keep it above that line pretty well. Work his way past that inside touch and go, flicking into the third outer zone. Wow, the suspension very settled in that vehicle. It almost didn't see it like move at all.
Right.
So it definitely has a good suspension setup for this track as he flicks it past that final inside clip.
Almost like a Rolls-Royce suspension.
That was, yeah. I mean, he went over that hump like it was nothing.
Yeah.
That was a good job. Fire! Oh my
man.
gosh, fire on the track. Fire on the track. We need to get some crew down there. Fire on the track. Hopefully he can get him out of the car. It was, oh,
What's
man.
going on today?
I mean, it's still on fire though. We need to get that put out. I don't know. Oh, the longer it, now smoke's going. Oh man, we got to get that hood opened up. Savio definitely seems okay.
Trying to get that hood
Yeah,
open.
we want to get that hood off and try to get that fire put out as possible. Try to
Oh, there goes the hood.
minimize the damage as much as possible. Wow, I know he can't be too happy right now. Have to deal with that. Oh man. See the rescue crew out there making sure the fire is completely out. Savio taking a step to the side. The only thing we can hope is there wasn't too much damage, but that fire was lit for a good while. But here, look at his qualifying run, doing a good job.
Yeah, let's take a look back. Starting off midline, then working his way up. Hits that touch and go very well. Hits the outer zone number 2, and like you mentioned earlier, just absorbs that hump going into outer zone number 3 with no issues whatsoever. And then once he passes the final outer clip, past the exit, you see as he's working his way off the track, that's when the fire begins. You see it
right there. Just ignites.
Is it a good time to promote the Smoke Daddies?
No, you know, it's a shame to watch this right here. This actually hurts. I mean, that fire was coming from low. You saw how low that fire was?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Savio doing a great job on his first run of a 79. Savio sitting on his first qualifying score of a 79. I mean, it doesn't look like he's going to have to battle it out again. So he's going to have some time to make the repairs necessary to the car. So we can only hope that the damage wasn't too significant that he won't be able to compete further.
Exactly. It's going to be a race against the clock to get the car back into the pits and then assessing the damage and then figuring out, okay, do they have the parts to be able to fix it in time when it comes down to the competition?
Yeah, not a way we want to see a competitor like Savio get taken out. The vehicle damage. You know, the other seasons we've seen Savio, another one of those drivers that has fought some different demons with that car, right? Different struggles, having problems with different setups. But this season seemed to have the car dialed in. It's just been the point where we've been able to just watch him throw down run after run. The car's holding together. And, you know, when you have confidence in your car, you're going to have confidence as a driver. If you're constantly worried about the car blowing up or something breaking down, it does something to a driver's just their mindset, right? Having to worry about, like you said, Eric Conkling going through all the rear ends, right? I mean, am I gonna blow another rear end, right? That weighs in the back of the mind of the driver as they go. So it's gonna affect their driving and their competitive edge that they're looking for.
Right, and I do want to mention that he just recently got the car back together. It just so happens that yesterday in the morning, after having a transmission issue prior to the event, he actually had a rig from RTS get the transmission together in order to have it ready in time for the competition.
So while we're getting this cleared up, we're going to go ahead and we got a chance to catch up with Cletus McFarland and do a quick little review. So let's go ahead and take a look at that.
What's up, guys? I'm Cletus McFarland. I'm a semi-amateur, pro, bad driver. That's right, I'm a professional at being a bad driver. And today we're out here drifting at Klutch Kickers Round 3 at the Freedom Factory. We got my Mustang, my RTR Mustang behind me. We're working on it. We lost brakes in practice. I'm covered in sweat. It's hot, very, very hot out here, but you know what? We're gonna get the car fixed, go back up into practice. Just, drifting today. Yeah, if you guys don't know, last Klutch Kickers Round 2, I just bought this car. I went out there, looked like a fool, spun out on every single run I did. Pretty embarrassing, all these pro drivers here, and I got one of the best cars on the property, and then I can't even drive it. So that sucked. Vaughn and Chelsea came down, and there was a lot of issues with the car that we sorted out. Now I'm feeling much more comfortable. Made 2 runs, lost brakes on the second one, still managed to get a run. The first run I knocked the ignition button off, but all in all, I can actually drive the car now, which is a great feeling. So shout out to my boy Vaughn, and looking up for round 3. Almost as good as a Crown Vic, so that I can get more prepared being on the banks for Bristol, September 3rd and 4th. Giving away Donnie basically a drift car, C5Z06. Check that info out at baldeagle.com. But feeling good. Thankfully I have Zach and Ty to help me fix the car because I immediately broke it, and that kind of sucks. But we're out here. Thanks for watching the live stream, and shout out to Klutch Kickers for putting on an awesome event. Let's do it.
Well, there you have it. So, like we were mentioning before, switching over to the Buff Ford Mustang. But one thing Cletus has got, he's got a wealth of knowledge with Chelsea Denofa and Von Gittin just out here just helping him develop his skills as a driver. And it's great to see him out here. And like I said, you definitely see the difference from last round to this round in that vehicle.
Definitely. And one thing I wanted to mention is that he didn't sugarcoat it. He was honest with himself. He knew that he didn't put out the best show in the last round, and he did whatever it took to make an improvement, and he saw that with his first qualifying run.
Yeah, and that's one of the things. I think that's why people love Cletus so much is, you know, what you get is what you get. You know, he doesn't put it on for anybody. I mean, what you see on the camera is the same way he's out in the pits and driving, so he doesn't change. So he's very authentic, and he's just, I'll tell you right now, just seeing how hard he works and how he's dedicated to clutch kickers, he won me over. I'm definitely a fan.
One correction I want to make. Earlier I mentioned that Taylor Ray was having power steering issues. It's actually Taylor Hall that has power steering issues.
Oh,
so it's
okay.
going to be interesting to see how he deals with it going into his first qualifying run.
Oh, okay.
But coming up next, we have Alec Hondo, our last season's series champion, back at it again.
And he has some ground to make up because right now Adam LZ is sitting at the top of the list when it comes to the championship points battle for this season. So Alec Hondo throwing it into the wall the first round, and last round not able, because unfortunately we were not able to have a finals last round.
Right.
Was not able to try to gain back those points that he lost in the first round. So the first round, struggling to make it through the competition, doing damage to his car. Second round, unfortunately weather didn't take him out, but I'm sure he didn't get the points that he would have got if he could have got first place. So now he's back at it again for now number 3, and I'm sure he's got his sights on Mr. Adam LZ.
Right. You know, one thing he mentioned is that he's ready to retire the car.
I know.
He's really looking forward to that 350Z that he's building.
Well, and everybody's excited to see the new build come out, but there you go. This man is nothing less than spectacular behind the wheel and very aggressive. And when you talk to him off the track, he's just like one of the mellowest people you'll ever meet.
Right, it's all or nothing.
All or nothing. But here we go, an ISR Nissan 246 as he makes his way, Alec Hondo into the initiation. Whoa, getting real close to that wall, doing a good job staying nice and high on that bank, full throttle. Nice, solid angle as he makes his way throughout the track. Past the touch and go, into that second outer zone, taking it out, it's okay. Wow, suspension dialed in, handling that bump with no problem as he makes his way through the third outer zone. Now past that inside clip, taking it out, but right now, definitely one of the more exciting runs in qualifying one.
Oh, definitely. You saw the aggression throughout the entire course, and that's just his driving style, Alec Hondo. We've spoken to him before several times, is that he sort of just goes into this mentality where he has to give it everything, 110%. And you see that high on the bank, you could say that he was actually just riding that wall through the first outer zone, knocks over the second outer zone clip, but didn't go way too deep. Does a very good job. One of the things I want to mention, he goes very deep to the far end of outer zone number 3. But I got a question though. Did he go way too fast exiting the course?
Yeah, I don't know, but I'll tell you right now, Alec Hondo is like that Jekyll and Hyde, right? He's calm, cool, collected, all out of the track. When he gets behind the wheel, it turns into a monster, and look at him just thrashing around that first outside zone. So he's got some ground to make up, though. Like, he needs these points in this third round of the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Did he get the points? For round 1 of qualifying, he got an 85. Alec Hondo with a first run score of an 85. I believe that's going to secure his spot in that top 40 bracket and not have to. He'll be able to save the car and save his tires for competition. But there you go, Alec Hondo scoring a first run of qualifying with an 85. But up next, another wall rider out here, Brandon Mcdowell. Brandon Mcdowell has voiced several times he loves riding the wall on an oval. Brandon Mcdowell out of Lafayette, Louisiana, South Louisiana, out here just shredding and throwing down in an Juku Racing 350Z. Always a fierce competitor, known for one of the most aggressive entries at last season of Clutch Kickers at the Emerald Coast Dragway. So Brandon Mcdowell, very aggressive driver, very exciting to watch. So I'm definitely it's going to be interesting to see how the bracket stacks up. And those of you guys that aren't familiar with Clutch Kickers, make sure you click on the Clutch Kickers 100K Drift Series to stay up to date on where the drivers will finish. But here we go, Brandon Mcdowell into that first outer zone. There he is, riding the wall like a champ, right on the edge of that wall, coming down, bringing it past that touch and go, slowing up a little bit there, flicking it in. Hopefully everything's okay, because he did I don't see the tire smoke that I saw before.
Oh, he's having
something. One wheel is firing. I don't think the other one is. One tire fire. One tire fire. Is that what that was?
Quite possibly. I mean, it looks like he's struggling to exit the course. But let's take a look back. It was looking very promising, but as you see that his problems began right around the area where he hit the touch and go, and then pretty much shut it down when he was entering outer zone number 3. You see, like you mentioned, one tire fire. So last round he was dealing with transmission issues. This round, possibly differential issues.
Oh, maybe it's just an axle. It's something that can be replaced quickly, but yeah, if you don't have the momentum, one tire is, it's not going to happen.
No.
You need that momentum to throw you in, to be able to carry that momentum through a drift, but coming through the infield, not able to carry the speed up, and unfortunately straighten out. Something's going on. Hopefully he'll be able to get that figured out. But up next we have Jonathan Nairn. Jonathan Nairn up next. Brandon Mcdowell, unfortunately, first run score of a 0 due to mechanical failures. That's another mechanical failure. This event proven to be a gauntlet on these vehicles, man versus machine, but track is winning. Here we go, Jonathan Nairn, nice on the wall. Look at the smoke coming out of that car. This is an excellent run from Jonathan as he makes his way off the bank. Nice and tight on that touch and go, flicking into that second outside zone. Across the bump like a pro as he makes his way into that third final outer zone. Going to carry it nice and wide, not dropping any tires, doing a good job. Almost completely filling out that third outer zone, flicking into that final inside clip. And there we go, Jonathan Nairn. Excellent run, Jonathan Nairn.
Yeah, so we're actually finishing the first round of qualifiers. So you're starting to see the top competitors lay down the qualifying run. So you see Jonathan Nairn doing a great job getting high on the bank, riding that wall as he drops down to hit that touch and go. Does a good job there. Hits the second outer zone. Good job. And again, absorbs, handles that bump. No problems whatsoever. Goes through outer zone number 3 with a lot of speed, aggression throughout the course.
Yeah, so it shows you how important a good suspension setup is for these vehicles, right? Because you think drifting, you're not always on a flat surface. You've got to be able to handle the track conditions, whether it be a bump in the road or transitions coming from the bank into the infield, all these different variables. But these drivers, they seem like they got the cars dialed in as Jonathan Nairn puts down a stellar performance on his first run of qualifying. Up next on deck, we have Dirk Stratton. Dirk Stratton, another fierce competitor that's ready to take home some points today and possibly some money. We're trying to get that official score. And there we go, Jonathan Nairn. 95! Jonathan Nairn, our qualifying leader with a 95. Jonathan Nairn, first run score of a 95, and yeah, I'd say so.
I see it.
I definitely agree with that. Oh, yeah. Wow, so Dirk Stratton up next. Then on deck is Taylor Hull. And last but not least is Adam LZ. So we're just about finished with this first round of qualifying in the third round of Season 3 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series here at Freedom Factory. Dirk Stratton in that Lingenfelter Oracle Lighting Corvette trademark. The way the side lights up is definitely one of my more favorite color schemes of the vehicles out here. Dirk Stratton, always awesome to get to catch up with in between. That's one of the things I really enjoy about Klutch Kickers is every event's like a reunion. So you get to catch up with everybody, see how they're doing, see what new, if they made changes to their car. But right now, Dirk Stratton, he's got a proven formula that works. And here he goes down the straight. Dirk Stratton, that Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Corvette, throwing it into the first outer zone, nice and high on that wide, nice consistent angle on throttle. That's what the judges are looking for as he makes his way. Nice angle through that touch and go. Nice job as Dirk Stratton makes his way into the third and outer zone. Tapping that left foot brake, trying to stay on line, doing a great job staying wide almost entirely through that third outer zone, flicking it past the final inside clip. Give it up for Dirk Stratton, an Oracle Lighting Lingenfelter Chevy Corvette. Excellent, excellent run. Now the question is it better than a 95?
Well,
maybe it's a 95 and a half?
Oh. We had to see for the judges, but a great job from the get-go when you have Dirk Stratton going high on the bank, dropping down to touch that touch and go, getting through that section very well, hitting that outer clip on outer zone number 2, and then great job on outer zone number 3, but I will say maybe could have gone a little faster as he exited outer zone number 3, going into the first inner clip.
Right, but we do mention that traction change, so maybe that was playing in his mind, right? He's like, I know the traction is going to change from outer zone number 3, and as he flicks the car, it's almost like he dialed the speed down because he's on that transition to that final inside clip. It's a change of traction, so it was a little slow, but maybe that's what he was thinking. He's like, you know what, I want to play it safe. Slow the car down a little bit coming out of outer zone number 3, so when I flick it, I know I'm confident I'm not going to spin, because we saw that earlier on today.
Yeah, we've seen some drivers when they actually transition going into that inner clip, they actually go way wide and knock down some of the cones.
There you go. Dirk Stratton almost edging out Jonathan Nairn with a 94. Dirk Stratton in his first qualifying run with a 94. First run 94, Dirk Stratton. Great job. And here's another driver that, he's in a similar chassis, so the chassis is the same as his other car, but Taylor Hull coming out in another car out here, throwing down Wild Willie's Comp Cam Chevy Corvette.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy how he entered the series this year with a new car, got it dialed in last round, and then he's like, well, I want to get another car. And so he got another car.
I want another one.
And then he's now having to get himself acquainted with this one. But he did mention that the majority of the suspension has transferred over.
Right.
So it shouldn't be that big of a learning curve to get settled with this vehicle.
Yeah, so he's definitely capable of pulling off a first-place finish here today. I know he's hunting that number 1 spot as he makes his way down the track in that Wild Willie's Comp Cam's Chevy Corvette. He's going to flick it into that first outside zone. Ooh, really throwing it in there. Little shallow. Let's see, he needs to keep it above that white line. He does. Shallow angle. You did say that he is battling some power steering issues, correct?
Yes.
As he makes his way throughout the course, and I kind of see it. He's probably really fighting that vehicle, but doing a good job of keeping the car where it needs to be. Could use a little more smoke. I don't know what the power is on that car, but he's doing a good job navigating it through the track. He's definitely going to get some points, but not what we're used to seeing from Taylor Hull from his previous vehicles.
Yeah, but it also shows his experience on being able to deal with those problems. It almost, you could probably say, doesn't even seem from the offset that he's actually having power steering issues. But you see, midline through the outer zone number 1, he did slow down a good portion as he set himself up for the touch and go. Works his way through the outer zone number 2 very well. Takes some time to get himself adjusted to outer zone number 3. Gets through very well throughout the rest of the course. And this car is getting battle tested, going to acquire some battle scars, and eventually, he mentioned, it's going to be available at his Drift University.
Oh, well, there you go. So check him out online. Taylor Hull definitely is going to have his hands full with not just the competition, but with that car. So hopefully he can get whatever power steering issues or mechanical issues with that car, because we know Taylor is just being one of the just most aggressive competitors when it comes to the tandem competition. So we want to see him at 100%. We don't want to see him battling the car. But up next is our number 1. Oh, there you go. Taylor Hull with the first run score of a 72. Taylor Hull, first run in qualifying of a 72. It's pretty fair to say that he's good to go. He'll be in that top 40 bracket. And last but not least, our current points leader, Adam LZ, coming out here looking to take home the season championship for Season 3 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. But will Alec Hunnedale and Taylor Hull relinquish that title easily? I don't think so.
Possibly. You have some top contenders here in the lineup.
Yeah, we just need to make sure everybody's cars can stay 100%, because that's been plaguing some of the guys out here. So we're hopefully those other cars that are suffering are able to get those cars at 100%, come out here for their second run, get some points on the board. But right now we have Adam LZ in the Drift HQ BMW E36 as he makes his way down the straight, full throttle, good commitment, and aggressive on the entry. Nice angle, commit to angle, making his way nice and high on the bank. Good smoke, a lot of throttle as he makes his way to the infield. Nice and close into that touch and go, deep into that second outer zone. Over the bump, like not a problem as he makes his way through the third and final outer zone, staying on that outer edge. Will this be enough to edge out Jonathan Nairn in his first place position so far? I don't know. It's pretty close.
That's the question. I mean, when you look back at Jonathan Nairn, one of the things that stood out to me was the speed.
Yes.
Right, but you got to hand it to Adam LZ. committed, like you mentioned. Committed throughout the course, high on the bank. We're right where he wanted to be. Dropping down to touch that, touch and go. Good job there, setting himself up for outer zone number 2. Finding himself deep into outer zone number 3. No problems whatsoever with that hump. Does a good job of filling in the entirety of outer zone number 3 and goes through with the inner clip with no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely handling himself like a pro out here, and he, like I said, he's got a target on his back, right? Just like Taylor Hole had in the second round, and he's got to make sure that he stays consistent and is ready to do battle as the competition progresses. But we're about to get the results, and this is going to finish off the first round of qualifying. Once again, if you guys want to stay up to date on what's going on as far as the bracket as the competition progresses, you guys check out the Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series. They like to keep, you'll have to refresh the page, especially once we start getting into the battle portion of the competition. You'll be able to see a live bracket continually populate through the competition so you can stay up to date. And also share it with your friends if you have some friends that they're not going to be able to make it. Oh, there we go. Adam LZ. Adam LZ with a first run score of a 90. Adam LZ, first run score of a 90. So our number 1 points leader for qualifying is Jonathan Aaron, followed by Dirk Stratton. And then Adam LZ, I believe, is the third in points qualifier so far in judges. So we're going to take a quick moment. We want to spotlight another driver, Mr. Nate Hamilton. Mr. Nate Hamilton is a great friend of ours, and we like to always catch up with him. But let's get a little background on exactly what he does.
All right, what's up, everybody? My name is Nate Hamilton. I've been drifting for over 15 years. We're back at Klutch Kickers round 3, and I'm in the Corvette. So my Golan engine is not back home and is not in my 240 yet. So I'm on my second rental with the Corvette, which I'm really enjoying. This is like a fun and challenging situation for me, as I've been in a 240 like almost my entire career. So last round was the first time for me to ever drive a Corvette, like ever. Klutch Kickers, they had a rental program. I thought it would be a really good time to show up and continue my points chase. Recap on last race: qualified 5th, ran into Chris Jackson in the top 30, or 64. We got through that one, and then in the top 32, the young kid Conkling took me out, which was me kind of running underneath him and looping out. I miscalculated the distance of this front end, which definitely was my error. So sorry about hitting you, bro. Glad you got the win. Super cool to see those young dogs kind of come up in the ranks. So kind of a win-win for me either way. But yeah, talking about a little car setup here. The car basically arrives. Our guys align it. We move the seat adjustments, kind of make me happy in the cabin. Then from there, this round that will be different to tackle the bank, I'm gonna run nitrous. So I've never really dabbled in nitrous yet, so this will be my first race to run some bottles and spray this thing. It makes 710 horsepower to the wheel, and I'm excited to run some walls. 9th in points right now. So this race is pretty important. To be completely honest with you guys, my brain is pretty split. So I have a wife at home who is 39 weeks pregnant, and at any moment I might get a call that I need to jet back to Texas. So I'm just really grateful to be here. Thanks for watching this little recap. Wish me luck. I'm gonna enjoy this thing. Practice is about to start. See you guys soon.
Ford. I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I am 1/3 owner of Taxi Garage, the crazy carts you guys see. So I drive a 95 Nissan 240 SX. It is the chalk gray Porsche colored car, super clean, with LS2 that's dry sump on E85. Last round was definitely my best qualifying score I've ever had in a competitive driving level, I guess, in this type of atmosphere and environment. So I qualified 6th, out-qualifying some of the bigger names here, and it was actually quite surprising to myself. We went into top 64 battles, and I ended up going against Davey Peoples, one of my homies, with the S550 Mustang. Went to put it on his door as we were coming on his lead run, chasing him. Probably put a little bit too much pressure than I feel I probably should have. It was a learning experience. And came through, and we came out of outer zone 2, and I think I stayed too deep in the pocket, went on this weird late transition, and like just looped the car. But that was a super bummer because we got knocked out in 64, and at least right now I'm sitting okay in points. We're 20th in points. We are running an Accelera 651. We went to a 200 treadwear this round instead of a 100, and I went from a 265 to a 285 to get a little bit more tire height, so I have a little bit more gear for the bank. Mid to high line on the bank is going to be acceptable in most of the judges' eyes, I feel. And then just really tight line on outer zones in the center, like round 2, and I think we'll do pretty well. Right, so KBD is doing its thing.
All right, welcome back. We are here to start the second round of qualifying in the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, brought to you by the Freedom Factory in beautiful Bradenton, Florida. Weather is great. Drifting is going awesome. Unfortunately, we've had some mechanical issues, some fires, a lot of struggles by the drivers, a lot more zeros in that first round of qualifying than we would like to see, namely from this man here, right? Sean Booth. Sean Booth, not typical to see him zero out a qualifying run. But he's back at it again. He's got one more shot. All these drivers is basically all or nothing. We have the first half of our grid filled out, locked in, ready to do battle. We just need to finish off the last half of this round of qualifying. So hopefully these drivers, whatever issues they had in the first round of qualifying, they were able to figure it out, whether it be putting your car in the wrong spot, not really knowing where to put your car at, or being a mechanical issue. We hope these drivers, not just the drivers, but also the cars themselves, are 110%. But as I mentioned, there you go, Sean Booth, locked and loaded for his second round. It's all or nothing for these drivers. A lot of these drivers are sitting on zeros currently. But here we go, Sean Booth taking us on the track. Hopefully he's going to play it a little safe, not really too sure. It definitely looks like he's taking off like a rocket down the straight. Here he goes. Through the first outer zone, doing a good job staying nice and high on the wall. Doesn't look like he's playing it safe. Oh no! Okay, he's holding together. Looks like he's holding very close to straightening out there. Transition into the third outer zone, handling the bump very well. Just get her on the track. Just get her on the track. That's all. We get some points on the board, Sean. You can battle it out later on in the competition. And there you go. He may have just made a full pull. Definitely a major correction there coming off that bank, though. That was scary.
That understeer was severe. I mean, I'd have to take a look back at that, because what happened at the end of outer zone number 1 was just crazy. But in any case, you see he started off very well, Sean Booth, but there we go. You see the tires straightening out. You can't really see it from this angle, but luckily, though, he was able to get the car back in drift, back in formation, and just in time to hit outer zone number 2. does a great job getting through the entrance of outer zone number 3. It could have been done a little bit better to fill in that outer edge of outer zone number 3, and then it gets through. But looking back, that understeer.
Yeah, so can you understeer and still be in drift? I mean, I think so, because you see it in rally, right? A lot of times they're sideways. You can still be drifting, but is it a straighten out or is it major understeer, right? Is what happened and how the judge is going to look at that. Otherwise, solid run, doing good. But what happened?
Yeah. Might get a better angle from your seat. I mean,
big understeer, but was he still gliding sideways, though? Was he still floating?
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not our call to make. Our judges today are Dwayne Ramsey, which is checking out the angle. Jeremy Lowe is going to be judging the line. Will Parsons is going to be judging the style. Wasn't too stylish with the understeer. Under. No, we don't want that.
That's a better angle from it. See, oh no, but again, it gets lost in the smoke.
Judges are utilizing this replay, just really analyze it, right? Because it's one, is it a 0?
I mean, it could decide the whole run.
Right, could decide the whole run. I mean, at this point, any score is going to get him on the board to be able to compete
Right there,
in tomorrow's
straight
competition.
Turning.
Oof. Oh man, this is one of those calls as a judge that's heartbreaking, right? If you got to make it. I don't know. We'll see. Anyhow, once again, I want to thank not just all the fans that are out here today. I also want to mention that if you guys have any family members that were not able to make today's competition, or maybe you're not going to be able to make it back here tomorrow, I want to make sure you guys know that you can log on to baldeagle.com. You can go ahead and sign up for the live stream. And we also want to thank our sponsors. We got BC Racing Coilovers, Grip Royal, Nitrous Outlet, Drift HQ, Ignite Fuel, Tire Streets, Kensei Wheels, ECU Masters, Fuel Labs, Beachworks, Radium, Haltech, with Champion Oil. We also have some vendors out here, Klutch Kickers, Haltech, and Beachworks, and we also have a snack bar. We got the Hell Yeah special, right? Downstairs where you can get, I believe it's the special they have going on there. So if you guys are out here, make sure you stay hydrated. It is hot out today. Make sure you're fed and hydrated. So check out the concession stand down below. Also check out the merch that Freedom Factory is selling as well. I myself have my Freedom Factory hat on. Definitely a good choice in a day like this.
Yep. So we may have results over here.
Yeah, waiting for those results to see what happened.
All right. Oh.
Sean Booth gets a score of a 59. Sean Booth able to squeak it out and get a 59. We will see him in tomorrow's competition. Thank goodness. Wow, that would have been heartbreaking to see him go away with a 0 after just how we've seen him battle it out in the past. So, but up next, we have Kevin Orantes. I believe I'm saying that right. Kevin Orantes. This car looks like it's done some battle. I don't know if it looks like he's definitely been doing some battle, and he's out here to battle out again. He also is sitting on a 0 for his first run.
Yeah, he went for a side lap on the first run.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, so here we go, working his way down the track. He needs to throw it. He needs to get some points on the board in order to compete. Here he goes, in the initiation, working his way through that first outside zone as he dropped and down. Oh man, just, I don't know if he touched the line, but he came pretty darn close. Now he works his way through the infield, going past that in. So,
well, that's the end of his weekend.
That's all she wrote, my man. Unfortunately, he's going to have to call it a weekend because that is 0. But hopefully he'll be back. Looks like he's definitely building that car up to be a top competitor. So, what a shame.
Well, and you have many drivers that I've mentioned before that they want to compete just to see how they stack up against some of the pros.
That's what's great about Klutch Kickers.
Yeah.
Well, here you go. You see him on the bank there. Looking like he's doing okay.
Yeah. Just right on that line. And then once he got off of it, getting himself up ready for outer zone number 2, that's where he lost it. Just that was the end of his run and his weekend.
Well, hopefully he'll be able to utilize that experience that he gained from this weekend and bring it in to the 4th round of Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Up next, Sammy Tiger. Sammy Tiger, one of the OGs out here, unfortunately, zeroed out his first run. So another driver, it's all or nothing. This is a nail biter. Watching all these top drivers have to struggle to get points. There you go, the official result. Kevin Orantes with a 0. Gonna have to call it a weekend. But up next, we have Sammy Tiger.
last run you recall, he had issues. He went off track on outer zone number 3. So hopefully he's able to stay on track this time around.
Right. So Sammy Tiger, I mean, he's definitely one of the more experienced drivers out here, and he's going to have to. I don't know, is he going to play it safe, or is he going to try to put a top score down? I don't really know. At this point, all the top spots have been filled, so right now for these drivers, in my opinion, I would just be focused on getting some points on the board, get a full pull, and be in the competition.
I agree.
Looks like everybody's ready. Sammy Tiger locked and loaded, ready to go. And off he goes down the straight. Sammy Tiger making his way down the straightaway and initiates through that first outside zone. Little bobble as he makes his way, and he's dropping down. Down.
Oh!
And tapping the wall. Oh, Sammy. I'm gonna have to have a talk with Sammy.
That was a
I'm gonna
bit
have to
rough
sit
to
down.
watch.
We're gonna have to have some words. You let me down. Well, here you go. Here's the replay.
Yeah, you see from the start it was looking good, but then it's just kind of didn't go in with a lot of commitment, and then just once he got across that line, instead of shutting it down, unfortunately, I think he kind of kept going, but then realized a little too late that it was going off course and ended up making contact with that wall, with that barricade.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he hit too hard, so I'm sure he's okay, but we'll probably want to check on him later anyways, just in case.
Gonna make the results official.
All right, up next we have, while we're waiting for those official results, well, it looks like they're sending Brandon Acquisto going down the straight. It's all or nothing for him. He's got to throw it in there. He's got to get a score on the board. Kind of late on the entry and dive down.
Yeah, that was
That's not good. This is not good.
I'm sorry.
So can we do like a pep talk or something for these guys? Pull them aside. You can do it.
Are you volunteering yourself to be a motivational speaker?
I would go down there and I would give them a motivational speech that would they would just be able to compete. It'd be great. But unfortunately, I have to do this. I'm sitting here focusing on this. Unfortunately, diving down below the line.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, another driver not going to make his way into the competition. Oh, that sucks.
Kevin needs to go home, reassess, improve upon the build that he has, and then come back stronger.
Yep, and then Sammy, I'm just going to have to give him a little talking to. And then Brandon Acquisto, he's just, I don't know, maybe he's battling some issues with the car, but those three drivers, unfortunately, 3 zeros. What a shame. Thomas Moeller up next. Thomas Moeller, driver that we know, is capable of taking home.
Hatch popped earlier.
Right, his hat. So hopefully they got that tied down. Here we go, slicking into the first outer zone. Doing a good job. Nice smoke. We're starting to drop down, creep down, but no, he's able to maintain the car above that white line, and that hood is just kind of wobbling. It's kind of scary to watch when that pops up. Ooh, very slow transition through that second outer zone to third outer zone, flicking past that final inside clip. That hood is like, you see that? It's just like bending all over the place there.
Yeah.
I hope he keeps that sucker tied down, but hey, he didn't have a trunk or hood pop open, so we're good there.
One thing I will say, though, is that you saw other drivers that when they're struggling to get through the bank and they're not going with enough momentum, they fall down. But luckily, he was able to actually carry it through, unlike some of the other drivers. And he got through that section of the course. As he sets himself up, he kind of, from what it looks like from this angle, he missed the outer zone number 2, then falls inside of outer zone number 3. So evidently, issues throughout the course, but will it be enough to get a score?
All right, so what's interesting is that it's almost like when he made that transition, like was he like
Hesitant?
take that, like hesitant, right? Like almost like he hesitated between the transition between outer zone 2 and 3. And did that play a role in a near straight? I don't know.
That's true.
But I'm hearing we do have results. Let's see what. Well, 56. Thomas Moeller with a second qualifying run. He earns himself a 56. So we will see him in competition. Thank goodness. And qualifying it's a necessary evil. We need to get through this. We need to make sure we get the grid locked and loaded so that way we can have these drivers. If you guys aren't familiar with how the bracket and drifting is set up, it's basically the first place qualifier. When we go into top 64 competition, we'll go against the number 64th place qualifier. Now, if we don't get a full roster 64 into the competition, then those drivers starting at the top will receive bye runs until they're able to match up the drivers together, right? So first against 64th, second against 63rd, and then work their way towards the middle. Oh, looks like there's a little smoke over there coming.
From what I heard, there was a bit of fire. But they were a small fire, but they were actually able to take it out over in the pit area.
I wonder who that was. I mean, you can see the golf cart, you see the rescue crew out there with the fire extinguishers, making sure nothing burns down. One thing I gotta say, Cletus has got a great crew of the staff here. They're really like on the ball. When things happen, their tow truck is out there quick, get the cars off. Rescue crew is out there quick to make sure the fire's put out and that the drivers are okay. So drifting is just one of those sports where anything can happen. I think that's what makes drifting so exciting and why it builds so many fans, because it's just on edge the entire time. The cars are going sideways. Yeah. It's control out of control. Anything can happen, and we see it every round of Clutch Kickers.
I see Savio with the fire extinguisher, so he was also quick to action.
Yep, yeah, he's ready to go, and that's you see the Drift HQ pit back there, all set up.
And I'm sure his team is working to get the car.
Yeah, you can see it right there. You can see right in the background. They're all working on the hood of Savio's car. I mean, he got points on the board, so he doesn't have to come out for the second round of qualifying. So that's one of the benefits of this style of qualifying, right? Is that if you get in that top grid in that first round of qualifying, you can earn your spot in the competition and not have to put your car through that torture. You're able to save tires, and not only that, put your body through the torture, because it is hot in these vehicles.
Oh, yeah.
I think Nick Ward was saying he had a temperature gun. It was like 110 or 120 degrees or something inside of his car.
Yeah, one driver actually just started taking off his clothes because he couldn't deal with it anymore.
Oh, I think I know who that driver is. That's shirtless Ryan?
I will neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah, we know a lot of these drivers for a long time, and it's like you said, it's great coming out here, Clutch Kickers, building these relationships, getting to know everybody, and it's just a family reunion every event, and that's what makes Clutch Kickers just the icon it's become over the last few years. So who do we have next? That's Kelsey. Kelsey also, unfortunately, sitting on a 0. So Kelsey, girl, you got to hold this together. You got to get the points on the board. It's definitely one of the drivers we want to see in the competition. All right, there you see Kelsey Rawlings ready to do battle, building tire shred snowmen in the pits when she's not drifting. That's her new favorite pastime. All right, looks like she's locked and loaded, ready to go.
Top one oil power steering kits, Link ECU, Nissan S14 246.
Away she goes. Kelsey making her way down the straight. Good speed as she makes her way down the straight. A lot of aggression, man, flicking it in. Definitely not playing it safe. Ooh, keep an angle. A little sketchy there coming around that first outside zone. But she got it from this point on, I'm sure. Ooh, a lot of angle through that second outside zone into the third and final outer zone. Kelsey got to hold it together as she makes her way. So far, so good. Last transition. Slow transition, safe transition, but nonetheless, I think she got some points on the board.
Right.
Wasn't
evidently
the
a
cleanest
struggle.
one.
Yeah, exactly.
Definitely struggled.
Yeah, evidently the first half of the course was a real struggle for her. Possibly went in with too much angle and then just caused her to just lose speed through the outer bank, and then just made that major correction midway through it. A lot of angle through outer zone number 2, which of course reduced that. Yeah, and it's just working away. And then here we go, another deceleration through this section of the course.
Yeah, I mean, she definitely looked like she was playing it safe. At first, going down the straight, I mean, she was going all out into it. Very aggressive on the entry, but struggling around the track. So did she get some points on board? Hope so. We'll see what she got. Here you go, judges' result. Kelsey Rawlings, second run of a 55. Kelsey Rawlings with the second qualifying run of a 55. So we will see her in competition. Thank goodness. We don't want to see any more zeros.
Up next, we have Jackson Orr.
Oh, Jackson Orr also sitting on 0. over there warming up his tires. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming out here and shoot you guys, like I said, as the competition starts to progress and you want to stay up to date on who's battling who. If you took a break or you walked away and you're not really sure if your favorite driver is gone yet, log on to the Clutch Kickers 100K Drift Series, and the live bracket will populate throughout the day. Just continue to refresh the page, and if you have friends and family that are looking to see the event, we're unable to make it, or you're not going to be able to make it for tomorrow's competition, go ahead to baldeagle.com and check, just sign up for that live stream, so that way you guys can check us out on the live stream. It also helps because then you get the replays and you get a little more information about the drivers. So here we go. Jackson Orr making his way down the straight, flicking into the first outer zone. Good speed. Kind of backed off a little bit towards the end. Can he stay above that white line? And he does. Now he has to bring it down into that touch and go. Good job. Second outer zone. Holding it together over the bump. Good job. Maintaining control over the vehicle as he makes his way through the third outer zone. Coming really shallow out of that third outer zone. Flicking it past that inside clip. Well, he got a full pull.
Right.
Points on the board. That's what we want. Points on the board.
Definitely. It wasn't easy, though.
No, it didn't look like it. It looked like he was battling the car there, but hey, looks like he pulled it off.
He had a tough time going through outer zone number 1. You see a lot of corrections, falling midline. Knew that was happening, so he made that correction to keep the car sideways through outer zone number 1. Gets through outer zone number 2. Could have been deeper there. Goes through the bump pretty well. And as he goes around, just makes it through, shallows up like you mentioned, and gets through the course.
You know what? Whoop, whoop. Is that the sound of the police? Whoop, whoop. That's the sound of the police. There we go. Security. Security. Freedom Factory security. Is that Cletus? I think it is.
Yeah.
What has he got under the hood of that thing? Oh, there he is. Cletus McFarland making sure everybody is doing what they're supposed to. Brand new sheriff in town.
Oh.
There's a new sheriff in town. There, Cletus McFarland. Security. Woo!
I think he's here to make sure that nobody goes on the grass.
Oh, he's the grass marshal.
Ah, yes, indeed.
Yes, all right. Jackson Orr getting a 54. All right, Jackson getting some points on the board with a 54. So he will be in the competition. This is good to see. This is what I like to see. No zeros, some points on the board. And up next, that's Bradley St. Germain. Yep. The Team Jackson Performance. And I believe he's sitting on a 0 as well. So he's all or nothing. Bradley St. Germain going from his S14 Nissan 240 SX that he's been driving for like 7 or 8 years, right? Basically all his experience, and now transferring over to a new chassis, which is definitely a capable chassis with the help of Team Jackson Performance and Shift Culture. This Shift Culture Chevy Corvette piloted by Bradley St. Germain of South Florida. And away he goes down the track. See, here we go. We want to keep it above that line. He's going to be aggressive on his flick into the first outer zone, and he is. So far, so good. Stay on that throttle. Can he maintain? Oh, starting to inch down. No, he makes it around. Thank goodness. Through that touch and go, holding it together, flicking into that second outside zone. Now here comes a make it or break it moment. Good job, Bradley. Hold it together. He is very shallow in the beginning of that third outer zone, staying midline, but he's going to get some points on the board as he holds it together. Wow. Did he use his chi to knock over that clipping point? Because he didn't hit it.
Oh.
The force. I think he used the force. He just said, you're going to lie down.
I mean, he was worried about certain areas, and he was not entirely sure of how to attack certain portions of the course, but thankfully he got through outer zone number 1. That was very important. He missed out on outer zone number 2, shallows up on outer zone number 3, and again, issues throughout the course, but
points on the board.
Points
on the board. Yeah. There we go. Well, making it through the course. Good job, Bradley St. Germain. I mean, you can just see the difference, right? Learning that new car. He was our round 1 number 1 points qualifier. Or not points qualifier, but our round 1 number 1 qualifier. And to see him transition into the vet, I've seen him at a couple other events at US Drift Circuit and everything, trying to battle that chassis. He's out here. The more he drives, the better he's going to get. We see a lot of drivers out there changing chassis, and just take some time to learn them. But there we go. Bradley St. Germain with a second run score of a 63. Bradley St. Germain with a second run score of 63. Up next, we have Zindara Kennedy, professional stunt woman that's out here throwing down, dipping her toe into the drift competition world. taking that experience, the years of experience as a stunt driver, and taking that experience and applying it to competition drifting here at the Klutch Kickers $100,000 drifter. I love that livery. It's pretty cool. A lot of detail went into that livery. All right, and there she goes. It's like a Badlands 350Z as she makes her way almost off the gas as she made her way down the straight. I don't know if the car is down on power. Very late-ish initiation. If she can get some points on the board, it'd be nice. I don't know if she's battling some issues with that car, but that initiation didn't seem too confident, if that makes sense. But she's making her way through the third final outer zone. She's going to flick it in past that last inside clip. I don't know if she's just really playing it safe, but that first outer zone was, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, going
very timid.
Right. Going into the first outer zone, it may have been a bit too safe, or maybe it was just the possible issues that she may have been plagued with. And you got to ask yourself, was it too late when she actually got around to initiating? But she got through outer zone number 1, struggled through outer zone number 2, and then again it continued to struggle throughout the rest of the course. Does find a way to actually get out to the exit of outer zone number 3 and finishes off the rest of the way.
You go watching the replay one more time. She makes way, almost like she probably could have used a little more momentum going into that bank. If you're not going to have if you don't have the power, you definitely need that momentum. You know, we've seen one of our very own judges here, Jeremy Lowe, go around the bank with just a bone stock Miata and ride the wall.
A 1.6
Miata. 1.6 Miata, and able to ride the bank around OSW. So we know it can be done. It just takes a different method of attack.
Right. And I think what the judges are looking for exactly when she initiated.
Right. Because there is a point at which if a driver initiates, it basically zeroes out the run before they even start. So did that happen? I guess we'll find out. But up next we have Steve Bergstrom. Steve Bergstrom also sitting on a 0, so he's want to get some points on the board. But all right, Zindara Kennedy with the second run score of a 54. Zindara Kennedy will be in the competition with a 54. She's definitely going to want to see her get a little more aggressive as she starts to go into competition. So I'm sure we'll see that because a lot of these drivers, like I said, it's a different plane of attack, qualifying versus competition. You definitely see during competition and tandem battles, the drivers, they just really step up their game and become just really clean up their act and just throw down some solid runs. So it's going to be interesting to see how the competition develops. But here we go. Steve making his way down the track as he goes down the straight, sitting on a 0. Hopefully he can get some points on the board, flicking into that first outer zone. Kind of low to start, but he's starting to work his way up the bank. Good job. Okay. Now he's riding the wall almost. Now he's got to bring it back down to that touch and go, a little off that touch and go, flicking into that second outer zone. Here we go over the bump. Holds it together. Running midline. Trying to stretch it out as he makes his way through that third outer zone. Last transition, a lot of angle coming into that that final inside clip. And, well, looks like he has some points on the board. Definitely better than a 0.
Right, but not the cleanest.
No.
Not the cleanest of runs. And I got to wonder, did he tap that wall on outer zone number 1? I'd like to see that as he was working his way up. It just seemed that way. Luckily, though, it didn't really disrupt the car, as we've seen before when people make contact with the wall. Misses outer zone number 2, goes way shallow going into outer zone number 3, then works his way on the outer edge of that, and then knocks over the inner clip. And we'll take a look back over here as he goes off wide. Hard to see that from our perspective.
Yeah, it is. But nonetheless, full pull. You know, he left a lot to be desired.
Okay.
But did he get points on the board? Right.
And if so, how many?
And if so, how many? Right. So far, everything's looking beautiful here at Bradenton, Florida at the Freedom Factory. We're enjoying the weather. We're enjoying the drifting. We're thankful that all you guys have made it out here to watch live. And Steve Bergstrom, official results, second run of a 67. Steve Bergstrom with a 67 on the second run. And up next we have the other half of Taxi Garage out there, Nick Ward. Nick Ward having a great run. Just fell offline just a little bit, causing him to zero out his run. But he definitely a driver who learns from his mistakes. So we're excited to see him battle it out in the competition. But there you go, Nick Ward, Drift Taxi. I'm sorry, Taxi Garage. Drift Taxi. They need to get a Drift Taxi.
Yeah.
But Nick Ward with Taxi Garage, they're crazy carts, and you guys haven't ever checked them out, definitely check them out on Instagram. They do a lot of crazy stuff with their drift carts. They go everywhere, wherever they go. That's what they are. That's what they do. Here we go. Nick Ward flicking into that first outside zone, getting high on the wall. He's just got to keep it up there. Don't want him to drop down, and he's able to maintain that line as he comes through the infield to that first outside zone. Throw some angle, flicking into the third outside zone. Coming around, trying to get and stretch it deep on the outer edge there. Doing a pretty good job, throwing a lot of angle. Final transition past the inside clip. Good job, Nick Ward getting a full pull as he makes his last qualifying run of the day.
And these are the things you like to see after you witnessed them struggle in the first qualifying run with a 0. So you would hope they figure things out and make a run. And you see Nick Ward doing just that. Again, wasn't the best run, wasn't the most aggressive, didn't go high on the bank. Probably could have gone a little deeper on outer zone number 2. Did shallow up a bit, and it could have gone a little bit wider on outer zone number 3. But did extend it out at the end and gets through with no major issues.
Good job, Nick Ward. Get some points on the board so he can battle out. You want to go out in a battle. You don't want to go out due to mechanical failure or anything else. It's 0 during qualifying. So it's exciting to see. I'm sure he's happy, right? But unfortunately put himself in a bad position to increase that pressure.
And now's the times your worst opponent is yourself.
Correct. There we go. Nick Ward with the second run score of a 72. Nick Ward with a good run. Run number 2 with the 72. So Nick Ward with a second run of 72. Again, our judges, we have 3 judges here. Dwayne Ramsey is going to be judging angle, Jeremy Lowe is judging line, and Will Parsons judging style.
Coming up next, we have Miles Flick from the Nitrous Outlet Ford Mustang.
Miles Flick, I believe, was a 4th place finisher round 1.
I'd have to look back.
I think it was pretty close, maybe 4th or 5th, but he was, I think it was first time out in that Mustang, and looks like he fell in love with it because in the last 3 rounds, that car has transformed tremendously. So there you go, Miles Flick in the Nitrous Outlet Ford Mustang, ready to do battle. It's got the AC on, automatic, recycle, I'm sure. Gonna keep that air as he works his way down the track. Here we go, Miles Flick, nice, aggressive down the straight, throwing in at that first outside zone. Ooh, a lot of angle. Is it gonna cause him to drop down? Wow.
Boy.
Wow, just playing with that line there as he makes his way through the second outside zone into the third outside zone. Now he's got to hold it together, but that was a very, very shaky attack through the first outside zone. Slow transition there going to that final inside clip. But, yeah, maybe he should turn his AC off. Maybe that's what the problem is.
Maybe so. Or at least hit the AC button.
Yeah.
So that way at least you have some fan going inside.
Something.
Yeah, you see, got a lot of angle, and then it just kind of just took on all that acceleration that he had built up. But luckily, he was able to get through because he was teetering on that edge. Because if he would have crossed that line, it would have been a 0. But was able to get through that. Did have some issues throughout the rest of the course, but he made it through.
Yeah, it was scary there to watch him just tack it wide and start dropping down. You can see that he's dialing back that angle and just toying with that line there. That's just coming close. That's not good.
It's as if like you're sliding around a cliff in a way.
Yeah, you just teasing us. We don't want to see that. We want to see him up on the bank. We want to see a nice solid run, but nonetheless, it looks like he got some points on the board. Miles Flick with a second run score of a 65. Miles Flick, second run, 65. Looks like we're getting through the last bit of our unfortunate zeros of the round 1 of qualifying. Sebastian Guthier out there in his S15 warming up his tires. Sebastian, we've seen him battle it out in some of the past rounds. I believe he got in a collision with
Jonathan
Nairn. That was unfortunate, but he was able to get the car put back together, compete in the next round, and now he's back here again to do battle in round 3 of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Well, it's interesting to see as the track and the day progresses that the track is staying in great shape, right? We're able to go and and get these runs. I don't see anything in sight.
Don't jinx it.
Well, yeah, you're right. Well, we've been plagued with such bad weather for so long now. It's like it's looming in the distance in my head, but I just don't want it to be there. Anyhow, Sebastian Guthier, all the way from Canada, the SSG S15, out here ready to go. Get some points on the board as he makes his way down the straight. Definitely not playing it safe. Going pretty hard as he makes his way into that first outer zone. Doing a good job trying to keep it up there. Started to drop down towards the middle, but brought it back up. Now going through that touch and go. Flicking into that second outside zone. Into that third and final outside zone, number 3. Man, he's just on that throttle. You can just hear that engine roaring as he makes his way past that final inside clip.
Wow.
That was nice.
Yeah, definitely. And you can see the...
There's room for improvement, though.
Oh, no, of course. But it was great to see the way how he attacked that first turn. Outer zone number 1 going through it very well. Could have been higher. Could have been more smoother with the angle. So it wasn't the best, wasn't the cleanest, but he got through it. No problems whatsoever, major problems whatsoever. Falls midline to outer zone number 3. Gets through with the inner clip.
The car sounds amazing.
Oh, it does.
It sounds amazing. Love the car, love the vehicle. Good style. He's a very aggressive driver, so it's going to be another driver that you're going to want to watch as the competition unfolds. I want to thank our sponsors once again. I want to thank BC Racing Coilovers, Drift HQ, Ignite Fuel, Tire Streets, Kensei Wheels, ECU Masters, Fuel Labs, Deech Works, Radium, Haltech, and Champion Oil. Also, we have the vendors, Klutch Kickers out here selling merch, Haltech out here as well, Deech Works, and we also have the Freedom Factory selling merch, and we got the snack bar, so you guys make sure you stay hydrated. Make sure you're wearing sunscreen because it is hot out there. I could just, looking out in the crowd, I can see people are starting to turn red. There you go. Sebastian Guthier gets a second run of an 81. Second run, 81 for Sebastian Guthier, all the way from Canada.
Coming up next, we have Davey People.
Yeah, he's got to get some points on the board.
Yeah.
Another Mustang out there.
Well, this is our second to last competitor on the second half of the qualifying session.
So definitely want to see him get some points on the board. So he makes his second run. Currently sitting in the seat. Davey making his way down the straight. Looks like he's off the ball a little bit, flicking it in. Good aggressive initiation, but he's mid-line during that first outside zone, able to maintain the line above that white line. Taking out a couple of clips. This isn't Pac-Man, folks. We don't want to take those out. Makes his way through the third outer zone. And very shallow. He's going to get some points. Ooh. I mean, he made it through the course.
Right, but not in the most elegant way.
No. No. Some would say he linked the track.
Huh? Okay.
Yeah, Davey, just looks like he's got a lot of grip in that car. Looks like he's battling that car.
But yeah, he slowed down too much when setting himself up for the touch and go, and he actually just punted on both of those markers on the touch and go, like with the middle of his car.
Yeah.
So he was definitely offline there. So how will that weigh in the judges' minds?
Well, they did say the leading edge of the car. I mean, he hit it with almost dead center.
Right.
He smacked the Mustang.
Huh?
The little horsey in the front.
Oh!
Yeah, the judges are probably going to really have to analyze where the cones hit because we went over the possible zeros of what could cause a zero, what he equates as a zero, I should say. And one of it was hitting a clipping point or zone marker with the leading edge of the vehicle. And I don't know. It's like dead center. I mean, was it the leading edge? I don't know.
I mean, like you mentioned, the little stallion in the middle.
Yeah,
I mean,
is that the definitive line? To the left of the stallion is okay, to the right's not, or the other way around? I don't know. But yeah, Davey's got, if he gets some points, he's going to have to analyze. He needs to watch his run here and then learn from where he made his mistakes. I'm sure he probably already knows what was going on, but it definitely looks like that car is really gripped up. It may not quite have the power he needs in that vehicle to be able to keep it sideways. You know, you want grip, but if you have the power for it.
or maybe he went with the wrong tire choice.
air it up a little bit, maybe.
Exactly. So then you start playing around with the tire pressure to try to work around the grip issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to get that extra grip out of these drift cars, right? One of the ways, the guys, you use a wider tire, you run a lower tire pressure, much like drag racing, allows the tire to make more contact, to contact the road with more of the surface, so you enhance the traction. But he did get a score, so David Peoples did walk away with a 45 on a second run. David Peoples gets a second run score of 45, but he definitely has some work to do, in whether it be the setup or his plan of attack. As I was mentioning before, not only is the tire choice and how much air you put in the tires, it's also a mechanical grip, right? You can use the geometry of the rim of the car in order to dial more traction into the car. So all these things, as the drivers start to compete and learn how to do their setup, these are things that they're going to start focusing on setting up their car.
Right, and last but not least, we have Brandon Mcdowell. We just learned that on the first qualifying run, he broke a rear axle on the driver's side.
Okay, so he was good. Well, at least it was an axle. It looks like he got it fixed. He's back at it, so we want the axles. So hold on to those axles, okay? We want those axles to stay where they are. Okay, here we go. Brandon McDowell definitely not taking it easy as he makes his way through that first outside zone, and this is what we're expecting to see from Brandon McDowell, getting a full pull, nice high line on that bank, flicking it past that second outside zone, nice angle, transition into third and final outer zone, doing a good job staying on that outer edge. This is the Brandon McDowell that we know as he flicks it past that final inside clip. Nice angle, looking at the crowd, give it up. Brandon McDowell throwing some points on the board.
It's very reminiscent of what happened on the previous round. If you recall, the first qualifying run, zeroed. And then the second qualifying run was a phenomenal.
I hate when they toy with my emotions like this.
Quit playing games with your heart?
Yes, they're playing games with my heart, that's for sure.
Well, let's take a look back. You see Brandon McDowell, great job throughout the course, hitting the markers, hitting the zones right where he needs to be, getting out on the outer edge. He does fall a little ahead, but for the most part, fills in outer zone number 3.
Yeah, I mean, you could pick it apart. A little shallow coming out of outer zone number 3, but solid run, the run we're expected to see. And there you go. There's Sheriff Cletus out there.
Oh, wait. Might see
Do you think he's going to attack it?
a new challenger.
Is he going to?
Is he on the driver's list?
Cletus?
I don't know.
He's already qualified.
Oh.
Now he's in here in his security vehicle with something menacing under the hood. What?
Oh, man, I got all these,
Qualifying. We are done with the second round of qualifying. Now the judges are gonna go ahead and there you go. Brandon McDowell with a 93 on a second run. Brandon McDowell with a 93 on a second run. Now, even though he got a 93, that doesn't put him at the top of the qualifying list because those top 40 drivers have secured their spots. So the best a second round qualifier can do is oh wait. All right, we're gonna toss to Cletus real quick. Burnout. That's just a little burnout. Give it up for Cletus McFarland. This is his home. He just loves to come out here and just have a blast. I mean, he's living the dream. It's amazing. I would love to be out here. I'd be doing the same thing. Oh, look, he doesn't even have momentum. He's riding the bank.
So I guess you don't need speed.
Yeah, you don't need speed. Is it a bad score if you left foot brake the whole bank? Is that bad? Is that a 0? I don't remember seeing that as a 0.
I mean, he's still in drift.
Yeah.
He's still getting sideways.
Yeah, he's still doing drift.
Oh, look at that suspension work.
Yeah, it's impressive how slow it is.
All right, folks, give it up for
Cletus McFarland in the Freedom Factory security vehicle as he makes his way through the track. Is that automatic?
I don't know. But I think what a great way to finish off, conclude our qualifying session.
He's right in the bank. That's hilarious. Yeah. Maybe you should compete in that car.
Yeah. Maybe that's the backup car.
Maybe that's the backup car. That might just be the backup car. I'm waiting for the radiator cap to explode off the car.
I
You don't think so?
don't know. No.
How hot do you think that engine is?
I mean,
right
the
now?
hood is off, so.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
proper cooling.
Oh, it's totally proper cooling. Yeah. At what point does the motor blow?
I don't know. I think the Fords are built for tough.
Oh, built Ford tough. Okay. All right, give it up, Cletus McFarland, doing too little burnout. Oh wait, there's more.
Okay,
That's a pretty serious rear bash bar, huh?
Yeah. What else does he have in store?
I don't know.
This is great. It's a midday smoke show.
Yep, it's dinner and a show, but I'm not going to dinner. There we go.
All right. Well, working way through the. Oh, there goes one tire.
Oh, he's blowing tires.
Ah,
Is he blowing tires? Is that what he's doing?
I think so.
Something's gonna blow.
Oh,
There you
goes the
go.
other
There
one.
you
Yep,
go.
yep.
All right, no more tires. All right, he's out.
No,
that-
not the grass.
I think, is that who we saw on the, I was watching the news the other day, and I was watching a car running from the cops. I wonder if it was that one. Looked
Running
pretty
with the
serious.
cops or from
I'm
the
not
cops?
sure. I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
All right, folks. Well, we thank you guys for joining us for qualifying. You guys weathered the heat. Make sure you guys go ahead and get hydrated. We're going to go ahead and we're going to be back in a few hours, about 5 o'clock, to get into the competition. So, guys, stay tuned. Share the link, baldygill.com. Sign into the live stream. Check us out. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We're here at the Freedom Factory in beautiful Bradenton, Florida, enjoying drifting today. We're at round 3, officially halfway through the Klutch Kickers Season 3 drift season. We've had a lot of excitement already. We've had great weather. The drivers and the cars are being put to the test, not just mentally, but physically, in the machines, and just the way the cars have been battling it out through not just the qualifying, but practice. We've seen cars catching on fire. We've seen all kinds of action already today. But my name is Tim Murphy, and along with my co-host, Captain Ben, we have the privilege to give you guys a play-by-play action as well as some commentary and hopefully educate those fans that are new to drifting on exactly what you're seeing today. I of course, want to thank you guys for watching, and also want to mention to those of you that are in attendance that we are running a little ahead of schedule, and we have had quite a few buy runs, so we may actually finish early. So I do want to mention to those of you that are here, or maybe friends or family, that you may want to reach out to them and say, hey, listen, today's competition is probably going to end a little early. So you may want to reach out to those friends and family, let them know that. But yes, we are through. We have our qualifying grid. You guys can check out the live bracket on Klutch Kickers 100K Drift Series, and that'll continue to populate throughout the day. Previously, during this qualifying, we've had some mishaps, and we've had, like, Ben Julian, unfortunately, get taken out of competition due to mechanical damage. George Thomas with Monster Performance, he had a front subframe issue, got that fixed, and then had axle issues. We saw Brandon Mcdowell lose an axle, but who ended up coming out on top was Jonathan Aaron with a 95-point qualifying run. So we're able to catch up with him and get some feedback from him. So let's check that out.
Yeah, we take a look back over here at his qualifying run. You see that one thing to note up from his run, he was just a lot of speed. He was just very aggressive throughout the course, and you see that he's hitting the zones like right where he needs to be. And I would say that he is going to be definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, we were talking earlier. We got to catch up with some of the drivers in the pits during the little break here. We got to attend the drivers' meeting and get a little feel for what the judges are looking for, and that's the chance where the drivers can ask the judges how things are going to be judged when they go into these battles. But you're absolutely right. Jonathan Aaron is on fire. He definitely seems the car seems dialed in. He seems focused, and he's hopefully going to work his way up through the champion, because currently, as you can see on the screen, he's in a 4th place finish. Adam LZ sitting on top. So it's going to be important for Jonathan to try to gain those points. You know, can he take out? Will Adam get taken out on his, tomorrow early in the top 32? The top 20 qualifiers today, I got a buy run, so they're not going to be competing today. They're going to go ahead and save their tires, save their energy, and go ahead and rest up and spend some time to recuperate and get a game plan for tomorrow. And we'll see them in the top 32. But those drivers that didn't make that top 20 buy run list, they're going to battle it out, and we're going to try to finish off that grid for tomorrow's competition. So you may be asking, well, what's a track layout? Maybe you didn't watch qualifying. Well, every round, Klutch Kickers, what they do is they basically change the layout in order to challenge the drivers. So, Ben, why don't you go over the layout for us today?
Yeah, as you can see in the graphic on the display, this was the original layout, and we've decided to actually modify it. And pretty much everything is the same for the most part, except for the outer zone number 4. Mm-hmm. We've actually removed outer zone number 4, and their drivers are actually going to be shutting down right after that inner clip. Okay, so they made a little modifications. I think during practice, some of the drivers were saying they couldn't run one set of tires for 2 laps, because by the time they would go through that entire course, I think you said tire temperatures in excess of 300 degrees, so the tires were just literally melting right off. So Klutch Kickers adapted like they usually do, and they listened to the drivers, and the drivers wanted the shorter course, so we were able to do that, and it seems like everything is going to work out pretty well. Looks like the drivers are getting a lot of smoke. We have seen some drivers either struggle on the bank, not able to be up above that line, and also going through the from outer zone number 2 to outer zone number 3. So we're going to see how that plays out. It's interesting to also note that now that we're going in to the competition portion, it's going to be tandem only. Tandem only is a cat and mouse style of race. So you have a lead driver and a chase driver, and you have different responsibilities for those lead and chase drivers. And that's how the judges are going to be able to determine a winner. As you can see right there, we have the lead driver's responsibility. Lead driver is required to put a 100-point qualifying run, meaning they need to be in all the zones, on all the clips, nice, solid, consistent angle, nice speed throughout the course. It needs to be a chaseable lead run. What does that mean? If that lead driver falters or goes offline and does something that's going to cause the chase driver to choke up,
that's going to affect the lead driver's score. It has to be a chase for the lead run. He can't just go anywhere he wants. Follow all zones and clips and decel zones. That just leads right back to that 100-point qualifying run. We want the drivers to be in outer zones as close to the edge of the track as possible, and then through the touch and go as close as possible. Now the chase driver, he's going to initiate alongside with the lead car, cannot impede the lead car. He must allow the lead car to initiate. He needs to maintain as much proximity as close as possible and try not to vary, right? Go get close and far away. They want to see a consistent proximity, match or better the lead car's angle, and match the lead car's lines in transition. The judges want to see the drivers transition together smoothly and put on a great show for the spectators that are here watching live, and also those spectators that are watching on the live stream around the world.
Yeah, so I mean, based on what taking a look at the lead driver deductions: shallow angle, incorrect line, poor transitions, compromising line, angle, or style for speed.
Right. Those are also very important things that the judges are looking for, and these were brought up. And as well as the chase driver deductions, cutting the line compared to lead car. Okay, and proximity is important, but is it so important that you're going to sacrifice any type of line? So there's a balancing game. We want the cars to be close. We want a good tandem, but it still needs to be a decent line. Less angle than the lead car just means the chase car is trying to catch up and is just putting himself in a bad position. Location and timing of the initiation, transition, timing overall, driving compared to lead car. Like I said, it's a mimicking game. It's a cat and mouse. I mean, these two drivers, they're going out there. Lead car, he knows what he's supposed to do. Chase car knows what he's supposed to do. And once they do their first run, they swap positions, and now they go at it again. And what you're going to notice, too, is you're going to see some of the higher horsepower cars come out here, and they may tend to struggle on some of the lower horsepower cars. That's one of the dynamics about Klutch Kickers and makes it the great event that it is. So I know we're starting to line up the cars. We are going to be running them shortly. I just want to make sure that you guys, if you're here live and you're not going to make it here tomorrow, check out baldeagle.com. Check them out. You want to click on the live stream under the events tab. Also, those of you guys that are in attendance, since we probably will finish early, I got a message saying they are actually running an event called Street Heat at the Braden Motorsports Park until 11 o'clock tonight. Unfortunately, if you did pay for your live ticket here today, it's a different park altogether. It's not the same park. So it is a $20 entrance fee, but they're going to be running street cars, roll racing, and it's just going to be an exciting event. Like I said, we're going to end a little early. So if you guys still want to finish off your day in motorsports, just go next door and check out Braden Motorsports Park in the Street Heat. And also want to let you guys know that in attendance, the merch here closes at 5 o'clock. Any merch, and you guys want to make sure you're staying hydrated. And if you want any souvenirs and you're not going to be back here tomorrow, check out the merch. We have vendors like Klutch Kickers here as well, selling merch, so check them out as well. Actually, I'm just getting where we have an updated track map to kind of help, right? Because the last one was, so here we go.
There we go.
Over there. That makes a little more sense than what we've seen.
Yeah. Like we said, you have outer zone number 1 on the bank. They have an inner touch and go where the driver just has to worry about in the lead position putting the bumper and within that box. You're going to transition over to outer zone number 2, then transition again for outer zone number 3, and finalize the run with the only inner clip of this course layout.
Yeah, and some of the key areas here that we want you guys, not just the spectators here, but those of you guys that are watching online, are where we've seen issues. There is a white line throughout outer zone number 1. The cars must remain between that white line and the wall. We've seen a lot of drivers struggle to keep the car above that white line and almost drop down and pass it, and actually zero out quite a few drivers that were not able to stay above that white line as they make it their way across the outer zone number 1. That touch and go. That touch and go, like you said, it's not a clipping point. They don't have to get close to the cones, but there is a marked off section there. They just need to drop their bumper over. And as they work their way through outer zone number 2, the other key area of the track where we may see some action or we may see some collisions is going to be going from outer zone number 2 to outer zone number 3. But with that being said, it looks like we have Will Couch and Brandon Mcdowell lining up, getting their cars all ready for battle. Those of you guys that are not used to drifting and understand what exactly is going on, I was talking to somebody earlier today, and it's like, oh, I think it's so cool they do like burnouts before they go. Well, there's a reason for that burnout, right? The reason they want to warm up their tires, they want to get the car ready to do battle. And that's what they're doing right now. Both drivers are going to take their chance. They're going to warm up their front tires and their rear tires so that when they get locked up in the grid, they're ready to go. As you saw on the screen briefly a little while ago, you see Will Couch. Will Couch is in that blue S13 Brandon Mcdowell in that red Injuku Racing 350Z. Will Couch was the higher qualifier, so he will lead first. Brandon McDowell will give chase. Brandon McDowell, an aggressive chase driver, so it's going to be exciting to see how this goes. All right, looks like they get the thumbs up. Both drivers locked in, ready to go, and they're off. Will Couch in lead. Brandon McDowell not too far behind. Both drivers initiating into that first outer zone. Brandon McDowell going to try to close that gap. Whoa! Will Couch tapping the wall, it looks like, as he made his way through that first outside zone. Both cars past the touch and go. Going in past the second outer zone into the third outer zone. Both cars holding it together. Brandon McDowell starting to reel in Will Couch as they make their way across the third outer zone, flicking it past the final inside clip. Brandon McDowell a little shallow in that line there. Nonetheless, good run. Way to start off the top 64 competition.
Wow, very interesting. I mean, did not expect Will Couch to go into the wall like that, but luckily, though, it didn't phase him. He kept it going, kept his composure, and at the same time, Brandon McDowell was able to deal with it. He, kept his form, kept his formation, didn't go too close, but gave himself a little bit of room for error in case Will Couch does mess up again. And then as it got down to outer zone number 3, that's where Brandon McDowell started his attack to zero in on Will Couch, but it seemed like he transitioned a bit too early and then caused him to go offline.
Yeah, both drivers doing a good job maintaining consistent angle across that bank. There you go, right there. Will Couch just tapping the wall, maintaining drift. So good job, Will Couch, to not let that straighten him out, because we've seen two other drivers in the past. I believe it was Alex Hunterdale did the same thing. He hit it a little harder in round 1 and took him out of competition. And I believe Ben Julian, I don't know if he had something wrong with his steering or something, but I think in one of the rounds he also ran the wall, and then just kind of, once you get hit, once you tap that wall, it tends to want to suck you in, and then you're just bouncing against it, and just damage. So it's good to see that Will Couch was able to maintain control so that we can see the second half of this battle. No driver has yet to use their 5-minute timeout. So all the drivers on grid still have their 5-minute timeout. They're only allowed to use one 5-minute timeout for the whole competition. So far, it looks like we're having a good day. Here we go, both drivers. Will Couch trying to stay right there with Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell trying to pull away. Definitely full throttle. Brandon McDowell out front. Will Couch way low on the start of outer zone number 1. Brandon McDowell putting on a clinic on how to ride the bank as they make their way into the infield, past that second outside zone, into the third outer zone. Will Couch diving in for the attack. Shallow on his angle, sacrificing a lot of line and angle as he makes his way in that proximity, in that pocket of Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell doing a great job with his lead run. Both drivers, we're going to have their hands full, man. It's going to be a lot of action today. This is the way it's starting out.
Yeah, for sure. And you have Brandon McDowell doing a great job, much better job compared to Will Couch and the initiation of outer zone number 1. Will Couch falls down on the initiation of that. But then this is where Will Couch starts to prepare his attack as he gets ready for outer zone number 3. Boom, right there. Getting real close side by side with Brandon McDowell. Will Couch has to regain his composure, try to maintain that drift, so that way he doesn't lose it. But Brandon McDowell not phased by Will Couch attack.
No, Brandon McDowell, experience showing through, putting down an amazing lead run, a high qualifying lead run. High qualifying means in the zones, he's on the cliffs. He's got good speed, good angle. Will Couch trying to close that gap, but it's sacrificing, almost hitting Brandon McDowell in some pretty heavy corrections, some steering corrections, some shimmies and shakes as he makes his way through outer zone number 3.
And I would say very risky on Will Couch's part to be able to want to attack through that section.
That is a risky part, because that is the area where we mentioned before, that transition from outer zone 2 to outer zone 3. There's a elevation change that you'll see some cars almost completely come off the ground there. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays out for the chase drivers, right? Because they're going to have to be able to adapt in that situation, and it could make for some pretty hairy situations. We'll see. But what the judges are deliberating, you got Will Couch on the left in the S13, and you got Brandon McDowell in that Injuku Racing red 350Z. Brandon McDowell, known in Clutch Kickers as one of the most aggressive drivers, and not just a chase position, but just in his entries. Okay, here we got the judges look like they're going over both runs. You can see the sky cam. As you saw, Will Couch, he did tap the wall. That does mean he was offline, right? So if you're tapping the wall and it's causing your car to almost straighten out, that's a correction, right? That's a mistake.
Right.
So now the chase driver in the position now, unfortunately for Brandon McDowell, he wasn't close enough to Will Couch in the chase position to where he really had to make any major corrections. So you can see both cars here initiating together, which is great. Will Couch touching the wall, not really phasing Brandon McDowell too much because he's far enough back. It's like 2 or 3 cars behind. Like to see him closer, right? Will Couch did a good job of just keeping that distance on Brandon McDowell because Brandon is not somebody that can be taken lightly.
Right, and you could also say that Will Couch could have done a better job of filling in the outer zones in certain sections around the course, and Brandon McDowell could have done easier. Could have been done better on the proximity, on the chase position. But I'd like to see exactly what the judges decide on this.
Okay, well, we're waiting for the results. Here we go. It's a slide him left for Brandon McDowell, slide him right for Will Couch. You see our 3 judges, Jeremy Lowe, Dwayne Ramsey, and Will Parsons. All 3 judges, pro drivers, all here for years and years of competition experience and judging experience. I'm out here to make the calls that most of us don't want to make. Oh, out getting Brandon McDowell. Brandon McDowell is going to advance on. Brandon McDowell advances on. He takes out Will Couch. And Brandon McDowell will advance on to tomorrow's competition. We'll see him tomorrow. He's able to take the car and rest it and rehydrate and get it set up for tomorrow, make any last-minute changes. Congratulations to Brandon McDowell. Will Couch did a great job. Unfortunately, not enough to pitch out. Next up, we got Kelsey Robins and Hurt Life. Hurt out here in the Injuku Racing Nissan Skyline. And Kelsey Robins is out here. S14. Kelsey Robins struggling a little bit during qualifying, I noticed, and hopefully she's able to work out those bugs. I saw them working on the car in the pits a little while ago, so hopefully whatever bugs was causing her to, she zeroed out her first qualifying. Yeah, it didn't look like she was struggling with her second qualifying. Got some points on the board, but Hurt is he's just getting better and better every round. And he's getting more comfortable in that car, and we can see it. So, like I said, shout out to Injuku Racing to just providing that vehicle for her to be able to come over here and battle out the Klutch Kickers $100,000 drift series.
So this is the first time both of these individuals are going to do battle. So interesting to see what transpires here.
Yeah. So Hurt is going to lead. Kelsey is going to give chase. This first half of the battle as they both cars. Wow, Hurt just rocketing out down the straight. Kelsey right there with him as they initiate into that first outer zone. Hurt doing a great job staying high. Kelsey trying to maintain proximity as they make their way through the touch and go. Both cars flicking in through the infield. Kelsey trying to close that gap and just get in the pocket right behind Hurt as they make their way through the third outer zone. And now the last transition past the inside clip. Whoa, really close transition of Kelsey Robins as they make their way through the end of the course. Kelsey taking out that inside clip, but was she trying to, she was trying to stay online? I don't know. Was she offline? We'll see.
Yep, have to see. Maybe the Baldigo cam will tell us. But you see, Hurt could have been a little higher on the bank, and as you saw, Kelsey not really much work to, not much where to go. But in any case, you see side by side, both of the drivers on outer zone number 3. Kelsey just trying to go on the attack. This is where she really dives in for the attack. Very close to making contact with Hurt on the transition to the final inner clip.
Right, so that may be an area where the judges are going to kind of pay attention. They may rewind that to see later on. And she did have good proximity. She did dive in. The judges are okay with sacrificing some line to gain that proximity. But at what point do you sacrifice too much line to gain proximity? That where it takes you way off course. So that's some of the things that the judges are going to be looking for at the line. You could see Hurt, but Kelsey has not made it back to the start line. It looks like the car is still on track, and some of the staff are trying, I don't know if they're trying to get the hood open, but they're definitely looking at the front end of Kelsey Robins' Nissan S14. Sponsored by Top One Oil, PowerSteeringKits.com, Link ECU, BC Racing.
Maybe a component got damaged when it knocked over that inner clip.
Could be. Well, it looks like they just removed the front bumper, so it looks like everything's good. So that's good news, right? We don't want to see cars taking out mechanical failure. Unfortunately, I don't know how Savio and his crew was able to get his car back together, because unfortunately that was another thing that happened during practice. Is Savio Silva of Drift HQ had a stellar qualifying run, and then his car caught on fire. So hopefully his crew was able to repair it. But there you can see Kelsey Robins in that Top One Oil Nissan 240SX. Hurt in Injuku Racing. Whoa, Kelsey giving putting a gap on Hurt as they make their way down the straight. And look at Kelsey, a commanding lead out front on the wall. Hurt, you have some ground to make up as they come through that second outer zone. Hurt's doing a good job of closing that gap. Kelsey and Hurt transitioning into that third outer zone. Hurt's really diving in, real shallow line, trying to close that door. Wow, really, Kelsey put it on. I mean, that was a rocket ship as she went
you
down.
were talking about street heat happening right across the park.
Yeah,
it's happening here.
It's right in front of our eyes. Here you go, man.
I mean, caught Hurt asleep. I mean, look at the gap going into the first turn.
I think we just witnessed a gaptism on Saturday.
Well, you don't see that every day.
No.
But you see Hurt just trying to close that gap, just regain that lost proximity as he goes for the attack on outer zone number 3. That's where Kelsey kind of could have done a better job of maintaining that angle. But I'm just curious what happened there with Hurt right from the start. He was in trouble.
Wow. Well, so now that's going to be an interesting call for the judges. Well, Hurt looks like he's excited. They're both pointing at each other. Look like they're both having a good time.
It's like tag your it.
Yeah, tag your it. Yeah. Kelsey Rawlings doing a great job in a lead run. And it's just amazing how just the tides turn and the difference. Look at the gap that she puts on Hurt. Unfortunately, Hurt.
It's like 4 cars, right?
Yeah, 4 or 5 cars easy, just walking them down the straight. And here we go. Hurt doing a good job, though, of not sacrificing much angle and able to utilize his line to look how he caught up to Kelsey towards the end.
Right.
Now, he did really run way shallow in that third outer zone, but he did close the gap.
Right, but that's because Kelsey was shallow going into that third outer zone. So if she was actually running the line and going wide,
right,
that would have given her not only the opportunity to close the gap, but also go wide like Kelsey would have done if she would have been running the line.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, Hurt did a good job because there is a point where the judges can actually tell the chase driver it was an inactive chase, right? Where you're so far back and there's like, you can't even fit the cars in the same frame. At some point that becomes an inactive chase. Hurt did a great job of, I mean, there was that gap through that first outer zone, but by the time they went through the second outside zone, he was closing that gap significantly. So he was able to dive back in for the attack. We'll see. We'll see what happens as the judges are going to, discuss the run and watch. But it looks like we have a decision. Will Parsons one more time. Dwayne Ramsey one more time. Jeremy Lowe for Kelsey Rawlings. But it's going to be a one more time battle between Kelsey Rawlings and Hurt. Give it up for these two. They're going to go out there and they're going to battle out again. I guess there were a lot of mistakes on both sides, but overall, 2 one more time votes. We go one more time.
Indeed.
Maybe this won't end as early as we thought. We still got. Is Brandon Whitnick? Did he get a bye run?
Take a look.
If not, we're going to be here forever once he goes out there.
Why don't you, in the meantime, tell us what's coming up next?
Okay. Well, right now you got Cabot Cardoza. He's out there in that neon yellow 350Z. And what looks like he's going to go up against Thomas Moeller in the Corvettes West S13. Both drivers have been battling out at Clutch Kickers, and both drivers know what it takes to win. So Cabot Cardoza from Bridgeboro, USA, and Thomas Moeller out of Sarasota, Florida. Cabot Cardoza going to lead. Thomas Moeller going to give chase. Sorry, folks, we're a little distracted. There's a massive hornet in the booth. There's this massive hornet in the booth, and my brother's trying to swat it down, and everybody's missing it. All right, okay. Crisis averted, crisis averted. I'm sorry, I apologize. All right, back to the action.
Oh,
it was a little distracting. You see a hornet or whatever was flying around here. I apologize. All right, Cabot Cardoza, he is in the lead lane. Thomas Moeller, he is in the chase lane. Both drivers locked and loaded, ready to go. Cabot Cardoza actually had, when they were testing this track, I believe he actually got into an accident out here, doing some testing out here. So, but he's back, got the car back together. He's ready to rock. All right, away we go. Wow, Thomas a little out front. Cabot Cardoza he's got to let Cabot initiate. So both cars working their way down the straight. Both cars initiating down outer zone number 1. Thomas almost straightening out completely through outer zone number 1. He's got some ground to make up. Cabot looking dialed in as that car looks settled as he makes his way into the third outer zone. Thomas is really struggling to chase down Cabot Cardoza. Cabot Cardoza falling shallow through that third outer zone. but still a decent run nonetheless. Both cars off the track. Give it up for Cabot Cardoza. Thomas Moeller just struggling in the chase position.
Yeah, and he has a uphill battle to go through. I mean, from the start, you see that his struggles began just falling behind. Cabot Cardoso high on the bank, right where he needs to be. Thomas Moeller, though, trying to work his way through that, not even nowhere near Cabot Cardoso drop with the majority of the track, getting late on his transitions, falling behind, and every time that he would try to go for attack, Cabot Cardoso was just making sure that he maintained that distance against Thomas Moeller.
All right, so now the drivers, they're going to work their way back up to the start line. Cabot Cardoza is going to chase. Thomas Moeller is going to lead. Hopefully Thomas Moeller he's going to put down a better lead run than his chase run. Otherwise, he's basically going to hand this victory right over to Cabot Cardoza. Cabot Cardoza, he's good in the chase position. He's been out here. We've seen him chase down and take out other competitors in the past. He's always out here with his family. I mean, all these guys, like I said, it's a family reunion. Every time we come out here, just top notch. We love clutch kickers. Ooh.
Something must have happened. I did see some smoke coming out of the hood as they were waiting to take off. So I don't know exactly if there's an issue going on, but
it's a
we're going to go ahead and restart both of these cars.
Yep. Now there is a restart light that I can't quite see from here. Okay, it's all the way down there.
Yeah,
right. There is a restart light. There are certain instances that can cause a restart. So if there is a restart, they basically they light up the restart light. The drivers work their way back to the start line and start again. Now, if the same drivers that fall 3 times, he's going to get a 0. So he can't mess up too much out of the start line, right? But here we go, back at the line, locked and loaded. Judges are ready, track officials are ready, fans are ready. I'm ready. You ready? Here we go. Thomas Moeller out front. Cabot giving him some space. Maybe he needs to close that gap. He's about 3 cars back as both cars enter the first outer zone. Thomas Moeller doing a much better job on that bank. Oh, really getting close to the end of that outer zone number 1. Cabot Cardoza down some angle out, trying to close that gap. But Thomas Moeller doing a good job of staying out front. That hatch almost popping up. They need to make sure that hatch stays closed. As you can see it just kind of bobbling there. Cabot Cardoza not able to close the gap, almost just that 2 to 3 car gap almost all the way around the run. So it almost seemed like Cabot Cardoza wasn't expecting Thomas to be so fast.
Right, and you really weren't expecting that. You thought that Cabot would have been able to be a lot closer than what it was, but maybe he played it too safe. Maybe he thought Thomas was gonna not do the run that that Cabot expected, and he did struggle, Thomas Moeller, throughout the course. But the main thing to take away from it is the distance he created against Cabot Cardoso.
Yeah, but then you're gonna have the judge is gonna probably go to analyze. Thomas Moeller had a good lead run, but Cabot Cardoza, even though he was far back, his chase run, at least angle, the proximity's not there like it should be, right? But definitely in the chase position, Cabot Cardoza looks much smoother. Thomas Moeller definitely putting more of a commanding lead run over the 2. So the judges are going to go back and forth and analyze these runs to be able to determine the victory.
I mean, I worry about, like you mentioned, I worry about the hatch. It almost looked like it was going to pop open.
Yes, came very close to popping open. The hood kind of bobbles, has been it's so thin, it's just kind of flapping in the wind. But that hatch definitely was bouncing up. So one of the things that we mentioned earlier, what qualifies as 0 is the drivers are not allowed to have any trunks, doors, hoods pop up or open during the run. That's not a result of a collision. So if they hit something and the door pops or whatever it is, that's one thing. Or if there's some rubbing action going on between the 2 drivers. But if a hatch just opens up, unfortunately, that's going to be a 0. And we've seen it in the past, and we don't want to see it in the future. So here we go. You can see right there, you just see the hatch kind of popping up a little bit there. So it's, I don't know what's considered completely open, but dangerously close. So Thomas's crew, if he makes it through, they need to make sure they tape that sucker down. Well, it looks like Jeremy Lowe, we got a one more time. Dwayne Ramsey sliding right for Cabot Cardoza. Will Parsons, Cabot Cardoza is going to advance on. Cabot Cardoza takes out Thomas Moeller. Unfortunately for Thomas, he's going to have to call it a weekend. But Cabot Cardoza, give it up. I know him and his family work hard to come out here and battle it out in the competition at the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Next up in the grid, I see Miles Flick in his Ford Mustang, and Brian Bocha in his G35 sedan. That G35 sedan performs well. I mean, he's doing a really good job, very consistent, it seems like. There you go, Brian Bocha, he's going to lead, and Miles Flick is going to give chase. As I mentioned before, how do they determine the lead versus chase? The higher qualifier of the day will get the lead run, and the lower qualifier of the two drivers gets to chase first. And then they swap positions and go at it again.
So Brian qualified 28, Miles 37.
Oh, okay, there you go. And I think Miles Flick has 4 overall wins and 2 losses this season so far in that Ford Mustang. So it's exciting, and wow, it looks like Brian Bocha, he wants to get his first win in battle here, so he's coming into competition with 2 losses. We'll see how he can do. Can he take out Miles Flick? We shall see. Brian out front, both cars entering that first outer zone. Brian to do. Oh! Brian aggressively tapping that wall. Miles Flick dropping back to try to avoid collision, it looks like. Both cars making their way through and past that second outer zone into that third outer zone. Miles Flick trying to close that gap as they make their way through that third outer zone. And here we go. Brian's going to flick it in past that inside clip. Both cars past that inside clip. Whoa! Miles Flick flicking it too hard, unfortunately.
I see what you did there.
Past that inside clip. What? Man, so now judges are going to have to analyze this. Did that collision straighten out Brian? And how much did that affect Miles Flick's chase run?
Well, Brian gave Miles, he threw him a bone with that contact against the wall going into outer zone number 1. So really, Miles Flick just had to complete the run. But again, the infield, another problem for another driver to deal with. You see here.
And we've seen that in the past on some of the other layouts, how the infield traction changes compared to the oval and the other sections of the infield. This white patch of concrete has a different level of traction. So when these cars are coming off these like outer zone number 3 and they're transitioning, they're going from an area with a good amount of traction and flicking into an area with less traction. So the drivers really got to be aware and just be paying attention on what's going to happen when he does flick it into that section. But as you can see here, yeah, and Brian just tapping that wall too hard. Miles making a correction, dropping down, touching that line. Not sure how that's going to affect the judges' view, because there was a pretty decent hit from Brian in the lead position. So you can see, actually you saw, as soon as Brian hit that wall, Miles almost straightened out as he saw it coming. So he kind of reinitiated. So in the drivers' meeting, they did talk about that. If a driver makes a major correction, then the chase driver is going to have some more leniency to make those corrections as well.
Exactly. But then the question is that because there was a distance between both of the drivers, maybe it wasn't enough to really throw Miles off.
Yeah. Well, it could come down to this last run here. Brian not doing the best up through first outer zone. Miles, unfortunately, spinning out right before he exits out the course on that inside clip. So both drivers back up the grid. Miles Flick going to lead. Brian Bocha going to give chase. Looks like everybody's ready, locked and loaded.
They're resetting some of the cones.
Reset button, huh?
Yes.
So once again, I want to thank everybody for joining us today. Those of you guys that have been here all day, it's been a hot day, so I want to make sure you guys are staying hydrated. Check out the snack bar, stay hydrated, get the Hell Yeah Brother special, and down that, and that should make you feel okay. I think that happened last episode. Oh, back to the action. All right, here we go. Miles Flick out front, Brian Bocha right there behind them, both cars flicking into that first outside zone. Brian doing a good job matching the line of Miles Flick. Miles dropping kind of low at the end of that first outside zone. Both cars holding together. Brian doing a good job staying in that pocket as they work their way into that third and final outer zone. Miles Flick, some nice angle, a lot of angle. Brian diving in, cutting that line to try to gain proximity. Brian taking out that inside clip. Ooh, interesting. It's going to be interesting how that plays out, because there were some corrections that Miles was making that lead position that I'm kind of curious how that may have affected Brian.
Exactly. We take a look back at Miles Flick, midline through outer zone number 1. Brian not too far away. Both of the drivers going through the touch and go. So this is where the differences start to occur. Miles Flick goes in and then starts to go wide on outer zone number 3. Brian stays shallow around outer zone number 3. How is that going to play out?
Yeah, but then, Miles Flick around outer zone number 1. I don't know if he touched the line, but he came pretty close to touching that white line. That would mean he's way off track, right? The cars need to keep their tires and the bumpers between the white line, ideally closer to the wall. Well, let's see what happens here. Will Brian get his first win at the Clutch Kickers Season 3? Or will Miles Flick add a win to his column? We shall see. Or will it be a one more time? We don't know yet.
Both drivers making mistakes on both of their lead and chase runs, so there's no definitive winner here.
Well, maybe there is. Miles Flick on the left, Brian Bocha on the right, Jeremy Lowe, Dwayne Ramsey, and Will Parsons. Brian Bocha gonna take out Miles Flick. Miles Flick, unfortunately, not able to pull out a victory. Brian Bocha able to add a 1 to his win column at the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. Miles Flick, unfortunately, I guess too many mistakes. He's going to have to call it a weekend. Wow. It's pretty good.
Yeah, definitely.
Not expected, right? Miles Flick, I believe he was one of the 4th or 5th place winner in round 1. And so utilizing the power and just the machine that Mustang has been able to provide him to compete. Unfortunately, just didn't have enough to pull through a victory today. Next up, we have Christian Catrone and Davey Peoples. Christian Catrone and Davey Peoples getting ready to do battle. Christian Catrone, he's been a longtime competitor at the Clutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We've seen him compete at a lot of events. I know in Orlando and throughout the state of Florida, so it's exciting.
King of OSW.
Yeah, King of OSW. Yeah, I think he won that. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. Christian Catrone is going to lead. Davey Peoples is going to give chase. Both drivers look like they're locked and loaded and ready to go. Wow, still some smoke on them. Tires warmed up. Here they go. Christian Catrone out front in the BMR Chevy Corvette. Davey's got some ground to make up as both cars work their way through that first outer zone. Wow, Christian Catrone nice and high on that bank. Davey dropping way low below that line, struggling to catch up to Christian Catrone. Christian Catrone taking out those outer zone markers, but that's okay. He's holding it together, working his way through the 3rd outer zone. Davey trying to dive in and close that gap. He is able to shallow his angle a little bit to gain proximity, but not quite where he needs to be. Wow, Christian Catrone in that BMR Racing Chevy Corvette, that was an excellent lead run.
Yep. And the only thing that stood out to me as he was going through outer zone number 1 as he exited, he was going way too wide and almost missed. It looked like he missed the touch and go as we take a look back. Might have gotten on the bumper there, but Davey Peoples does knock down both of those markers. And as they transition over to outer zone number 3, that's where Davey Peoples tries to sacrifice the line, shallow up to close that gap. But unfortunately, Christian Catrone was dialed in and getting through the course a lot quicker.
Yeah, unfortunately for Davey Peoples, not able to gain proximity, just not able to close that gap. But Christian Catrone doing a great job putting down the lead line. It does look like he missed that touch and go and did take out that second inside zone markers. I'm sorry, outer zone markers. But well, let's see what happens as the drivers switch positions. And Christian Catrone is now going to chase, and Davey Peoples is going to lead. We are working our way through the top 64 battle, folks. Again, the live bracket is on Clutch Kickers 100K Drift Series. You guys can go ahead and just continue to update that, and it'll continue to populate throughout the evening and throughout tomorrow as well. So just so you can stay up to date on your favorite driver and where they finished and who they're going to be battling against. But right now, it's Christian Catrone versus Davey Peoples. Davey Peoples going to lead in that Ford Mustang, and Christian Catrone in the BMR Racing Chevy Corvette. If you guys are here, you're taking pictures and you're posting up on social media, go ahead, hashtag Clutch Kickers, hashtag Freedom Factory. We want to make sure we can see these photos later on. But here we go, down the straight. Davey is out front. Christian Catrone closing the gap much closer in the chase position. Can Davey pull away? Christian Catrone staying right there with him, starting to close that gap as they work their way past the touch and go. Both cars flicking it, transitioning through the infield and into outer zone number 3. Christian Catrone right there. Now he's starting to gain proximity, going in, moving in for the attack. Christian Catrone right there, almost on his door. transitioning, almost looked like they made contact, but both cars holding it together. Christian Catrone, excellent chase run. Davey Peoples, I don't know, did he do enough in the lead position to edge out a victory?
I don't know. I will say, though, that the main difference going into outer zone number 1, Davey Peoples' midline, Christian Catrone in his lead position was much higher, so definitely an advantage there going over to Christian Catrone. But the other advantage going to Christian is the fact that he was much closer on the attack throughout the course. You see Davey Peoples going through outer zone number 3 and Christian Catrone side by side next to him. It almost looks like they made contact, but looks like they're okay to make it through.
Wow, great job, both drivers. Christian Catrone making, as many other drivers, that transition over to the Chevy Corvette, right? I mean, we know Taylor Ray is working on his Chevy Corvette. He's going from the Miata to Chevy. We've seen Bradley St. Germain with Team Jackson Performance. He went from the S14 to the Chevy Corvette as well. The Chevy Corvette proven to be a formidable machine when it comes to drift competition.
Yep.
Oh, look, here we go. It looks like we have a decision. Left is Davey Peoples, right is Christian Catrone, and all 3 judges vote in favor of Christian Catrone. Christian Catrone taking out Davey Peoples. Christian Catrone advancing on to the top 32 of tomorrow's competition. That was a valiant effort by Davey Peoples. I'm sure he'll be back. Car looks better than ever now, so looking forward to see him in round 4. But unfortunately, this weekend, he's going to have to call it a day. And it looks like we're getting up to the one more time battle between Kelsey Rawlings and Hurt, as both cars are out there warming up their tires. Hurt in that Enjuku Racing Nissan Skyline, and Kelsey Rawlings in that Top One Oil Nissan 240SX.
I'm curious to see what Hurt's going to do on his chase position. We saw earlier that gap that was formed right out the start. So is Hurt going to learn from that experience and try to jump the start to be side by side with Kelsey, or is he going to go with the same approach?
Yeah, you know, I'm glad you mentioned that, because one of the things about drifting, right, it's not just going out there flooring and throwing the car sideways. You got to have a game plan, right? There's got to be some tactics. There's things you have to think in advance for. Right now, Hurt knows that when out in front, Kelsey can gap him, right? So he can utilize certain techniques like roll start, as you mentioned. But right now, Hurt's got to put on the best lead run he can, and Kelsey is right there with them as they make their way into that first outside zone. Kelsey, about half a car or so behind, drops back just for a second. Hurt doing a good job filling out that first outside zone. Both cars working away. No! Kelsey! I mean,
but Hurt has to keep going.
Yeah, Hurt has to keep going. Hurt has to finish his run. Right now, Kelsey is definitely sitting at a deficit, and Hurt has the advantage. Oh, man. Well, she didn't quite spin the first time. Well, unfortunately, she did spin the second time. So right now, looks like Hurt has the advantage. So now, but the battle's not over yet.
Oh, no.
I mean, if Hurt makes a mistake in his next run, we could be seeing a one-more-time battle again. There you go. You see Hurt out front doing a good job through that first outside zone.
Yeah, but what happened over here on the infield just wiped out. Maybe Kelsey knew that Hurt was going a lot more aggressive, and so she needed to go harder on the attack. But I think it was just too aggressive and then just spun out.
Yeah, so now Hurt, I mean, he can't really play it safe because he does want to get in that position where it's an inactive chase, because he knows after the last run the speed in that S14 of Kelsey Rawlings. And so he needs to be able to stay there, right there with her, at least close enough to where he can put down a solid chase run. And Kelsey, all the pressure's on her. I mean, she's got to put down a fast lead run. Can she lose Hurt in lead position? I don't know. We'll see. But here they go. They looked like they took the back bumper off that Enjuku Racing Nissan Skyline of Hurt. And Kelsey, she's there waiting ready. So now, see, Hurt is starting back a little bit. So if he's going to roll forward, he needs to time it, because he still has to allow Kelsey to make her initiation. So he can't impede her line. But hopefully he utilizes a little bit of a roll start. There you go. There you see the roll start going. Nicely timed, Hurt. Good job. Look, he's almost right there with her. Much closer this time. But, man, Kelsey has a rocket ship as she almost blasted right past it. But Hurt still there with her, only a couple cars behind. He'll be able to close that gap as they make their way through the infield. And, oh, no! Oh, no. That looks like they called him Hurt. Hurt, amazing job maintaining control, drifting on by. I think it's safe to say Hurt's got this one in the bag. I think even Kelsey Robins knows it. And she just seems like she's just driving off the course. Wow.
That was interesting. And at the same spot, too. So it's very unfortunate for Kelsey. I know that she was trying to, she knew she was sitting at a deficit, so she had to put on her A game to be able to try to force a mistake on Hurt's part. But in the end, she's the one making a mistake all on her own in the lead position going into outer zone number 2.
Yeah, and as we mentioned before, her mistakes are in this center patch. The traction is not what you're expecting, right? I mean, you're coming off the bank and you're coming in the infield, and that's where it seems like it's catching her. She's going and doesn't have the traction she's expecting and over-rotating. Wow, well, here you go. Looks like we got our results. There you go. It's official. Hurt moving on to the top 32. Kelsey Robins, unfortunately, get a call today. We were looking forward to seeing her in battle competition. But Hurt, congratulations, my man. You are working your way, getting more experience, and I'm sure your fans are excited. You want to see some exciting? You can check out Hurt Life. And he has tons of videos. They're doing all kinds of crazy stuff. I know his fans for a long time have been eager to see him in competition. Now here we go. We got Reed Mcgivney in that white BMW E30 going against Steve Bergstrom. Reed McGivney's going to lead. Steve going to give chase. I like that E30. All right. I like all E30s. It's a disease. What can I say? All right. They both go down straight. Steve not too far. Reed going in for the attack as both cars go around that first outer zone. Reed doing a pretty good job, but then very shallow angle as he made his way on the bank, way off that inside zone. Both cars maintaining drift, though. Steve putting some smoke out, trying to close that gap, but Reed's doing a good job staying out front, keeping his distance away from Steve Bergstrom. But here we go, Steve Bergstrom coming in the infield, and almost looked like maybe Steve was playing a little safe, trying to give some cushion. But Reed definitely the lesser horsepower car out there. Well, we'll see here as we watch the replay.
I thought it was interesting what transpired onto the first outer zone. It seemed like a very late initiation on Reed's part, and Steve may have been thrown off a little bit by that, so he was able to actually regain his composure, keep the drift going. Reed could have been a little bit farther out on outer zone number 3, but Steve not too far away. And I mean, the other thing that's notable that evidently is not playing a factor into the judges' minds is the difference in the smoke generation.
Right, and you're going to see that. That's going to show you who has the more power. A lot of times, the more powerful cars are going to put out more smoke. And watching the E30 it reminds me of somebody we're missing today. Brian Sturman's not out here in his blue E30. So we miss him out here. Hopefully,
Chris Irvin. Yeah,
hopefully they'll make it out to the next round. But anyways, right now, Steve Bergstrom is going to lead. Reed Mcgivney is going to give chase. Let's see what happens now. They swap positions. Is Steve going to gap Reed as they make their way out the gate? Let's see. Reed trying to get that little bit of a roll start to keep that proximity, doing a good job using that technique as both cars make their way into that first outside zone. Steve doing a good job getting. Oh! Steve running into the bank. No. Steve just hitting the bank too hard. And as we mentioned before, you hit that bank and it sucks you in. We're going to get the rescue crew out there, check Steve, make sure he's okay. You guys can see him in the camera. Oh, man. Track officials going over to make sure he's okay. He was doing good. Nice, aggressive entry.
Yeah, let's take a look back as you see Steve flicking it left to right, but then just went way too fast, and then unfortunately it was too little too late for him to realize that he was into the wall. And then, like you mentioned, it just sucks you in. It just holds on to you. It's like a bear hug. You do whatever you can to escape it, but it's just going to keep holding on.
Well, the only thing that keeps you away from the wall is the tire spinning at your angle, right? It's like, and once you get straightened out and you tap the wall, the momentum pushes you right against it.
And look at that.
Wow, look at that. Yeah, definitely. That's not spinning.
Oh no.
Yeah, they're gonna have to. I know he's trying to get it roll it out, but they're gonna have to tow that out.
Yeah. And my other concern when we saw Steve going on the bank is that if he wouldn't have been able to brake on time, because at the end of the bank you have barriers there.
Right. I mean, you're basically right in that wall, and that wall is only going to last so long before you get to the barricades. But unfortunately, the car was able to stop. It's a shame. We don't like to see drivers get taken out like that, but I mean, well,
That's
it
very
happens.
unfortunate.
We see it every event. Every event, somebody hits the wall and suffers some carnage. But it sounds like we do have results here. There you go. You have it. Jeremy Lowe, Reed Mcgivney, Dwayne Ramsey, Reed Mcgivney, and Will Parsons unanimous. Reed Mcgivney is going to advance on to tomorrow's competition, top 32. Unfortunately, Steve just tapping the wall too hard, getting sucked in and taken out. What a shame. All right, guys, just want you to stay tuned. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while they clean the track. We'll be back in a minute.
Well, I'll tell you, what an unexpected turn of events.
All right, welcome back to the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. We're halfway through the third season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series, Season 3. And as you can see, unfortunately, Steve Bergstrom suffered a collision around outer zone number 1, and we had to get him towed off the track.
Yeah, suffered some road rash, if you want to call it that.
Yep, definitely has his work cut out for him.
Not only are we halfway through the season, we are halfway through the bracket.
We're halfway there with several buy runs, so we will be finishing a little early. So those of you that may have some friends or family on the way thinking the event was going to last a little longer, it's okay, though, if they make it here. There's still an event next door. They're having street heat at the Braden Motorsports Park next door. I believe the gate entrance fee is $20. They're going to be roll racing, and they're going to be there till 11 o'clock tonight. So if this competition ends a little too early for you today, just work your way next door and check out some drag racing. But one person that didn't get a buy run is Byron. Get it? Byron.
I see
Byron?
what you did there.
Oh, okay. So Nick Ward is going to be going against Byron, not his Byron, but Byron Parrish. And bad joke. It's okay. Oh, you know, another thing I found out earlier, too, and I didn't notice, but Cletus is expecting.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, Cletus and his wife Maddie are expecting a baby boy, I believe.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, they had a gender reveal right here. So congrats to Cletus and his family. Starting, is it going to be a bald eagle though? I wonder.
Well, we'll see.
Will he have a mullet right out of the womb? I think so.
Great question.
Yeah. Place your bets. Cletus, great. It's great to see him out here and just rubbing elbows with everybody. Just amazing to see how hard he works and what he's done here with the Freedom Factory and how he's welcomed and teamed up with Klutch Kickers. We can't thank him enough for all his hard work and dedication to the motorsports community. But up next, looks like I said, Nick Ward is going to be going against Byron Parrish. Nick Ward getting a 0 on his first qualifying run. Very unfortunate. It was a great run. I spoke to him earlier. He's like, yeah, I was trying to get a really high score. And he would have. He just made one little mistake. Unfortunately, took him offline. And his first run was 0. So he's at the 35th qualifying position. He's going to go against Byron Parrish, who qualified in the 30th position. So Byron will lead first, and Nick Ward will give chase. Nick Ward trying to get some wins here at the Klutch Kickers and advance on, and we know he's capable. We know the car is capable, but he's going to have to get past Byron Parrish first. There you go. Byron Parrish from Jacksonville, Florida, and Nick Ward from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, our hometown, down South Florida, driving up here, ready to do battle. And he's just got one person standing in his way at the top 32 competition for tomorrow. And so does Byron Parrish.
What's going to be interesting is that whoever wins from this battle is going to go up against Adam LZ tomorrow.
Wow, so whoever does win, can they take out the current points leader in Adam LZ? Maybe an upset. Maybe an upset. We'll see. Maybe an upset in the making. Both cars locked and loaded. Byron Parrish going to lead. Nick Ward going to give chase in the first half of this battle. Here we go. Both cars out. Nick Ward trying to get a little rolling start so he can keep that proximity. He is almost right there side by side with Byron as they make their way through that first battle. Wow, Nick Ward extremely aggressive in the chase position. Almost straightening out, but able to get back in the pocket, looks like. But Byron almost running away now as they make their way through the third outer zone. Both cars working their way through that third outer zone. Byron wobbling through that third outer zone. Nick right there with them. Both cars flicking it past that last inside clip. Nick able to catch up to him at the end. But Nick just too aggressive on entry there. Caused them to make looks like a major correction there from the chase position.
Right, I'd like to see what happened at the start of outer zone number 1. As you see, Byron could have gone a little bit faster. Did initiate very late. Very late. I mean, I'd have to maybe take a look at it from another angle, but looking back, as Nick Ward does able to work around it, is able to actually keep the car in drift. Byron having to apply some extra angle going through outer zone number 3. But Nick Ward not too far away. But again, outer zone number 1 at the start. What happened with Byron?
Whoa, you're right. Very late initiation. Looks like he initiated it after the line. Started that line.
Or maybe he rolled into it very slowly, very late.
Yeah. I mean, nonetheless, Nick Ward definitely initiated by entry cone. So it's going to come down to where exactly did they, did Byron initiate at? Here we go. They're going back again. Here we go. Nick Ward out front. Byron in the chase position. Both cars going into that first outer zone. Nick Ward doing a good job initiating, staying high on that bank. Starting to drop down a little bit, but holding together. Wow, correction by Byron in the chase position, causing him to drop back. Nick Ward, you got to hold it together, buddy, to make it through to the next round. Oh, he's dropping tires. Byron bumping Nick Ward. This is insane as both cars make their way through the course. Good Lord.
This is madness.
This is sheer madness. What was going on there? Nick Ward running way wide in that third outer zone, but Byron bumping him with the front of his car almost right into the door of Nick Ward.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the way how Byron straightened it out, I mean, he put Nick Ward, at risk And it's very sketchy, very scary to see that, especially on the bank where both of the drivers are going at high speed. This is where Nick Ward makes, you could say, a mistake. And Byron, instead of hanging back, he goes in for the attack, and looks like there's some contact in midway through outer zone number 3. We're going to take a look now at another angle of this. Nick Ward dropping the tire. It's hard to see if he dropped 2 tires, but that section of the course, Byron getting close to Nick Ward. So I don't see from here if there's any sort of visible damage, but
but he gets right in there, puts his front bumper right into the door of Nick Ward as they make their way through the third outer zone. But also an area to look at is coming out of the first outer zone, Byron looked like he almost straightened out, right? So it's going to be interesting. We'll see both drivers, as you see him at the line, Nick Ward, Taxi Garage. Those guys just like, they're rowdy. Nick Ward, Ryan Kaufman, and Taxi Garage crew just rowdy.
Let's take a look.
Here we go. Nick Ward, slide him left. Byron Parrish, slide him right. Jeremy Lowe, Dwayne Ramsey, and Will Parsons, unanimous. Nick Ward's going to advance on to the top 32. I look at him. He is stoked. He is definitely happy. He's been waiting for that moment. He's going to have his hands full because his first battle tomorrow is going to be against Adam LZ.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
Hey, listen, if you're going to go out, or maybe there'll be an upset.
Who knows?
Anything can happen, right? We've seen it before in the past. Up next, we have Lee Yearwood with Monster Performance out of Melbourne, Florida, going against Zindara Kennedy out of Vancouver, Canada. Lee Yearwood, like I mentioned before, every time we see him, we just see him progress and just do better and better and better every round, right? And take out competition. A lot of style, a lot of angle. I believe he has 5 overall wins at the Klutch Kickers series, and he's got 6 overall losses. So he's probably going to get one more number in that win category to increase his percentage. Zindara Kennedy, new to the Klutch Kickers drift series this season, a professional stunt woman by trade. So she's taking that experience driving in movies such as The Adam Project and other movies on Netflix as well, coming out here, throwing down, and proving she has what it takes to take out some of these drivers that are out there. Here we go. Lee Yearwood out front. Zindara in the chase position. Lee Yearwood just handing out Gapplebees on his way down the straight. And Zindara trying to close that gap. Lee Yearwood, look at the smoke and the angle commitment that he's from the lead position. Both cars making their way through that third outer zone. Zindara is really trying to close that gap, but Lee Yearwood running a pretty shallow line through that third outer zone, but look at the smoke and the commitment he has, almost smoking out Zindara as she made her way through that third outer zone. Wow. Endless gapitizers today.
Yeah, Lee Yearwood making a statement. Look at this. Look at just how much of a distance is formed right from the start. There's about a 4-car length at the start of outer zone number 1, and Zindara just struggling from the get-go to just try to maintain, try to close that gap, but nowhere was she able to do that, unfortunately. Although I will say Lee's run wasn't perfect this shallow up on outer zone number 3, but it looks like though that Zindara got lost in the smoke that Lee Yearwood was making and actually caused her to go offline going into the final turn of the course.
Yeah, I did get to talk to Zindara Kennedy in driver's meeting a little earlier, and she said she was battling some issues. So I don't know. It's just she definitely has some ground to make up here. But like I said, anything can happen. Lee Yearwood can make a major mistake, and she may possibly be able to edge out a victory. But right now, Lee Yearwood definitely with the commanding lead or advantage going into the second half of this battle.
Right, so now it's going to be interesting to see how will Lee work with the evident power difference and speed difference between both of the vehicles. So what's going to happen? Is he going to start off further back, or is he going to try to just go aggressive and just risk it?
Right, risk it for the biscuit. Well, we shall see. Lee Yearwood, he's chased slower drivers before, so we know this isn't his first ball game when it comes to chasing down a lesser horsepower car, but he's going to be able to maintain control, right, and hold himself back, dial himself down to get that victory over Zindara Kennedy. Both cars making it down the straight. Lee Yearwood very aggressive in the chase position. Zindara very slow to initiation as they make their way through the first outer zone. Zindara starting to pull away now, but Lee Yearwood closing that gap quickly as both cars flick it into that third outer zone. Whoa, look at a nice jump over there by Zindara as she made her way into that third outer zone. And as the cars come through the final clip, Lee Yearwood seems to hold it together. Wow, what's going to come down? I just want to let everybody know this is the last call for concession. Last call for concession. If you guys are hungry or you want to get something to drink, now is the last call. What do you think about that run, Ben?
I mean, definitely issues from both of the drivers, and I mean, it's definitely hard to say. It may come down to what happened in the first run, but the Yearwood though did struggle. I mean, went a bit too aggressive on the start of outer zone number 1. Here we go. Now we're taking a look back. Zindara initiating late, finally got a way to get the car sideways midway through outer zone number 1. The Yearwood then regaining composure, going back on the attack. Not in the best line though, unfortunately, but at the same time, he's following along Zindara because she's not taking the proper lines. But then the Yearwood though, right there trying to make a statement.
Yeah, right now it looks like Yearwood has the advantage going into this decision here. Zindara very late to entry. I don't know if she didn't enter in time or what was going on there, but very shallow. But I am hearing we do have results. Isn't that Nick Castleberry down there?
I think so.
I believe so. All right, here we go. Slide him left for Zindara. Slide him right for Lee Yearwood. And it is unanimous. Lee Yearwood is going to advance on to the top 32. Lee Yearwood with monster performance, working his way to the top 32. Unfortunately, Zindara is going to call it a weekend, but I know she'll be back next round. All right, we got a good amount of folks here in attendance. We want to thank you guys for joining us here live. Let your friends and family know, those that couldn't make it, or if you can't make it tomorrow, go ahead and log on to baldeagle.com, and you can purchase the live stream, watch it, be here with us, get all the up-to-date information. Up next, we have Brandon Whitnick. Brandon Whitnick, I kind of dubbed him the king of one more time, and we had a little discussion in the pits, so we'll see what happens here. He's going to go against Bradley St. Germain with Jackson Performance out of Pompano Beach, Florida. Bradley St. Germain in a new chassis this round, right? He was the first round. He was the #1 qualifier in his S14. Now he's here in his Chevy Corvette, changing chassis, which many of the drivers are. I spoke to him earlier as well. He said, man, I'm still trying to feel it out. I'm going to do the best I can. I'm going to give it my all. And he's definitely a fierce competitor. And I'm really excited to see what happens when Bradley figures that car out, because then he's going to be forced to be reckoned with. But right now, he's going to have his hands full with Brandon Whitnick. Not only the one more time king, but he's the hey, can I borrow your car king? I don't think Brandon Whitnick competed one event this season in his own car. Did he do round one? Round one. Okay.
Car, yeah.
So last round he was in a borrowed car. This round in our very own Mike Mcgivney, his S14. We've seen Nick Castleberry do battle at Clutch Kickers and Wilco's Dragway in that vehicle as well. So you have Brandon Whitnick in that black S14 nitrous outlet going to lead. Bradley St. Germain, is that? Yeah. And that shift was a shift culture. All right, both cars making their way down the straight. Bradley's got some ground to make up as Brandon flicks it into that first outside zone. Wow. Bradley going really wide. Brandon not going really wide enough. Not the prettiest. Oh! Bradley running way wide, tapping that outside barrier there. He's still able to maintain drift, but this is not the prettiest run from either driver as both cars make it throughout the track. Definitely some major mistakes by both drivers. Both drivers did make a full pull, but not the prettiest.
Right. This is interesting because there's a lot to unfold here.
Yeah, unfold away.
All right, so first off, you have Brad, who unfortunately just did not set himself up properly and then caused him to just straighten out, make a correction, and go off the course and make contact against the barrier. But let's take a look back at Brandon. Brandon did cross that line on the bank. So
first.
Right, first, exactly. So that could be deemed a 0. Because we mentioned before during qualifying, if the drivers go across that line, that's going to be a 0. So,
and if the lead car zeroes out his run, it's not required for the chase driver to finish his run.
Exactly.
So that's going to be interesting how that may play out because Bradley made a major mistake, but it may not have mattered.
Right. It's I mean, let's take a look back. So you see Brandon just skirting with the line there.
Flirting with that line, man. Not good. Yeah, not the
Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's one thing that's good about the live stream. Those of you guys that hear on attendance, a lot of times you hear us, we kind of quiet down. It's because we're like looking at the live stream, right? We're intense in the live stream, like what's going on there? But just picking apart this run is really going to come down to the beginning. Now we're watching the bird's eye view, and Brandon Whitney definitely looking like he crossed down past that inside line there of first outer zone. I don't know. Bradley St. Germain, though, very sloppy on initiation,
Right.
causing him to go way too deep into the first outer zone and make contact with that barrier wall there.
So it may become a matter of that this second half of the battle is going to decide the victor.
Yeah.
Or it may be something that we have to refer back to the first battle to then decide who's going to move on.
Yeah, as mentioned before, Bradley St. Germain in his S14 was the #1 qualifier in round 1. Wasn't here for round 2, and now back at round 3, doing battle on the top 64, trying to take out the king of one more time, Brandon Whitney. And we know Brandon, he can't, the man is, I mean, he does like 2 competitions every event because he's doing so many one more times.
Right.
Let's see what happens here.
So both drivers getting acquainted to these vehicles.
Different vehicles, correct. That's true.
So it's a matter of who's going to get acquainted first and then who's going to excel.
Yep. Who's
From
going to
it.
figure it out first and who's going to take out the other. It looks like they may have to check Bradley St. Germain's car because there was contact. I'm sure they want to. Yeah, it looks like I'm getting where they're going to have to do an evaluation of Bradley St. Germain's car because he made contact. So they want to make sure no parts fall off because now he's going to be in the lead position. So they obviously, if something was loose on the back end of that car, having Brandon Whitney chasing, if something falls off of Bradley's car, that could cause for a really bad situation. Oh, actually, I'm getting a correction here. They're going to go ahead. EMS is going to take a look at Bradley St. Germain and do a health evaluation, make sure he's okay, because he did have a significant head, as you can see right there. And it looks like he is cleared. I'm not sure. Just we're waiting to get word back. So before I say, I want to thank everybody once again for joining us at the Klutch Kickers Round 3. We're halfway through the 3rd season of the Klutch Kickers $100,000 Drift Series. You know, we have a lot of great sponsors out here. We have BC Racing, Doucheworks, we have Radium, and just all the sponsors that have just stuck with us through the Fuel Labs, ECU Master, Kensei Wheel, Tire Streets, Ignite Fuel, Drift HQ, Nitrous Outlet, Grip Royal, all just to name a few, Haltech as well, out here supporting Klutch Kickers. Those of you that are watching on the live stream, we want to thank you for your support as well. Without the support from the community and the sponsors, we wouldn't be able to enjoy a level of competition. These drivers wouldn't have the opportunity to compete against each other at this level. One thing about Klutch Kickers that everybody knows, or at least the drivers enjoy most about Klutch Kickers, is that they can put their skills to the test against drivers from around the world, pros, pro-amateur, grassroots alike.
So it looks like they're going to go ahead and, like you mentioned, do the medical evaluation. I like to see it as when boxer gets knocked down and then he gets back up, so they have to evaluate to see if he's ready to go out for the fight again.
Kind of hold your fingers up. How many fingers do I have?
Yeah, exactly. One
Okay.
of those things. And you want to make sure that there's no disorientation or any of that, because he's going to be in the lead position. And last thing you want is to get the driver to be disoriented again.
Absolutely.
And gets into trouble again.
Right. I mean, the last thing we want is have a driver to go back out, not physically prepared to do battle at the level, especially when you have a track like this where you have that wall that's going all the way around the track. So it could be very dangerous. I see pulling off over to the left. They're going to check him out, make sure he's okay. Bradley St. Germain out of South Florida. one of the Jackson Performance crew out of Pompano Beach, Florida. So you can see here's a replay of the run. Very sloppy for both drivers. It's interesting. Well, we'll see who, right now, we don't really know who has the advantage. So we need to complete that battle and then be able to walk away with the victor here. Well, I want to give a big shout out to Cletus McFarland, Mike Castleberry, and his Clutch Kickers crew for giving us the opportunity to enjoy some world-class drifting this weekend. We've been able to go through qualifying. We've had great weather. It's hot, yes, but it's not raining, and we're able to get these battles underway. We've seen cars catch on fire. We've seen cars go into the wall. We've seen drivers who I'm not used to seeing spin out or take themselves out of competition, get taken themselves out of competition. So it's just been a topsy-turvy kind of day, ups and downs with the drivers, and all these drivers just so dedicated, not just to the sport of drifting, but just dedicated to come out here and improve their own skills. I think that's the number one reason why I hear a lot of drivers say why they love drifting so much, because they want to prove themselves as a driver.
Yeah, and so one of the other things that I've heard from some of the drivers is that they feel that they get too caught up in the whole competitive nature of the series, and they feel like they overwork themselves, they psych themselves out, and they've realized that they actually have to just take it back a notch. They forget what this is all about, and just have fun out there. And once they realize that, they found that they're able to perform much better.
Right, it's relieve that tension, get that stress out of there. There's always going to be nerves, so don't add any more stress onto the situation than you need to. But we have a great bunch of drivers out here. We're actually missing a lot of drivers this round. I mean, it's that transition. I mean, we have a lot of pro drivers that are competing in Formula Drift. One, Chelsea Denofa, Rad Dan, which was here last round. Got a 4th place finish at FD Monroe, so congrats to him. We look forward to seeing him because he did make the move to Florida. But you know, there's another driver that we know really well, Nick Ward. We got a chance to catch up with him as well and get a little background of the man and Taxi Garage as well. So maybe we can cut to that right now and take a look at Nick Ward.
My name's Nick Ward. I'm from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, and I am 1/3 owner of Taxi Garage, the crazy carts you guys see. So I drive a 95 Nissan 240 SX. It is the chalk gray Porsche colored car, super clean, with LS2 that's dry sump on E85. Last round was definitely my best qualifying score I've ever had in a competitive driving level, I guess, in this type of atmosphere and environment. So I qualified 6th, out qualifying some of the bigger names here, and it was actually quite surprising to myself. So we went into top 64 battles, and I ended up going against Davey Peoples, one of my homies with the S550 Mustang. Went to put it on his door as we were coming on his lead run, chasing him. Probably put a little bit too much pressure than I feel I probably should have. It was a learning experience. And came through, and we came out of outer zone 2, and I think I stayed too deep in the pocket, went on this weird late transition, and like just looped the car. But that was a super bummer because we got knocked out in 64, and at least right now I'm sitting okay in points. We're 20th in points. We are running an Accelera 651. We went to a 200 tread wear this round instead of a 100, and I went from a 265 to a 285 to get a little bit more tire height, so I have a little bit more gear for the bank. Mid to high line on the bank is going to be acceptable in most of the judges' eyes, I feel. And then just really tight line on outer zones in the center, like round 2, and I think that we'll do pretty well. Right, so KBD is doing its thing.
All right, and we're back. That was a little meet the driver for Nick Ward, so it's exciting to see him take the victory and advance on to tomorrow's competition.
It was exciting to see him kick the bumper.
Oh, yeah, he was kicking. There you go. I guess he knows his bumper well enough. I mean, that looks like it could take a beating. So, and then it needs to, because these bumpers, a lot of times they fall off. But right now, we have Sean Booth and John Wyndham lining up. Sean Booth is going to lead. And Sean Booth is going to chase, and John Wyndham is going to lead as the cars line up there. John Wyndham in that Nissan 240SX, and Sean Booth in that S15. Both cars working their way down the track. Wow. John pretty far out front of Sean, but look at Sean starting to close that gap as they make their way through that first outside zone. Here we go. Whoa! What is going on there? Sean Booth almost completely straightening out as he made his way past the touch and go, diving back in the pocket. Can he see anything, though? He just shrouded in smoke as he made his way through the third outer zone. Sean Booth doing an excellent job of navigating his way through the smog. Wow.
Wow, that was interesting.
Wow, what happened in that first outer zone?
Yeah, exactly. What transpired there at the end of outer zone number 1? But let's take a look at both of the drivers midline through outer zone number 1. But you see John drops early, knocks down both of the markers on the touch and go. Sean Booth goes in for the attack, and then it goes offline. And then right here on outer zone number 3, gets caught in the smoke. But I think what played to his advantage is the fact that he's right-hand drive. So he was still able to kind of look around it and not get lost in it. But see here, he kind of gets maybe lost in it, stays in drift, maybe, definitely correction there. But John, though, was offline, wasn't really going really fast through that section of the course, and John shallowing up through outer zone number 3.
Wow, Sean Booth really shown his experience to be able to navigate through the smoke like that. But, yeah, you're right. You mentioned John Wyndham looked like he came way offline at the end of outer zone number 1. Now, did that cause the mistake for Sean Booth? I don't know. We'll see. So right now, both drivers back at the line. Sean Booth in the red S15 is lined up. He's going to lead. He's going to be chased by the number 26 qualifier, John Wyndham, in the black Nissan 240SX. Looks like he got the thumbs up. And there you go. Out the gate they come, both cars almost side by side. John not giving much room to Sean Booth, but Sean Booth going to initiate. John Wyndham had to let him initiate. That gave Sean Booth the ability to run, but he's running way wide, trying to dive back in. Sean Booth almost running away from John Wyndham, but John Wyndham reeling him back in as they make their way through that third outer zone. Sean Booth, a little shallow there through that third outer zone. I don't know, this is a hard one. It was exciting, but it wasn't like they weren't where they should be.
I know. I mean, for the get-go, what happened? John just was right there side by side, and Sean was sort of had to check him up. It's like, hey, buddy, I got to start.
Right. The lead driver, the chase driver does have to allow the lead driver to transition. Good Lord, look how close they are.
Yeah, almost made contact there from the get-go. But if you see Sean Booth, you could say a little bit higher on the bank, goes very high. Just it transitions a bit late, but is able to actually bring it back in. But John Wyndham utilizing that moment to zero in on Sean Booth. And as they go around to outer zone number 3, does a better job, Sean Booth, of reaching that outer edge of outer zone number 3. And wow,
some mistakes. But look at John right there next to him. I don't know if there was a collision, but it was pretty close. Like I said before, that chase driver has to allow the lead driver to initiate. He cannot impede his initiation. But Sean Booth running way wide at the end of outer zone number 1, missing that touch and go. Not really phasing John Wyndham from the chase position. John Wyndham able to reel him back in and dive in for the attack. Both cars making it a full pull, but we'll see. Judges are going to have to go back and forth on this one and see if they can decipher the code and award a winner.
Well, let's see.
All right. Jeremy Lowe, Sean Booth. Dwayne Ramsey, Sean Booth. Will Parsons, Sean Booth. Sean Booth is going to get the win. Sean Booth taking out John Wyndham in the top 64 Unfortunately for John Wyndham, he's got to call it a weekend. Sean Booth going to be in tomorrow's top 32 competition. Once again, log on to baldeagle.com. If you're not able to make it here live, join us on the live stream from the comfort of your couch, your car, or wherever you want to watch your live stream. You can enjoy it just about anywhere.
Yeah. Oh, wherever you get Wi-Fi or cell service.
Yep, wherever you get cell service or Wi-Fi. But up next we have Roberto Rosa and Jackson Orr. Alberto, also known as Big Boost Alberto, out there in that BMW E46. And Jackson Orr in the Big Duck Club BMW E36.
BMW battle. But I see two competitors that are coming back into the track. You got Brandon Whitnick and Brad St. Germain.
Okay.
Looks like the medical evaluation is complete. Could only imagine that he was cleared to go as he's lined up. Well, working his way to line up.
All right, so it looks like Bradley St. Germain was cleared. I assume he's out on track. And they're going to finish that first, finish off that battle. That was the Brandon Whitnick. If you guys don't remember, Brandon Whitnick going through the outer zone, very shallow, not quite as deep as he needed to be. Bradley St. Germain just all over the place on initiation, and then ended up carrying his car way too wide, making contact with the rear end of his vehicle coming out of outer zone number 1, and then just not the cleanest run from either driver throughout the rest of the course. So it's going to come down to this last run. This last run should determine a winner. Once again, welcome everybody for joining us for the Clutch Kickers round 3 of the $100,000 Drift Series here at the Freedom Factory. I want to shout out to Cletus McFarland, Mike Castleberry and his Clutch Kickers crew for putting this event together, providing us with the chance and the opportunity to watch some world-class drifting. Just want to thank you guys, and their heart and their passion for the sport, it shows. We see it in how they run the event and what they do for the drivers. But here we go. This is the second half of the battle between Brandon Whitnick and Bradley St. Germain. Brandon Whitnick in another borrowed car, the Nitrous Outlet Nissan 240SX. Bradley St. Germain in a new chassis this round in the Shift Culture Chevy Corvette. Bradley St. Germain out front. Brandon Whitnick almost right there by his side as both cars make it down the straight. And as they initiate, very slow initiation, something not right there.
Definitely not.
Brandon Whitnick shutting it down. Bradley St. Germain not initiating. I guess Brandon's going to take this opportunity to get some last-minute bugs out of the car and just go ahead and get some drifting action done. Hopefully, Bradley, I'm not really sure what's going on with the car.
Yeah, it did sound like something went wrong as soon as you went into like a certain gear, it just shut it down.
Okay, we're going to go back to this. This is a run 1 when Brandon Whitnick was out front, as I mentioned. You see Brandon Whitnick a little shaky on that first outside zone, almost touching that line, crossing it almost right there. Bradley running way wide and making a collision right there. And then just not able to catch up to Brandon Whitnick after that point. Not really too sure what's going on, but as we see right here, Bradley St. Germain leading, not able to even get the car into drift around outer zone number 1. So it looks like we may have results already on this one.
Let's take a look.
Bradley St. Germain. What? Jeremy Lowe one more time.
Hang on.
Dwayne Ramsey one more time. I told you, he's the king of one more time. Anytime he goes out there, it's a one more time.
What's the matter?
So both drivers, look at, that's one thing about Brandon. He always gets out and talks to the other driver. So there you go. Brandon Whitnick, Bradley St. Germain, gonna go one more time. Wow. Brandon, don't play with my emotions like this. You're playing with my emotions. I expect nothing less, though. So we'll see. I got one of the judges here, Will Parsons. He's going to give us a little breakdown of why you guys came to that decision.
So on their first run, Brandon Whitnick went below the line that we in qualifying 0 people for. So essentially his lead run was a 0, and then follow that up with the run we just watched where the Corvette zeroed as well.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so both drivers zeroing in the same area.
right, both zeroed their leads on the bank.
Okay.
Whitney at the exit, and the Corvette, I think he broke a gear or something. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, let's see if he can get back together. I thought that was Will Parsons. He is a style judge, and he's just a glutton for punishment, Will Parsons. He comes back over and over and over again as a judge, and that's one of the hardest jobs in drifting. But he comes back, and he's definitely consistent, and we appreciate, and much love goes out to all our judges, Dwayne Ramsey, Jeremy Lowe, and Will Parsons out here, just putting 110% into all their calls and making sure they make the right call. So we got a one more time battle. Now, kind of curious to see, is Bradley St. Germain's car is okay? Is there something wrong with it? Will he be able to even go out one more time? But right now, we're going to focus on the battle at hand, and that's Roberto Rosa qualifying 23rd and Jackson Orr qualifying in the 42nd in the qualifying grid. And Alberto's he's a high qualifier, so he will lead first, and then Jackson Orr will give chase. Both BMWs. Alberto in E40, no, that's an E36. What is that? Yeah. Yeah, I got that. That's written down wrong. Yeah, it's the other way around. Jackson Orr is in a E46, and Alberto's in an E36. There you go, Alberto on the left out of Orlando, Florida, and Jackson Orr getting chased behind. Look, Jackson Orr taking a little roll start there as both drivers make their way down the straight. Alberto coming down, trying to full throttle that JZ, put every ounce of power down the track. Alberto just tapping the wall, diving down too deep towards the end of the first outer zone. Jackson is just kind of like, hey, I'm not really too sure what's going on here. Alberto definitely struggling to make a full pull on his lead run, coming a little too hot through the first outer zone. Jackson Orr almost just like shutting it down. Wow, I don't know.
That could have been a lot worse for Alberto with the way how he entered. But luckily, though, he was able to skirt by with minimal damage. But once he got back onto the bank, well, in formation, that was already too late, and then he was just dropping down like a missile.
Yeah, but Jackson Orr from the chase position, I don't know if he initiated on time. So, yeah, I think this run's at least this half of the run is going to come down to that first outside zone. Alberto definitely hitting the wall, but Jackson Orr, was he sideways when he was supposed to be? See right there, almost like straight. Well, maybe straight now because Alberto did hit. I don't know, it's interesting.
Right. But there was a significant distance between the two.
Correct.
So you could say that maybe one didn't affect the other, or one had time to course correct. Yeah. But yeah, I see what you mean. I see with
the initiation. At the initiation, was Jackson Orr initiated
in time? Yeah,
before the initiation cone. I mean, the drivers need to be in drift, like right there. Is he sideways? Not till there.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, it's something that the judges are going to have to decide on because
if that's the case, I mean, Alberto really gets a break on that because Alberto definitely, looking at the initial impact of that run was definitely making a lot of mistakes, causing Jackson Orr to make some major corrections, almost shut down. But I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. They are looking at Alberto's car over there in the grid. And I see Zach Calvin in the distance and Sebastian Guthier warming up their tires. So we may have to put that battle on pause.
Yeah, they're probably going to assess the situation on Alberto's car since he made contact with the wall.
Right.
Okay, well, we got clarification on what's going on with Alberto. He called 5 minutes to allow the car to cool down.
Oh, okay. So he's not really going back to the pits. He's just going to try to get the car to cool down over there on the track. So we're going to move on to the next battle, which is Zach Calvin in the Cosmo Tire Chevy Corvette and Sebastian Guthier in that SSG Nissan 240SX S15. It's a beautiful car. This car sounds amazing. There's two S15s out here.
That's right.
Sebastian Guthier. All right, on their way down the track. Zach Calvin out front. Sebastian not too far behind. Both cars initiate through that first outside zone. Zach Calvin midline through that first outer zone. Sebastian doing a good job of trying to stay in the pocket and the chase position. Both cars flicking it into the second outer zone. Sebastian right on the back bumper of Zach Calvin as they make away. Zach Calvin able to pull a car length or so through that third outer zone. Sebastian right back there for the attack in the pocket. Good job, both drivers. Wow, Sebastian, it looked like he had to choke up a little bit or make a little correction going into the third outer zone, causing him to drop back, but able to regain his composure.
But Zach Calvin, though, very shallow. But we're going to go ahead and take a look again. As Zach Calvin, as you mentioned, he's going midline through the course of outer zone number 1. See here as both of them transition, Sebastian side by side. See, this is where some of the problems occur. Sebastian falling back, Zach Calvin shallowing up on outer zone number 3, then goes wide. Sebastian goes back on the attack, and
wow, yes.
How do you see that?
Well, I mean, you got Zach Calvin transitioning past the second outer zone and into that third outer zone way inside, way offline. Now Sebastian almost looking like he's used to that outside line, putting himself in that outside line position. But since Zach Calvin has taken an inside line, that was enable him to increase the distance, the gap between the two drivers. So Sebastian having to dive back in and try to gain proximity. Seems like he did a pretty good job, but yeah, you're right. Going from outer zone number 2 to outer zone number 3, Zach Calvin way offline, diving inside on outer zone number 3. So we'll see how it plays out. Both drivers back at the grid, switching position. Sebastian going to lead. Zach Calvin going to give chase. And let's see what happens. Here we go.
Like Zach Calvin is going to try to take advantage of a rolling start.
Yeah, usually when you see that driver, yep, there you go, rolling start. But wow, it may have played to his disadvantage. He's way too far out front, and it looks like, yep,
it's a restart.
That's a restart. All right, going to restart the cars. It looks like Zach Calvin didn't quite time that as well, or I don't know, either that or Sebastian maybe slept at the light a little bit.
Maybe.
But anyhow, send him back. Let's restart that again. Sebastian coming all the way from Canada. I'm not sure exactly where his hometown is, but man, what a drive. Dedication to come down here to Klutch Kickers to compete. Make that trip all the way down here. And you got Zach Calvin, which we've seen him at Klutch Kickers event after event in that Cosmo Tire Chevy Corvette, going from the Chevy Camaro from last season, but here out here doing battle. It looks like he's going to try to do that roll start one more time. So here we go. All right, yep, he's trying to do the roll start. Looks like we got a good start this time. Sebastian out front. Wow, look at the cars almost side by side. Banging off the rev limiter is Sebastian Guthier as he makes his way through that first outside zone. Wow, nice and high on that first outer zone, diving back into that touch and go. Zach Calvin falling way back, straightening out. Major correction from Zach Calvin. Sebastian looks like he's got that car dialed in, locked, and ready to do battle as he makes his way off the course. Unfortunately, Zach Calvin just way too far back to even be considered a challenge.
Right, and just lost it dropping into the touch and go area. But let's take a look at what transpired as we check out the bald eagle cam as both of the drivers enter through outer zone number 1. You see this, how much faster Sebastian is on the bank. It's just Zach Calvin just struggling to just close in, and that's where he loses a lot of ground, straightens out, and just shuts it down when he goes through the touch and go area. But Sebastian didn't even.
Yeah.
Zach wasn't even part of the equation.
No, he wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. Sebastian just putting a commanding lead on Zach Calvin. Wow, it was exciting, but unfortunately, well, we do have a winner here. Looks like we do have a decision. You got Zach Calvin on the right and Sebastian Guthier on the left. Well, it's unanimous. Sebastian Guthier is going to take out Zach Calvin and advance on with a unanimous decision. So we will see Sebastian Guthier in tomorrow's top 32 competition. Unfortunately, Zach Calvin getting taken out in the top 64 competition. I'm sure we'll see him back next round.
Yep. And we're actually going to go back to the other half of the battle. And one thing I want to mention, this is actually the last battle of today.
This is the last battle?
No, is it?
Oh, Brandon. Oh, we have one more time.
One more time. My apologies. My apologies.
You're getting a little ahead of the game here, Ben. Getting a little ahead of the game.
You know,
it's okay.
They said it was going to be a short day, so.
Yep, I'm wearing shorts too. I'm ready.
Oh.
You sounded like a blow-off out. Oh. God bless you.
Oh,
all right. Both cars lined up. We have Jackson Orr. He's going to lead. And Alberto Rosa is going to give chase. This is the second half of the battle. Of course, we saw some major errors and corrections from both cars in the last run, but here we go. Alberto Big Boost, is he going to close the gap as both cars make it? Whoa, no! Oh, the wall claiming another victim. Oh, Jackson Orr, we want to make sure we get some workers on the track. We want to go out there and check to make sure Jackson is okay. He hit the wall pretty good. He's still stopped on the grid. Alberto's finishing off his run. Hopefully he slows down as he makes his way through that outer zone number 1 there. But we want to get the track officials over to Jackson Orr to check him out, make sure he's okay. He definitely took a nasty hit on that wall, and that wall has claimed another victim. Well, he's getting out of the car, so he's thumbs up. All right, hands together for Jackson Orr, guys. It's always glad to see these guys, you know, it's a part of drifting, right? You guys are pushing their cars to the limit, and accidents are going to happen. We just want to make sure that they're okay. Cars can be repaired, but it's important that the drivers are safely out of the vehicle and able to move on, right?
Yeah, let's take a look back at what happened. You could say this may be like the worst possible area to want to just get into an incident because you're going with so much speed, and you just don't want to. You got a wall.
Yeah, you got a wall, and it's just like we said. It's like once you hit that wall, if you hit it too hard, that wall just sucks you in and eats you for dinner. I mean, it's just it's done. It's just, you can't get your car off it. You just gotta basically bounce off the wall until your car slows down. Alberto doing a good job avoiding the collision. Had he been a lot closer, it could have been worse.
Yep.
So Alberto doing a good job avoiding collision. But
see, just accelerating, and then you're just coming close to a stop as you make contact with the wall.
Yeah, Alberto Boost go ahead and finishing off his run. And now we're bringing out the tow truck to try to get this car cleaned up. We obviously want to make sure that Jackson Orr makes his way over to you know, the rescue and get himself checked out, make sure he's okay. But we'll see. But you know, we doing these segments to meet the driver, and we got a chance to talk to Randy Noah earlier. He's excited. He's out here battling in his new vehicle. So we want to go ahead and take a look at Meet the Driver with Randy Noah.
My name is Randy Noah. I'm 28 years old. This is the I was about to call it S14. Used to drive an S14. This is the E46 that we built this year. It's a VR6 powered drift car. I mean, there's not many drift cars in the US that are powered by VR6, so it's an oddball altogether. Custom manifold, custom intake, everything's all one-off. I'm an aircraft mechanic by day, and this is kind of my passion that I've worked towards building. So when I was about 16 years old, I kind of got into drifting through my brother. My brother got his first S14 around that age when I was 16, 17 years old, and we kind of just wanted to get into drifting, so we started doing the street drifting and trying to hang out with all these friends and having a lot of fun. So I started to grow a passion for it, and in 2014 he ended up passing away. I kind of decided to build his car kind of as a memorial and a awareness build. He passed away from a disease called cystic fibrosis, and that is a very shitty disease in the aspect that your livelihood is limited and you know it. We kind of lived the best life that we could with the driving and everything, but I took it over and I decided to really bring awareness and just build his car in his memory. So 2 seasons last year and the year before, and I feel like he would have been by my side just cheering me on, seeing how well we were doing. We were getting top 16 every round last year. We ended up getting 1 podium last year, so we did pretty well, and I think it definitely helped kind of just bring the whole awareness to the build. As I said, the S14 is a memorial build, and it's kind of the only thing I really have left of him. So I didn't want to really put it at risk every time I went out on the track. The last 2 years, it was kind of like, he would want me to do it, and that's why I kind of just decided to go for it. But this year, we had another build in mind, and we figured it's time to finally make it and put it into work rather than risk the S14 every time. Last round was actually the first time I even drove this car. I hadn't done any donuts, hadn't done anything. We were actually building the car up to the point where we were pulling here. We didn't have the seats bolted down, didn't have the harnesses in, didn't have anything going. We dyno tuned the car the weekend before, and just kind of loaded it up with just the let's see what happens mentality. And it turns out we built a pretty decent car because nothing failed, no wiring failed, everything seemed to have held together. Last round, we went up against Colette. She had good power up top, no power on the bottom, and that's kind of what we were experiencing with this setup first. It was just really hard to drive. If you would let off the throttle at any point, I'd call out power. I battled Taylor Hull in the top 32, got knocked out by him. To kind of address those issues that I had the first round, we added a smaller rear turbine housing, we added a smaller rear turbine wheel, and we also added a shot of nitrous. That made a significant difference. Just driving up and down the road, the car wakes right up as soon as you hit the clutch, so it's a different animal than what it was before. So hopefully this round, I think we'll be all right. Well, super excited to be here, guys. Hopefully I can put it on a good show for you guys. It's definitely a different animal than it was the first round, so I think I have the right tools in my bag this time around. So thanks for watching, guys. Tune in, watch all the competition. It's going to be real exciting today.
And we're back. And as you can see, we're getting Jackson Orr's car towed off the track. Unfortunately, Jackson just going into the wall a little too much. And it looks like there is a decision. And Roberto Rosa is going to advance on to the top 32. Now, Alberto does have some work to do because even though he did advance on, he was very shaky. There was a lot of areas of the track where he was offline, and he wasn't really putting the car where he needs to be. Going into tomorrow's battles, he's going to have to clear those. He's going to have to tighten that up and clean up his game there because the kind of type of errors he was making on his laps is not kind of errors that he's going to want to make tomorrow.
And talking about tomorrow, he's going to go up against Savio Silva.
So hopefully, Savio Silva is he was able to have time to repair his car because he did have that fire, had a great qualifying run, was able to put some solid points on and get himself into that top bracket of the first round of qualifying. So he did have time to repair the car. I'm not sure how bad the damage was, but we know we saw earlier in the camera they were just feverishly working on his car in order to get it ready for tomorrow. So we'll see. Hopefully Savio is able to get his car up and going. But it looks like we're going to take a quick break right now while these cars get lined up. And then we're going to have the last battle of the top 64 when we return. So don't go anywhere. All right, and we're back. We got the track cleared off, and as you can see, we're about ready to go into the last battle of the top 64 competition. This is the one more time battle between Brandon Whitnick with the nitrous outlet S14 and Bradley St. Germain in that new livery of the Chevy Corvette. That Bradley making that transition from the S14 over to this Corvette, still figuring out the car. Both drivers just going through some issues and really didn't have the cleanest run, so the judges decided to run them one more time. But tomorrow, we want to make sure you guys know that the gates are opening at 7. The drivers are going to be meeting at 7:30. Spectator gates are going to open at 9 a.m. And we want to make sure you guys don't miss tomorrow's competition. And looks like we're going to start the battles at 9:30 in the morning, from looking according to the Clutch Kickers website here, and work our way. Should end around 3 o'clock, but here we go. One more time battle, final battle, the top 64. Brandon Whitnick, Bradley St. Germain. Brandon Whitnick out front, he's going to lead first. Bradley's going to chase him down. Let's see, here we go, working our way down the track. Cars about a car length away from each other as both cars make their way to that first outer zone. Brandon doing a great job getting high on the wall this time. Bradley just struggling to keep that car sideways as they make their way into the intersection of the course, past the second inside or outer zone, into the third outer zone. Bradley has some major issues with that car, looks like, just trying to keep the car sideways, running way inside. But Brandon Whitnick doing a great job, much better this time in a lead position. Wow. Not sure. I wasn't really paying attention too much to Bradley St. Germain on the lead or the chase position.
Right, because you got a sense that Bradley was just continuing to struggle. You see he strains out on outer zone number 1, so then all eyes are on Brandon Whitnick. Is he going to falter? Is he going to have make the same mistakes? And fortunately for him, he doesn't. He's able to actually get to the zones where he needs to be. But it looks like, though, he goes in a bit too deep on outer zone number 3, drops the tire, but not the same level of mistakes that he was making on the first battle.
Yeah, Brandon Whitnick definitely stepping it up this time around. Like you mentioned before, the man has done one more time battles than any other driver in Clutch Kickers. We know him as a king of one more time. You know, as a driver going against a driver like Brandon Whitnick, that you're going to have to give it your all. So you got to be in 100%, and your car has to be at 100%. Unfortunately, it didn't look like Bradley's car was at 100%. He just looked like he was struggling to keep that car sideways. I know he's learning a new vehicle now, but still, it seemed like a little more than that was going on. Now, drivers are swapping positions. So can Bradley get that car sideways around that first outer zone? I'm sure in Brandon's head, he's got to keep that into consideration. If he has a spotter, I'm sure they're feeding intel to him. But here we go. Bradley St. Germain out front. Both cars working away. It does look like Brandon's giving some cushion to Bradley St. Germain. Bradley St. Germain very shaky on entry, dropping down below that line. And that may have just been enough to just hand the victory over to Brandon Whitnick. Bradley St. Germain is still trying to maintain drift and work his way through the course. Brandon catching up, giving him some cushion at first, but as I mentioned, Bradley dropping a tire below that white line around the first outer zone may have just disqualified himself and gave himself a 0.
Right, and it's going into the first outer zone. Bradley just much slower pace compared to Brandon, and so he just ends up falling, crossing that line onto outer zone number 1. So at that point, you could say that sealed the deal for him. Brandon just needed to just keep the drift going, and he does so. And it's just unfortunate to see Bradley,
yeah,
just struggle like that.
Well, Brandon, if he's able to edge out this victory, which I'm pretty confident he will here, he'll be in top 32 battle competition tomorrow, and I'm sure we can see several one-more-time battles of him tomorrow. And there you go, the unanimous decision. Brandon Whitnick will advance on to the top 32. And like a show class, he always comes out and wants to just congratulate and just check on his fellow driver, Brandon Whitnick. Congratulations. Another one-more-time victory by Brandon Whitnick in another borrowed car. Bradley St. Germain, he's going to keep learning that chassis. He'll be back better than ever next round. So hats off to him and the Jackson Performance crew. They got their hands full. But we want to thank everybody for joining us for the top 64 in qualifying today. Guys, if you want to, you can go ahead next door to the Braden Motorsports Park. They are doing some racing over there, some drag racing. You guys can check that out. But please join us tomorrow. If you can't make it here live, sign on or log on to thebaldeagle.com. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.